Futures back to the upside this morning, coming off a bit of a negative showing on Friday as we got negativity in the tech group, specifically surrounding some of the social media stocks after Snapchat's disappointing earnings. No guidance, if you remember. No more, no less than 12 downgrades on Snapchat this morning. We'll talk about Snap coming up here. Obviously in negative territory for the second straight day here, hurting some of the tech group, but not as bad as Friday. Overall, though, pretty good week for the market. As we wrap things up on Friday, it was 2% for the Dow, the S&P 2.6%, 3.3% to the upside on the week for the NASDAQ, leading the way. Obviously a huge week to come. The Fed on Wednesday looking still like a 75 basis point increase to come on Wednesday for interest rates. We'll also get all of the biggest earnings coming up this week. Apple, Microsoft, Google, all to come. We'll discuss that and more coming up here. Morgan Stanley stands out a little bit this morning on the downgrade side for Snapchat because it was a double downgrade to sell from neutral for MS. Just one of many, as I mentioned. Chip stocks back on watch as well. Intel with its own news this morning. We'll talk about the whole group as well. It's Monday, July 25th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, there we go. Look at the board as we stand right now. About 0.5% for the Dow, leading the way so far. 0.44 for the S&P, the NASDAQ. 0.4 to the upside as well. Crude oil trying to bounce. You remember, pretty negative to end the week last week for oil and energy markets in general. Back to that 96, 97 area right now for crude. Bitcoin and Ethereum back in negative territory to kick things off, but obviously holding on to some key levels so far. Good morning, guys. Brand new week. It is the biggest of the biggest weeks for earnings, and the Fed to come as well on Wednesday, as we mentioned. But pretty good start here. Back to the upside for the market.
Yeah, so far so good. The market's going to be big this week. It's not just Fed. Like 35% of the S&P 500 we get this week, and you get the big boys coming through. So it's the most important week when it comes to actual results. We had some big ones last week that'll still be in play here, obviously, as we're trading. Snapchat 12 downgrades or whatever ridiculous number that was. A couple of people have already asked in the chat, and I will tell you this much: the bowling went pretty much exactly as you would expect. You go to bowl the first time, it's going to be a little bit rough, and it was a little bit rough, but Fahad, I will tell you this much, he took it like a champ. He's a good sport. Fahad lost to Lucas, Team Lucas all the way. That's what it's all about here. I've yet to see the pigtails. I'm not really sure what's going on with the challenge, but yeah, all I know is I don't have to wear capris today, so I'm happy.
Yeah, everyone I mean, pretty much everyone already knows here. Like, these are the scores here. I mean, they're really pretty pathetic scores. I mean, I hadn't bowled in 10 years and basically got 50% more than everybody else. But there it is right there. Where is it? Lucas 99, Fahad 53. So yeah, it wasn't really that close, and you know, that's what it was to end it out. So yeah, thanks for everybody for all that support. It was really fun. Those of you that followed along on Instagram or on Twitter, you saw all that. So it was a lot of fun there. But yeah, we're back ready to rock and roll. It's gonna be a big week. It's my favorite week. We've talked about that. You know, I always trade the big cap names, and this week's obviously going to be no different. We're already into Snapchat right here, so that should be a lot of fun. One more time here today as we short Snapchat below that $10. But yeah, Apple, Amazon. I'm really excited for Apple coming on the 28th. That should be a lot of fun as well. And yeah, let's just buckle up for this week. What's oil doing right now? 96. So oil not doing too much, but up that 1.6%. We're going to have to wait to see. We have Fed coming out as well. I mean, this is just going to be a super, not today, but it's just a super exciting couple weeks here in the market. Have we found a bottom? I mean, I guess we're going to be able to tell very, very soon. We were not very happy with some of the reports last week, but the banks have bounced back beautifully as well. Goldman Sachs back to 323, so that's a great number for Goldman, and some of the other ones starting to head up as well. So Snapchat, a bad one on Friday there, sent Meta down, sent Google down. We'll see if they can recover today.
Yeah, an important week overall as far as earnings are concerned, as far as the overall market is concerned. Let's jump into a few things going on this morning, including the monkey stocks back to the upside in a big way over the weekend. WHO coming out declaring a health emergency, which is the highest warning level, I guess you can call it, for the World Health Organization. So all of these crazy little smallpox developers, smallpox vaccine developers to the upside this morning. SIGA, there's TNXP, there's a whole bunch of them. INO, all rallying on this news. AEMD, another one. Not the first time we've seen these go. SIGA, obviously the biggest and the most volume here in the pre-market, but it's a monkeypox kind of day as well. Yeah,
apparently so. And yeah, SIGA has been the one. Someone just said it's my favorite. I don't know that it is. I mean, we trade pretty much whichever one of these looks the strongest. Right now, GOVX looks really strong. That one's at the high, but SIGA, it had a breakout. I mean, pretty early on. This, I'm showing my 15-minute chart here. You did like a 1520, 1530-ish area breakout on the 15-minute chart, and then it just got to this double top at 16. So, and if you know where the resistance is on SIGA, it's pretty obvious. The 15 was the break. It then had a consolidation higher. You've now got this 16 area, which it's failing. It's got to get back to 16 even before I'm at least thinking about any kind of a play here. It might bounce off 15. I guess that might be a bit of a long if it can do that. But if it gets back to that top, you got to be thinking fade to breakout. So like shorting 16s, stopping out, and then reversing into any kind of a break on SIGA. Worth mentioning, you know, this was also attempting the break on the daily to hold above that 15 area. So it's a pretty significant break that it was trying to do into 17 bucks here. It's unfortunately running out of steam. That GovX, that's actually going as well. And it's always worth it to look at what these names have done in the past, right? Like SIGA here, if you look at it, has had a pretty general strong uptrend, actually been able to hold out, make some solid breakouts, and then be relatively green. But you look at a couple of these other names in the space, and they just haven't really held up as well. I mean, when I look at this GOVX in particular, like this stock, it's got the spikes, but then every single time subsequently, it's been doing next to nothing. Now, right now, it is relatively stronger. So I'd look at this one and say it has a pretty decent shot at breaking out of its double top. SIGA, the levels are pretty clean right now. I mean, you got to eyeball that 16 quarter. If it holds 15, there might be a small long off that price.
I don't really trade these names. So, you know, if you want to look at, I mean, I think you always want to trade the best name there, and that's going to be SIGA moving forward. I mean, Neil just talked about it. I like that 16 level up here. It's pretty obvious. If you break it, you go long. If not, that's an area to hold it. I mean, I think that these names are actually the easiest to play in the market. I mean, you don't have to. You can wait for key levels to break, to come back through. It's just, for me, I just look elsewhere. I mean, these kind of dump outs here, you just got to have your outs. Like if you were long on this name on Friday coming into it, look what happens right off the morning. 14 down to 1150 without even bouncing. And then you get a little bit of a nothing burger the rest of the day there. So we'll just wait to see. I mean, this is the chart here. There's 16, 15, 15, 50 looking at it. So it's a nice little move back and forth here. But again, very, very news dependent there. And if you believe the WHO for anything, then I don't think you've been paying attention for the last little while. The CDC and WHO have just been a nightmare, but it's great for stocks. I think you got to get close to selling some of this. You can get, actually, even right now in Ontario, there people are lining up to get shots here already. So I don't know who produces them or what here in Ontario, but you could see that this $15 level, I mean, it's right here. We're bouncing around. There's no surprise we're doing a lot of volume as we head into that. So yeah, I mean, it's a pick your poison type of day. I mean, none of us really use, you know, real amount of shares on this thing. Like, you know, even 1,000 shares, I think is pretty risky. I mean, you probably got to pay for shorts on this. So I would just say play your levels, understand what you're doing on these names, and go from there. For me, it's a little too risky to put in any kind of real capital because I haven't really traded these. But again, a breakthrough 15. I mean, this level exactly right there, 15.20. I could see us going through that. I mean, what does that look like here? On the 20-minute, that's not really going to look like anything. There's 15 exactly right there. So that's a good little level. And then what was that 15.20 look like? Yeah, that's where we're bouncing off right now as well. So 15.20 right into there. There's a lot of consolidation. So I think if you can break above this kind of nonsense, maybe 15.40 I like for SIGA. So I think we'll try the long there. If we stay down here, get it to go through 15.40. And you possibly, I mean, one of these is going to halt. I mean, it's just a matter of finding out which one. Where's the volume going to go? If it's going to be on SIGA, then I think you just want to be long this name instead of short. So I like this 15.40 break here on SIGA.
We were talking a little bit on Traeger on Friday. I believe there was a downgrade on Traeger. Here's Weber, guys, just out cutting their full year forecast and announcing their CEO will depart the company as well. Not a lot of volume here, but big flush here, down more than $1 right out of the gate here on this news. Again, new CEO coming, or at least the old CEO is departing, and they updated their Q3 and full year numbers here. They don't actually report again until September, so we'll have a look, see if any volume comes into that. Not, as I said, not a lot of volume so far on Weber, but big move down there. This is all you really need to know coming up this week. Here they are: Apple, Amazon, Google, Microsoft, Meta. They put Coke in here, I guess, just because it's scheduled for this week. But the biggest of the biggest earnings weeks coming.
100%. Well, I mean, you actually have, like, it's almost in all the sectors you get some of the big names too, because at the end of the week you get Chevron will be coming through, XOM. So it's a little bit of everything for the big names. Now, obviously, let's be real. Like, after what we saw last week with some of these, some of the advertising names. Oh yeah, that's right. Google's not going to be split adjusted. After some of the advertising names came through, online advertising, you saw the push to the downside. I mean, what happened to Google the last couple of days of that week were pretty intense, like a 115 down into that 107 level. So it's obviously a situation where there's a good chance that if they can buck some of these trends and beat, and S&P overall has not been as strong in terms of beating expectations as it has been previously. Actually, some of the weakest beats since, I guess, 2020 for most of these S&P names. But I look at Google and say, okay, there's a decent chance you've already sold enough of this, and all it has to do is meet expectations. Solid guide. We beat expectations, but have solid guidance, and then you have a bit of a ramp to go from. There was no buying on this. Realistically, when we talk about that split, there was just no bump on the split. There was no juice to it. No one was excited about it. The volume and the volatility wasn't really there like we would have possibly expected. So there's a chance everyone's just waiting around for the earnings to come through, and then you can find some support this week. Anytime you get a 2-day flush like this, you're probably going to put in a bottom that I think has some significance. That's why I'm just looking clean at that 107 that got made on Friday. I think that's the first level to look at. Obviously, you're going to have this floor here, and I always look at these floors and say, okay, well, they can be resistance, and that's that 111. It tried to go, 111 was support, 111 broke to the downside. We're diddling in the middle, we're at 109. So I like 11s and 7s on Google. Nothing too crazy about it here. It's not a good thing that it was down for 2 days in a row, but certainly it does give some more margin for positivity after their report, given how bad things were to end the week.
Yeah. Well, Google just had, I think it was just 1 day in a row, wasn't it? Because you had the day on Friday down to 107 there. Was cruising up to 115. I mean, Google was doing okay. I mean, I just think that, like I keep saying over and over again, we'll take some profit there, hopefully, on Snapchat there for 11 cents. But you know, Google, Meta were really hit there on Friday because of Snapchat. So, you know, you get some back-to-back negative days here for Meta coming through. They made a nice run up to that 186, 187 level before coming back in. But the thing is like Meta's nowhere near the bottom here like Google is, right? And so if you're going to look at Google, I think that like heading into report, this is the name that I think is getting ready to be in the most trouble, just because look where you are here on Google. I mean, you are right near the very bottoms of the range. I mean, there's not too many other stocks. If you're going to look at Apple, I mean, check out how good Apple's doing right now, right? So Google's down here at the bottom of its range, well below the 50 period, which is kind of a shame because it's my largest holding, and I really like Google. Obviously, look at Apple. Apple's breaking out to the upside the other way. Apple might have taken over, actually, as my largest holding based on this move, to be honest with you. That's Google, that's Apple. And then, so really, I think Google has some of the best forward-looking opportunities here in this market. Look at Amazon. So Google's down here, Amazon all the way up here. So it's like Google's really being outperformed by a lot of these other names, and they're going to the downside while a lot of these other big cap tech names keep climbing to the upside. The other one that's a little bit in trouble, and I'm not going to say it's in trouble, but Microsoft is already guided. They've already come out. So again, they're not near the bottom like Google is, but they're also not above the 50 period like a lot of these other names are. They're trying to get there right now today. So with that being said, I am going to leave Google alone because I don't have a good read on it. I think they're one of the strongest names, yet they're the weakest name on the chart. So we'll stay that away. What about Amazon right here? I really think that this is the one that you're going to want to trade here moving forward. I mean, look at the strength this has had over the last week. You bottomed out at 107 there, which makes sense. There's a few other little bottom ticks here at 103, 104, but there's 107. We held it. We came back in, held it again, and then just took off last week and then had a little dump off of a day there on Friday, like we talked about. The NASDAQ was down 2%. Really, I mean, such a garbage company like Snapchat sends the whole market wielding down there on Friday. So, I mean, these levels here, I think eventually get taken out. So any kind of a dip buy into 120, Amazon would be the name that I'm going to be choosing to go long today. So we have Amazon. And then again, what I really like too is this Apple break. I mean, Apple's been trading so well, again, off these bottoms, just go, go, go. If this market wants to take off, Apple breaking levels has been great. Every single time it tries to take out some of these levels, you get nice big moves to the upside. So it's held 150, it held 151 there, it held 152 right there, bounced down, held 153. So the idea would be that it holds 154 again. So here it comes back in right now. The NASDAQ was up 0.4. I sort of thought I'd wake up today and see a pretty negative day in this market, but we're actually up. So I don't really have an opinion on which way to go, just watching key levels. So a 156 break on Apple we like. These are all on the sticky note as well. And then Amazon, a dip down to 121. Where are we on Amazon? AMZN right now. Yeah, so this could happen easily. So a dip down in here into 121 where we bottomed out there on the 20th, bottomed out on the 21st, and then bottomed out on the 22nd. So, you know, some bottoms here at 21.20. If we can get that on Amazon, I think that's a go spot right there. And then we just wait out, man. We just got to wait for these big caps to come out, report what we think they're going to report, and trading accordingly. So I almost feel like any good news will get sold off and any bad news will get absolutely crushed. So you got to wait for these earnings plays to come through. It's not time to buy any of these yet. If there's one that I'm looking to buy on these crazy, crazy dips, it would be Google just because it's so underperforming.
Yeah, going to be very interesting here. It certainly hasn't been a groundbreaking earnings season so far, but it's been okay. It's been fine. So we'll see. Yeah, as they come through here, it's worth noting there are a ton of earnings estimates from analysts out this morning on all of these names ahead of their reports this week. We'll get into the watch list coming up here, guys, but Wells Fargo, that's the note this morning, 350 to 400 on Microsoft, but maintaining its overweight rating on Microsoft. I want to mention this as well. Fahad's favorite stock, Veru, back to the upside this morning. Not a huge move, but UK regulators supporting an expedited review of their COVID-19 therapy. So nice 3% bump so far here for VERU.
It just make sure you look at what happened to Veru on Friday because, I mean, stocks fell on Friday, but Veru was one of the uglier ones, falling from 60. Actually, it closed at 14 even, but falling from 16 bucks into 14. So putting into perspective the bounce that it's making here today. Now, interestingly enough, when you pull up the daily chart, I think it was when I was showing the SIGA chart, you had something very similar where you've actually been making a pretty solid trend to the upside. I mean, Veru bouncing off 14 here, if it can do so and bounce off the 50 period, you're making another run at that 17 high, which failed to break. It's still looking pretty strong and forming a nice little wedge up here. So, I mean, 14 is kind of obviously the line in the sand to watch for here today. Just keep in mind how weak this was at the end of last week. So, you know, the fact that it's only up 3%, a lot of times if you fall in that far, then you get a positive catalyst making a bounce like this, I'd expect maybe a little bit more juice. We'll see if there's actual volume that comes into this at the open. Right now, it's very, very sleepy. I'm not sure that's the kind of volume that's going to get it going off of this 14 level. But yeah, we hold this week. I mean, you've seen what happens The last couple of times it's managed to make a decent consolidation on a pullback. It's eventually you break out of that consolidation, it's fantastic. Other days it's only there for a day or two, but usually you get a shot when it's taking it out. This is just day one of this little bounce for Veru, but it could happen any point this week if it's going to take hold off that 14 level. And by the way, I saw some maybe one or two people talking about that one medical ONEM that's being bought by Amazon. Just keep in mind a couple of things if you are even looking at that stock today, that there is more scrutiny over the last week. There's a couple articles I was able to read, and more scrutiny over that deal with regards to people trusting Amazon with their medical information. So I would expect that you might see a little bit more risk in that. Like it could trade a little bit lower off of that 17 level. The deal's at $18. Maybe people are questioning whether or not Amazon should be allowed to have, I don't think it's an issue personally, but in terms of the size. But realistically, you can always see when that chatter comes through, a lot of times the regulators can have maybe a deeper look at it, or even just the risk of that can cause it to trade lower. But the upside there is just the $18. So like that stock's not giving you more than 17 to 18. That's probably taking a few quarters anyways.
Yeah, that's going to become under scrutiny there. Amazon's really stepping into everything. It's crazy. Good for them. I really like Amazon, honestly. I mean, any dip down to $100. I don't know. I'm going to have to review my portfolio here after all these tech names come out and report, because we'll see where they are after all of this. I want to talk about one more crazy one. We went to see Minions last night. It was a pretty good movie. It's only an hour and a half. It's very, very small. So the wife and us went. We did the 3D experience, and it was a lot of fun. And again, really packed. Like we went to the 5 o'clock show, and it was pretty busy there for a movie that's like 3 or 4 weeks out. I was really surprised at that. So especially Thor was there as well, and so was Top Gun, so it was pretty busy. The theaters were pretty packed there yesterday. So I just wanted to look at AMC again today because whenever I tweet, and thank you again, guys, like 106 likes. Like, thanks for that a lot. I got some grief from my wife. She's like, hey, you said crew, but I was there, and I forgot to include her there. So anyways, love you. But there it is, back down in here into $15, I think, here for AMC. I've written it down on here. Look for the higher break of 16 right now. AMC, too many A's here. Amazon, Alphabet, all that. They've come back in right now, AMD. They've come back in on 2 bad days from 19, almost from 19, from 1850, where you had some consolidation back in April, down in one more time into 16 again. So you're going to see about holding the $16 level right now on AMC. It has dumped down right now, but it is kind of barcoding here around this 15. So any kind of a dip to 15 gets us to that 1480, which we've talked about a couple times here. So I'm going to be on the bid down here, low 15, see if we get anything off the open, but then also well aware that we do have a 16 top break as well. So that order is not in, but I'm going to put it in right now. Breaking 16 to the long side, I like that one. And we'll get these guys going early there as the Apes want to come out and play here today on AMC. The day's high close to 16. Let's see if we can hold 15, but I like that $16 break. And I don't really want to play this in the middle. Like going long now at 15.50, something like that doesn't really, tickle my fancy too much here. I'd rather get it down here than in here, because then you have decisions to make. And it's like, would rather make that decision down here at 14.80 and only lose 20 or 30 pennies than possibly the other way around. And if I miss the long, well, then I'm only going to miss it for 30 cents, right? Or 40 cents. I am going to take the $16 break. So either way, I think we're doing pretty good. And I am on the bid down here at 55. Maybe we have to up that to 56, as Snapchat's low today is 55, and we're in this at 67 short. So a couple good ideas. Wow, there's still 35 minutes to go, 35 minutes to go before this market opens up on what should be a pretty mild Monday, I'm going to call it, ahead of what should be a mild Monday, wild week. There we go. A couple different plays there. So let's go over to Brennan and see what's going to start this day off with upgrades and downgrades.
Yeah, big week for sure to come, but yeah, as we said, maybe a little bit of wait and see for today. Notable names on here. It's worth mentioning it's a Monday, so there was 2 pages worth of analyst moves to get through this morning. Here are just a few of those. Some energy on here, WWE on here to the upside. AXP, we'll talk about that on the watch list this morning. 2 days in a row to the upside was so strong, if you remember, on Friday. And Snap, as I said, yeah, 12 analysts to the downside on Snapchat today.
Yeah, interesting to see WWE, though. I know Vince stepped down, So that's the big change that happened there. But oddly enough, on the daily chart, pretty interesting. It's not a stock that we're going to be day trading because the volume's pretty much never there. But yeah, 70, that stands out like an absolute sore thumb in WW. I think it's going to be worth at least a cursory look off that 70 level just to see if it can make a bit of a breakout. We'll see. I mean, this week is going to be more about earnings and the Fed than anything else. And, Sean has his play in AMC. I usually I like when there's a decision to be made because that gives me exactly where I'm out. AMC, I like it right here. I like it off of yesterday's consolidation. To me, when I look at this, yeah, do I like the 1480? Sure, we loved it when we were long back there before. But I see two separate trading opportunities. I see an opportunity off that 1480 in that pocket, 1480 to 15, and then I see the same pocket here after we made that significant bounce. If I like that level, we bounced essentially to 1540 and then broke out from about 1565 to 1570. So that gives you one trading pocket in here in front of those 40s, give to like 35 or so, and then it gives you another pocket 1480 to 15 even. I'd rather just sort of play both of those. If it rallies to the upside, I got a bit of a base. If it breaks down and then rallies there, then I'm willing to take that hit and then jump back in a second time. Now, this is the advantage, of course, being a day trader and being able to make multiple executions, trade all day long in a stock. But I just sort of see what happened the last time we got to these prices and understand that there was a lot of buying in this range, but where it turned wasn't always the same place. Like you had rallies off the bottom at 1520, and the next day you had rallies off of 1480, and the following day it was just a little bit lower than that 1480 price. Next thing you know, you're breaking out above. So I'm going to play this channel from where we dropped yesterday. Let's see if we can't get a bit of a bounce there going in AMC. I checked out GameStop to see if there was anything interesting there. Second day after the split, and man, didn't really see much of anything exciting. $40 on GameStop is still going to be a bit of a thing. But until this thing awakens itself, I guess we're not going to be too excited about it. It did not even get close to that $40 price. It's bouncing off 35 here, which I guess is a big level. But yeah, GameStop has been really weak. They just sold it off after that split.
Well, I'm just looking at Siga here. Yeah, I just put the order in to go 16 long here on that break, so I do like that break. And then we test all-time highs. You go to 16, 50, 17, 18 after that. So I think you got to give it at least 50 cents. So a 16 break up to 16.50 here on Siga, I think is really what you're looking for now. That, we just... Back on the 18th, the last time we did it, we stopped here at 16.27 or 25, let's just call it. So if it does break 16, I can't fault anybody for taking a quarter, but then I think you can get even higher on that break after. There's 16.50. I mean, that, like I said, that wick was only 16.25, and then you get to all-time highs of 17, and then breaking through 17.50 is next. So I think it probably, I mean, I don't know if it's going to go today, but if there's going to be a day where it's going to be on these days where the WHO comes out and declares monkeypox or chickenpox, whatever the heck it is, some sort of an outbreak, which it's crazy to even think about that, but I guess it is. Snapchat, we did already take a little bit of profit there. We went short as soon as we sat down, and again, out there for a little bit. Snapchat definitely threw us around on Friday a little bit. Was my worst stock, but was able to make a lot back once it calmed down near that $10 mark. And now today, you're down another 4% off of multiple downgrades. Tons of bad news coming here for Snapchat. I think Snapchat's probably dead forever until it eventually gets bought out. So, I mean, when 1 in 4, they said, or something like that, were like nude shots and things like that, I just, you can see what people are using it for, and it's just, if they're daily active users, which actually went up, that's a surprising thing. If that started to go to the downside, then I don't even know where this number would be right now. Tesla's another really super strong stock. I know we haven't really talked about that yet here today. It will be on the watch list though. But Tesla, there's some more stuff coming out with Elon, like him having like an affair with Sergey Brin's wife or something like that. Like from Google, it's absolutely crazy. This guy's pretty much lost control, I feel like, but the stock hasn't. The stock's lost control to the upside. It's broken huge here, and I still think you try to stay long Tesla, man. I mean, you're up another % today, and we're still going to look for that 830 to break. I feel like that's going to be a great little break level there, 828, 830, back up to the upside. So this name continues to work. That 830 got to 840. So again, like it's above the 50-period moving average. It's rocking off earnings. I hope that this is something similar to what we're going to see from a lot of these other names that come out very, very soon. Netflix. So basically, there's been Tesla, I don't want to include, I have to include Snapchat in this because of what it did to the market and all the social names, but Netflix is another name right now too that is right at a spot where like, I don't know, I'm debating selling. Like I don't have too much into this name, but you know, this has been a name that we've played off the bottom. We did buy first dips into 200. Then we bought some 172s. Our average price is like 186, 187. I was checking it out. Now this is the first time I bought, so it's not like my other names where, you know, we were already long up here and then we had to suffer through this. So Netflix is a pretty new position. I did raise some capital there with Tesla on Friday, and I'm thinking about, or was it Thursday? And then I'm thinking about, I think it was Thursday, and I'm thinking about doing the same thing here with Netflix as you get some of these double tops right now coming through. So right there and right there on a technical break of 230 is what we really want to happen here for Netflix. But watch out if this dumps below, man. 215, 216 to the short side here for Netflix. So if this market starts to throw up today, I think a Netflix short around 217, 216 is something that you're going to want to look at.
All right, let's bring in Arun here. Get a check of the overall market to kick off, as we said, a very important week back in positive territory here. Arun, ahead of the Fed, coming up Tuesday, Wednesday, ahead of the biggest earnings. What do we do today?
Well, today, the way that the market's come back, it's not giving you a whole lot you can do. I mean, it's going to be a big week, right? There's a lot of earnings, like you said, and then you got the Fed on Wednesday as well. So the fact that the market's taking a little easy right now, I think it's kind of expected until we get some earnings out and then the Fed. So for now, all we can do is work with levels up top, work with one level down below, and if the market wants to get close enough, then we'll make a move on it. 40-20 is going to be the top end level. That's going to be what we were kind of given as of Friday's trade. So 40-20 is going to be the top resistance level, and the bottom end I've got 38.90 as the support level. So the way I would work it here is if we come underneath 39.40, and that's still 40 points away, if we come underneath 39.40 and then kind of get underneath into the mid 30s, slow down, set up a long, then you have that 38.90 to work with on the potential long. And to the upside, given that the market's up and it is looking like it's somewhat strong. So we're going to respect the strength and see how far it wants to go before it starts to taper off. If you get to 4,000 and it starts to slow down a bit, and we could maybe set up a sell, again, a short, it needs to set up though, right? Because the strength is to the upside, we need a solid setup for the short. If we were to set up on the short side, then 40-20 would be the open trade to the short. And of course, if you get the breakout through the top, then there's going to be a new level once you get the breakout north of 40-20 for a long as well. So those are the only two trades. I wouldn't really force anything until we get more action, either through the through the earnings reports or through the Fed.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. Arun will be in the building tomorrow. Been a while, so we'll look forward to having Arun with us tomorrow. Let's jump into everything else you need to know heading towards the open this morning. That's the link to the watch list, guys. We send it out every day before we come on at 8:30 for free. Grab that every single morning. Let's go to Snap. Obviously, we were discussing it, but we'll dig in a little deeper here. As we said, 12 analyst downgrades, including Morgan Stanley with a double downgrade to sell on Snapchat today. I was reading over the weekend. It was kind of interesting. The daily active users way higher than Twitter, but the revenue's still lower than Twitter. And there was a very high percentage, I was trying to find the number, but it was a very high percentage of those daily active users that were essentially just messaging their friends back and forth on Snapchat. So not really using the photo side of the application, but just as a DM platform more than anything. So 2 days in a row here, big move down, guys.
What are we talking about? Snapchat? Yeah, Snapchat. So we're already sure. I'm still trying to figure. I'm messaging Arun right now to make sure I didn't screw this up because I don't have him coming in tomorrow, but he's gonna.
I think it's next week.
No. He's trading
for other reasons.
Okay, that's fine. We were confused. It's like both Sean and I are here tomorrow.
Yeah, okay, good. So I just wanted to make sure because we got to double check with Arun when we're out. So I was like, oh, don't tell me I gave him the wrong days. I'm not here Friday or Monday. Okay, here comes Snapchat. Nice little move to the downside, obviously. We've talked about that on Friday. No real look here at any of the moves for Snapchat on Friday. I mean, it was just a disaster all the way down. We thought maybe 11 had a chance to hold. It didn't even come close to holding. In the a.m. It was great. It did hold this 1080, 1090. Then it just managed to just crash pretty much all day. It did give you, so this is the thing about it off the open here. Remember, it was earnings and everything, so it was pretty bad there for this. But like, this is a big move from 17 all the way down. So that's that big move. You pretty much couldn't catch any of that. That was on Thursday. And then you came in here, and then this is what we're looking at. So look at this dump right off the open. But then it did have a little chance to get back going there, right? So we actually, it's too bad my trades aren't here, because we were long into this. Then we had some longs off the bottom at that 1055 before eventually that broke. And once that broke about midday, well, I guess it broke at 1030, then it just started to collapse to the downside. And then you're able to play off of some of these 10s, because 10s were back and forth with that bottom of 992. And then anyways, long story short, that didn't last very long either. Came all the way back down, started bouncing off 990, 10 bucks came into play, and then you're going to get the close where I don't know. It was, I mean, I remember we were catching some flack there on Friday for looking at this name, but we were just like, you know what? We're just going to keep shorting this name. So we did that all afternoon, and unfortunately the ticks aren't in here, but it never broke higher. This was that level that I'm looking at right now. It's 1015. I wrote it down here on the sticky note that the level we were really concerned with was 1020 because we didn't break through that 1015. So, oops, I want to go the other way. So if you're looking at this, yeah, it's hard to look at this, but there it is right here. That's that 1015 level. So I say I'm going to be short until that breaks, and if it breaks, then I'm wrong, and we go on from there. So right now, down goes Snapchat as it's breaking now through 50. Hopefully, we're already short. You get a big candle right there, bang. I don't know why that just happened, but a minute ago, hits to the downside. We're sitting on the bid. We're already short here at 67, and I just think that this is the play that you want to stay on all day until it breaks back above that $10, and then when it does, you look at it. So, yeah, downgrades today galore. Not great news for them. I mean, imagine if Meta comes out and misses as well, and Google talks about ads. I mean, I just don't see really daylight for this name until you get down to like $5, which is some of those or after the pandemic, post-pandemic right away levels there for Snapchat. So I'd say there's a lot more pain to come on this name, and I don't really know where the bottom is. So I'll just keep shorting it until it breaks tops.
If Google and Meta miss, there isn't the bottom. Not this week anyways for this stock. So the only other level I'll look at is simply because 990 was the bottom, and then when retail came in, that's where they dumped it from. I'm just looking to short a pop in Snap. I like the 990 level. If he gets back up to those Friday afternoon highs, sure, fair enough. The other stock to watch here is going to be Pinterest. Maybe not as weak today. It's basically flat on the session, but going to be under tremendous pressure as well, being in this space, and a name that has not managed to break out of its low recently. So the May low at $16, still very much in play with what happened with Snapchat, with what we're likely to be able to see happen with Google and Meta coming this week. This is a stock that if it breaks that level, we love these monstrous like daily chart, just walls or shelves. A shelf is a better way to put it here. We break through this, and you're in a world of hurt for something like a Pinterest. So that's the one I want to watch this week. Like Snapchat, we saw break. It broke that 1150 on its daily chart, and then just got smoked to the downside. In a week like this, you can anticipate that on any weakness, we are going to see that $16 on pins be put to the test. And there's not a heck of a lot below that price either. And it works both ways, right? Like that can end up turning into potential support as well for pins. But add that one to the watch list this week for sure.
Chip stocks, chip makers were relatively weak on Friday. There was a downgrade to Micron Friday morning that kind of kicked off some selling in the pre-market, and a lot of question marks around this chips bill in Washington. Will it happen? Will it not? Will the Republicans get on board? Will they not in its current form? So a lot of question marks, I guess, dragged the group down on Friday with the overall market, but we are trying to bounce a little bit this morning. New manufacturing deal for this one, Intel up 0.4. I mean, they're all in or about that same area, about 0.5% to the upside for the entire group. But going to be important to hold some of these levels from Friday, I would say, for some of the chip makers.
Yeah, you said it right. Like Intel's up slightly, but NVIDIA's down 1%. You've got AMD, which is trading close to down that 1%. I mean, there's Intel up, 0.5% or so, or just slightly less than that, because they got that deal. And not necessarily. There was no financial details on that deal that Intel signed, but respectively, it's a large enough company. So I think it's like MediaTek is like $300 billion market cap or something. So it's a pretty decently sized company, but there's no financial details. So really not a lot to dig into there. NVIDIA's got, you talk about key levels that need to get held. Yeah, like NVIDIA, this is a pretty big one. We get to this 169 on NVIDIA. Like if you look at resistance turning into support, that's about as big as it's going to get. So 168 to 169 on NVIDIA is kind of where I'm looking at as your, I guess, line in the sand of today, for lack of a better word. And then I just look at the top end of this channel last week, or at least was the bottom end of the channel, and is now the pre-market highs. This 174, 175. So that's my resistance on NVIDIA. But if we get any dip in this market, it's going to be a pretty key test down here, 168, 169, where I'd be looking to pick up NVIDIA on longs. If you are watching Intel and you think it's going to be relatively strong, it's pretty sleepy. That $40 level, I just feel like with this, until the chip bill gets signed, finding resistance levels have been pretty effective on Intel. You can see what happened last week with that 41 area, and I'm kind of looking at the floor there of 40 to be the same thing. So if it continues its strength, I'm looking at 40 for some shorts, but NVIDIA's got the more enticing levels, 168 to 169. That's a big support level for NVIDIA there. AMD's got an 87, which looks almost as good. Trade's not showing up. We were trading off of that in the afternoon on Friday, and that had a decent support level down at 87. Maybe not as significant as NVIDIA's. You go back on NVIDIA's and it just has a little more juice to it, but the 87, pretty key level there for AMD. We start to get below these floors and they're all gonna fall. Just keep in mind, Micron's been pretty weak as well. Intel will have more room to fall because they got the positive catalyst today if it does reject that 40 even, and I feel like that's the resistance level that comes first, would be the Intel 40.
Okay, so on the sticky note here, we just talked really about AMD only. So, buying dips down to 85 where the rally started. I think that's the important thing here for AMD. The same thing with NVIDIA. I mean, we rocked NVIDIA last week for a couple big wins, or was it the week before? I don't know. We'll see if we can do it again here on a lot of these names, man. Like $85. And this is what I mean. This was on the 20th. So the beginning of last week, we started to sort of consolidate right there. It was the start of that breakout. $85 up to 92, almost in a straight line there. And then a couple bad days come back in for the end of the week there. So what like Arun was saying, we have the Fed coming out. You're going to have all of these earnings coming through. 87, yeah, for a break is great on AMD to the downside, but there's no way that I'm longing this name until we get back into here. $85.70, $86. Like, let's see what happens into that consolidation there for AMD. We traded it. Let's see what we did on Friday. Okay, so basically we were just going long here at 88, 89 before dumping it out. Yeah, AMD was pretty much a mixed day. This was good. Should have been a good trade. I remember when it dumped out and then it ripped the rest of the day. That was bad. Couple longs here. We've only really been looking long on AMD, as you can see throughout here, but there hasn't been really big winners unless you sort of took some risk at the open. So, you see the open there. Big time move down to 85 and then it popped to 90. Same thing here. Same thing here, down to 82, closed the day 86, right? And then you go back to what was happening last little bit. Here's a little bit of consolidation, a dip down, based out before ripping. So we'll see if we can do the same thing here. Big move down before that move back up. So here today, we could get a similar thing where it's at 87 now, and look at this move. So on Friday, we opened the day at 90. We didn't bottom until 88, so that is that $2 down. So let's see if we can get a very similar reaction here to AMD today, and then try to play off of this 85 sort of consolidated area. We'll start buying around 85 mids, and then what I said was the ultimate bottom could be this 84. So we don't want to hold this to the grave, but we'll hold it to 84 if we're completely wrong. But I feel like you can get out of the way, because if this market just keeps tanking, then you don't have to just keep averaging in. You just got to wait for the prices that you like. That's why I'm sitting on Amazon down here near 121 AMZN, down here near, it's coming in a little bit closer here now as well, as this name's starting to dip down a little bit. We were just at 123, and look at that, just like in 1 minute you can go down 50 cents here in the pre-market. So there are, here it comes even lower now. So there are some key levels that are going to be coming into play here, and I'm already sitting on the bid of AMD, Amazon, AMC, and then obviously we still are short Snapchat. So the A's I'm looking to buy here today.
All right, let's talk Tesla here. As Sean was mentioning, still strong, still up in the pre-market here. A second SEC subpoena coming Elon's way for that 2018 go private 420 funding tweet, if you remember. This is not the first time this has happened. There was basically no reaction this morning when this came out. But add this on top of everything else that's going on right now surrounding Tesla, surrounding Elon, surrounding Twitter even. Yeah, a lot of question marks still.
Yeah, leaving the personal stuff aside from Elon, let's also remember how strong Tesla was last week, just in a general sense after the earnings, right? Like carrying the market on its back for consecutive mornings, certainly. And I look towards the end of that move, I suppose, on Thursday, and then where we managed to at least hold at the end of the day on Friday, 808 to 810. I think that's sort of that obvious line that if we can't hold this, I mean, 800 fine, sure enough, that could be a little bit of something, but it's just got to be this 808 to 810 area first. If Tesla can make a bounce off that, I think we're going to still be relatively strong. It's not going to lead the way necessarily in terms of people's attention this week when it comes to earnings, but after the strong move that it made, just remember how it can manage to hold the market up at key levels when it's continuously trying to break, and then when Tesla makes a turn, the market gives it up, and that's what we saw on Friday up at that top. I thought it would be more like an 850 top, on Friday, and then it ended up holding out until 840. So those breakouts didn't quite get you to that 850 level. Not terribly sure that we see that. It does feel like we could end up more sideways than anything else, at least until Wednesday. But yeah, I just like that support level on Tesla. Not really looking at shorts. It would probably have to break down, get below this 810, hold below that price, then start putting that in as resistance. Otherwise, I'll be waiting for 850. So my first look is to be long off that 808, 810. Just got to make sure you catch a little bit of a bounce. What I found at 930 is if you throw something out at that level and it churns right through you, and all of a sudden, like, you get the long and you're $4 or $5 out. That's not the way you want to catch it. Like, you'd almost rather have it bounce off 8. And if I'm going to be off base by a few dollars, then I want it to have bounced at my level, and then I just pay up off that level and then have a stop area to the downside, as opposed to just sort of getting in and then it's instantly against me and I'm hoping for a bounce. I'd rather try to play a bounce, and if that bounce is false, at least I have an idea where to get out.
Yeah, I think, honestly, I sold Tesla a little bit into that strength last week, and it was at 818 or something like that, so it was going to be on that Thursday. We didn't get anything like that on Friday. Well, actually, Friday was up here still. I just feel like you're gonna still have to take out that 840, right? So, man, it was such a good. It wasn't even a great quarter, but it was good enough to get this stock rallying and breaking through some of these days here and some of this momentum resistance. And it broke through, and it carried the momentum right to the upside. We had an $11 or $12 winner one time there on earnings. We only traded it that one time, and we didn't even trade it at all on Friday, I don't believe, anyway. Well, I didn't, I should say. I don't know. You probably.
Yeah,
maybe you did. Yeah, maybe I did too. I just don't remember it being super memorable. But we'll wait down here again. I still think it comes back in, especially if we start to miss on these next couple of reports. I think this is one of the more dangerous stocks to hold long right now. And I'm not just saying that because I got out. I still do hold. It still is a percentage of my portfolio. There's no doubt about that. I think you got to be into some kind of Tesla. But it's just like taking a little bit of profit. I think it's worked really well. Their margins are compressing here a little bit. I don't know if Elon's super concerned, right now about Tesla. They've come out, they've reported, they've said what they've had to say. Their gigafactories still are producing tons of cars. They're just like outproducing everybody right now. And if you want to buy an electric vehicle, it's pretty much going to be a Tesla until some of these other companies like Rivian and Lucid and Fisker and Ford and GM all can start to produce, to the fact where you can go into a dealership and actually buy a car. That would be nice. So I think that right now Tesla's just getting the benefit of that. Obviously, their market share percentage will continue to decrease as more and more people come into the electric vehicle space, but that market itself just keeps getting bigger and bigger. So I don't think there's ever going to be a problem selling Tesla vehicles. I'm interested to see if they ever got a truck on the road. I mean, I think that they've missed a huge opportunity there, letting a company like Rivian coming in with the R1T, letting Ford come in with the F-150. So I do think that there's a missed opportunity there, and that could be a catalyst to the upside, right? Just adding more vehicles to their fleet. So that could be something coming through for Tesla as well at some point. But hey, you're still above the 50 period. It's still a good name here to trade. I just get worried about it. Like, you break this 810 shelf here, which could happen today. I mean, you'd think that the market's going to turn red. Well, if Tesla turns red and you hit this down a percent, that's another $8, right? So if you're going to give this down a percent and a half on the day, then you are going to test this 810 area, and that would be a level for me that maybe you can test along, coming some back, bringing it back to that $800 level, sort of where we were on that earnings report day when we started to break through 800. So I would think that Tesla still has a lot to go to the downside here, and I would look for 810 for some support.
Just seeing some comments from Janet Yellen, apparently making some comments right now saying the U.S. not in a recession, but a slowdown. This note this morning talking about PMI, kind of suggesting the same thing. Market PMI back to the downside. But yeah, all about earnings, as we said, all about big tech earnings to come this week. Is there a trade, though, today, guys, in these big tech names?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's going to be trades across the board for most of these, and obviously, like Meta's going to be in play. Last week they had a big move, like Sean said, like Snapchat bringing a lot of names down, and this happened the last time they tanked on earnings, right? Like you got to pull back in a lot of these names. Now I just go back and look at the significant price levels, and this 166 here on Meta going back into last week. You started the week there. And it looked like, before Snapchat, it looked like you had a chance to end up above that 180 mark. So we're right back to this 166 being the support. If I pull back just a little bit further, you'd be able to sort of see you had previous resistance into support. That's what I generally like about a level. When it's already shown you that, I think it's got a better chance to try to hold up here. 170, if you look at this, that 170, that was just a bit of a wall in the afternoon. Like from about 1 o'clock or 12:30 for the rest of the day, it was just trying and churning to get through that 170 mark. So those are the two things I have standing out. I'm on the bid in Meta to catch that bid. It does set up for the pop and fade off of 170. Like if it's about $1.50 from that, well, actually check that, a little bit less than that, like $1.20 or so away from that 170 level. So if it does push up at the open, fail that price, you'd have a short essentially in front of that 170 level. And then of course there's a breakout through if it holds a bit above 170. You have to give it a few pennies above that price. It's not a very clean break at all. It's more like a 170 quarter as that level. So Meta's definitely one. I think every day this week Meta's going to be on the radar for some trades, especially if it's in the down part of this channel. Just quickly before we move on, Rev B made a big volume spike there. Looks like they had positive allergy treatment trial data. So you had the gap up. It had sold off really heavily, 175, all the way back to 115, and is now taking off here again. So just be careful. This has a huge double top right at this 165 area that it had some trouble getting through. And then that 175, that's huge. And I remember because I had that breakout on Rev B and lost on it a few weeks ago. Like that 175 was a wall. They sold the crap out of that thing when it got up there. So if it does the same pattern, huge spike up, make the high, fail it, make a lower high, and then dump it. And that was about 155, 160. So that's the thing it's trying to not do today. But look at the last time it made this gap, guys. And I don't know if you can see it. The last time it made this kind of a gap, there's your push, first failure, tried to go a second time, and then it failed, and then absolutely got crushed. Gap up, first failure, trying to make the second run. If it follows this pattern again, you'd be back at $1 pretty quickly. So my first thought is it should be a fade for me off of that 175 price. Just looking at the pattern last time. That $1, by the way, probably defensible. You might see me on that bid if it does fall that far.
Just big cap tech again. We'll go on this. You'll see me trading it all day, of course. But this Apple down here at 153, I think that 153.50. We held that there on Friday. That's going to be a level to watch out for to break short there. And it also does have the strength to break higher through 156. Apple's been an absolute monster over the last couple days and weeks. So well done anybody that was able to pick this up. But I just heading into Fed, heading into the report on Friday or on the 28th, which is going to be Thursday, I just get a little nervous that maybe it has come up a little bit too much here, and that Apple might not be the name that's going to lead this market to the promised land. But we're going to wait to see because they've again reported pretty strong iPhone sales there. We know that their COVID's been turned around there in China, back up for operation again with Foxconn on and whatnot there for Apple. So I think that their production will be pretty good. I just get a little nervous about that bottom there at 153. Like, all the market has to do is turn on Apple, and when they do, then they're going to hit that to the downside there. So I'm looking at that 153 as a possible break. But again, if you're looking at the 20-minute, and our charts aren't the greatest here because there's a few wicks on them, but right into here, there's 153.50. So right into here is 152.50. So if you're going to put a line somewhere, I was just thinking, if you're going, where's my line? Right here. If you're going to take like a 153 break, we bounced off of 153, 152.50 a couple times last week. So just look out for that level as a possible hold. And then right there where we opened on the 20th or so, around that 151 would be another area there. So, Apple could come in, play around these levels today. It wouldn't surprise me if Apple's down about $1.20 here from today. So, Apple, another name to watch out for. Obviously, we like that Meta breakthrough 170.50. That's going to be great if the market wants to go. Snapchat's starting to go a little bit here now as well. So there's Apple. What was that little spike for right there? 154 to 156. Like,
that's not real.
I don't know if it's real or not, but it just happened on. It probably just D-prints there. So D-prints coming through. So watch out for Apple. Yeah, now they're all pouring through here. 150. Like, these are going through a lot. See, they're all one share here, so that's something to look at when you're looking at these prices. One share. The time is right now. A lot of D-prints going off. So if your charts are going a little crazy right now on Apple, that's why. But I like the dip buys there, but I'm a little concerned about that 153.50 break to the downside. Before we go to Brendan, we haven't even looked at imbalances yet. So with NASDAQ coming out in a second, we have Twitter on the sell side, pretty mixed out here. You're going to see NASDAQ come out, so you're going to see Apple move a little bit right now. And no, Apple did not move at all. So Zila is always on there as, a nothing stock there. Rivian and Lucid both buys. We were just talking about and then they just got paired off. So those automotive names were just there as buys as well. So maybe there is going to be some sort of pressure coming on Rivian today as those buys just got gobbled up real quick there. 32.80 coming through for Rivian. Let's just see what that looks like on the chart. Oh yeah, that's right. I remember on Friday. So we do have some of these bottoms here coming in. I remember playing off these. So 31 bottom here for Rivian is what we really like. It was that 31.50 break and 32.50 break that happened when Rivian announced that deal with Amazon again about that they still planned on grabbing those trucks from them. It was the break to the upside. So watch out for Rivian down here on dips as well. 31.50. But if you don't think that Tesla's going to go today, then you might want to watch out for Rivian because a break of this 31.50 sends this thing back into the 30 level. So watch out. There could be some big time movement here in the EV space, especially if Tesla does a little dance.
All right, let's get you a couple of small caps to go along with it this morning. SIGA, obviously monkeypox related. There's this high going back to last week, which is 1480. Otherwise, I'm going to give it all the way to the high, which is 1625, pre-market high, that is. But already coming off a long, long way here on decent volume through to 14. This is 12 down here from Friday after, pretty disastrous day on Friday. There's that CMRA, I believe it is as well. Another one, not monkeypox related, had its own positive news this morning. Little one trying to fade off as well. Great to see everyone with us this morning. Take a sec, guys. Smash the like. Big week ahead. Back over to you guys.
Yes, sir. Big week ahead. One of the names on our watch list, actually all of the Chinese names, but Alibaba in particular on our watch list. Once again, the Chinese government sort of claiming or coming out and denying that they put a third tier in to help firms be able to get compatibility to stay listed with regards to the requirements in the U.S. So BABA, it's flat, but I've been shorting the stock for a while, at least almost every single day since it failed that 200 period. I've been looking for short trades. Now it's broken the 50 period on the daily. So there's like last week or a couple weeks ago you break the 200. Now you're breaking the 50 period. Heck of a lot of downward momentum. It held 100. That's what you can say for it here. But that 103, 105, 107. Now I'm playing 103. So shorts into that price. It was your early morning resistance level. If it does a pop, that's where I want to fade into. It's tricky diddling off 100 because I could see it catching a little bit of support there. I just got into Snap myself. So obviously, yeah, I mean, look, these dark pool wicks, by the way, they're just block prints. I know there's a lot of conversation in the chat about them. Are they legal, this and that? It's just late reported prints to the tape, and it can be deceiving, but there'd be more volume to this move if it actually had pushed that high. But I just got to fill there at 74 in front of 75. I like that 990 level first, and then working off of that. Now, I think it was about 1010 to 1015 in the afternoon. Got AMC to the long side already, and that Rev B, keep an eye on this one. That just put in that big spike. A couple of minutes ago, Rev B, not Revlon. I haven't talked about Revlon in a while, but Rev B put in that spike. I'm looking at that 175. You pull that chart back to the 15-minute, and you'll sort of see the pattern that it's had when it gets these gaps up. If it doesn't take out, if it fails the pre-market high at the open, it's usually fallen really heavily, let's just say. I mean, I'm trying to use a word that's not saying just crapped all over itself, but that's essentially what it's done when it's failed that pre-market high. So watching that 175 for a fade on Rev B. We had to pay for shorts on this one, but it was reasonably priced. And for anybody watching this HKD from last week, be very careful. Another one of those newly listed Chinese internet companies that had a huge move. It went $18 to 78. It's ridiculously expensive to short this. When it comes down, if you're long this thing, when it comes down, it could easily be, by the end of the week, back down to like $10, $15, $20. Just be very careful trading. Spread's gigantic. Liquidity is non-existent. I'm not really looking to trade it unless it gets to like $100, and then it's like an obvious short.
All right, yeah, Tony's going to be on the bell, so thanks, Tony. You're going to see him very, very quickly here. 153.40 there on Apple is kind of that breakdown low that I'm looking to hit right now as the NASDAQ does come in. We do average in, obviously, to our Snapchat trade as well. We're thinking about higher highs on that one. Anything near 10, we're going to try to load that one up. There's Apple. I do have that break ready to go. And then my AMC play for myself would be a little bit lower than where we are now. Obviously, we talked about that. My AMC bid's down here near 15.10. So we'll see. We're going to play at that 1480 level. But here we go, man. AMD just dove, as someone just said there in the chat. So we will have a look at that because we don't need to get our bid in that one if it does come back in. Yeah, here we go. Not too much longer. Let's go.
Ring it.
All right.
The open creeps up on you fast sometimes, but obviously, oh my goodness, right now. So I already took my entry on AMC, and then it immediately just dumped to the downside. Come on, load chart, load. Just dumped in. I took my stop out at that bottom. I'll only re-engage if it can reestablish this level or get down to 15 even. Snapchat falling immediately. Tesla just fell to 813, so not quite into our target range where we look for. It's already down to 813.
Wow.
So if it can find that bottom, that 808, 810, that's where I look to pick it up. Rev B is churning to the upside, so it looks like it's making a charge of that 175. Snap short's working, but Rev B is getting right into that target zone, that 175. And then lastly, but not least, I don't want to hate on Sega, but it's all the way down to $14. Not much of a bid just yet for SIGA. It looks like it's it might have had its best days in the pre-market here.
Yeah, maybe. That's what we're waiting for, that 16 to break as well. But we're just going to go 2 for 2 here already. Drop some cash down as we have a nice little win for us on Apple. It does come into that 154 level that we talked about, even on the sticky note right there. So now we will hold that. We've been taking it out because the market did turn red. So that 154 bid, we just want to test that long. It looks like it's going to work out fine for us. We're long at 154.03 and already taking out some profit there as we've ripped up to that upside. Boom, boom, boom now. And hopefully we can get something out. VWAP is at 50. We are waiting here to get more out. There it is. We just got AMC. So here we go. This is the AMC trade that we wanted on board. We talked about being patient for this. And so now let's wait. We have this AMC trade long at 15.10, trying to play. And again, we called this. We did the work. We looked at it. We called this play for AMC. Let's see if it can hold out. We are looking for a little bit more here at 1480 was going to be our drop down spot there, right there, 1480. So if that comes into play, we'll take some more shares, but we got to wait for that level first. And there it is, a nice little 7-cent win so far here on that name. And there goes Apple again contractual. We got to spin that for a 60-cent win there on Apple to start the day. So far, so good here, guys.
But Google just broke the high of the day. If you're looking for relative strength, yeah, you might have found it over there in Google. I just got more shares in, not AMC just yet. I'm actually on the bid in front of 15, but haven't got that fill yet. I was able to get more shares of Snap. That's squeezing to the upside, but Google looking relatively strong. There we go, second entry on AMC there. And Tesla, yep, there's that bounce. And if you stand in front of it, like the falling sword, sometimes you catch it, but it just bounced off of 811. So that bounce at 810, that has happened. It has been put into play. I don't want to chase this move now too far. What I would like to do, like I said, is buy it off of that level if I can. Like the 812 to 814 would be the entry price for Tesla there. If it can go, fair enough. I'm going to get over to pins in a second because Snapchat's starting to go. Pinterest, still relatively weak. So I think this name probably has yet to make its big time flush. If Snap's going to get squeezed to the upside, interesting that Pinterest goes nowhere. And I am in Rev B short off of that high. If it gets through that top, I mean, the out is pretty clean. That's a 175 top right there. I'll have a 175 out.
Remember in the pre-market when I said Tesla is going to go to 810 and probably pretty quickly as well? I mean, look how easy that one was. I don't have the trade on, but that's exactly, I mean, that was the level that we talked about, going long at that 810. So we don't have it, but at least we mentioned it. It's not working out. It was working out perfectly. I don't have it, but that was a great in there at that bottom. We did call that move. It sucks because we're not in it, but that's a good wait for you guys. Hopefully you're able to, take some of that advice and see where we go with that name. Apple's already cruising. Man, we're 75 cents in the money on that, and 80 cents, 85 cents now in the money on Apple as there it goes. Again, look at this move. Yes, buddy, Apple. We're also waiting for a 156 break on Apple as well, so I think that can come in pretty fast. There goes Snapchat. We did get a 90 short there, so our average price now coming into 83, so we'll put some more bids down in the 70s. We were able to get an 80 at first and then taking that out, so there. Now we're back. Oh, we got a 90, and then that goes right back down into 80. So, yeah, that would have been a winning trade for sure. Rivian flushing, yeah, no surprise there. Look, there's a reason I got out of Tesla, guys, on that. So here comes Rivian all the way back down. Watch out for this 32 break, I guess, here on RIV, and we probably got to pay for shorts, which I don't have, but there it is. It's going to break, and it's going to be see you later on that one. At least I'm really happy that we called that Tesla would possibly be one of these moves here today back in, but again, watch out. There's a hit job out, as you guys know, with all that negativity out there on Elon and whatnot. So just be careful with some of these plays. I just wonder where we're going to go from here. Tesla, I think we see 800 today after this move.
Watch out for NIO as well. NIO actually, I showed you Alibaba, but NIO has broken its 50-period moving average on the daily as well. And now testing below this $19 level. So at the open, you're below that floor from Friday. This is one that certainly has a lot of room to the downside if it continues to fall. So it's just like Alibaba in terms of the chart. And you've just put a failed breakout in off that 19 area. That's an ugly looking wick, and those are real. It went 19 to 1930 and then flushed back in. I've averaged some more shares into Snapchat as well. If Tesla doesn't hold 810, you can pretty much imagine what's going to happen to NIO below that price. And Tesla, as I say that, has broken 810. I'm going to have some shorts in this stock almost for sure, adding NIO to the list of names that I want to be short in. NVIDIA, as the market flushes, NVIDIA comes right into that 168 level. This is where I wanted to buy the dip on the first of the chip names. And it looks like buying the dip is the only what longs that we're going to get because nothing is breaking out. We're just testing these lows. I got to get over to that NIO short because with Tesla now holding that 810 area, it's going to be decision time for NIO. If NIO cannot hold 19 even and Tesla can't hold 810, the NIO short is actually the lower hanging fruit. Brendan?
In this note on Weber this morning, guys, CEO being replaced, I guess, on his way out. Just saw a day low alert there on decent volume, so back to the downside here. Finally, a bit of volume for Weber.
All right.
That was a huge move.
Wow. It's so sad that we called that Tesla move and we didn't do anything about it. So, yeah, that's kind of got me in a mood already here. So that's okay. We'll figure it out, and we should have just had that short. That was a pretty... whatever. I guess I can't say it's too easy if I don't have it, but we are in Apple, AMC, and Snapchat right now, and hoping that those ones can continue their moves, obviously, to the downside here. But Snapchat's actually holding out pretty good. Was not expecting that, considering what this market's doing. Be very, very careful. I just canceled my AMD bid. So we were down here at $85, and the way this market's come in now, AMD's down that 2%, so you got to be very, very careful trying to catch any of these swords. But we are going to wait still down here near this 85 bottom, for an ultimate bottom down there. So we'll have to wait to see if that's something that's coming through there. I just heard in the background SIGA up to 14, so that makes sense, that 14 bottom. I'm still waiting for a top break of 16 for SIGA, or I don't touch it. So that's going to be another name there to look at as Snapchat back down into the 80s, giving us that win one more time here. We're going to go perfect today, man. AMC, Apple, and Snapchat all coming through. Come on, AMC, let's get going here off that bottom. I think we're waiting for something at 17. No, we're waiting at 19s. So here we go. If we could take a little 9-cent win on the first piece here of AMC, and then we'll see how much higher that wants to go off of that 15 bottom, guys, AMC.
Yeah, and just watching Snap, it's still trying to get past that pre-market high, those levels from Friday. So if you go right back over to this 10-10, we just rolled over at 10 even. Looks like it's going to put in that resistance right at that floor from yesterday's trade. AMC, second trade in is going to look like it's going to, yeah, we go. It just got to the upside a little bit and took some profit. But Tesla just just broke 809 and tested 808. By the way, like NEO holds 19 even, so I was actually anticipating on that breakdown you'd see NEO below that 19 price. So suddenly NEO a little bit stronger than I was anticipating. I'm going to go back to Alibaba as well, the Chinese name. This is me canceling those threes. BABA just falls immediately below that $100 mark, so tons of weakness in BABA still after it failed every day last week. I'm going to have to look back to this 100 level. If I can't get 103s, it might just have to be this 100 level that we play off of. Snap, not really doing a heck of a lot. Rev B, put the break at that high of the day. Always going to have my stop pretty clean at that top, but it hasn't extended through. So we had the short in front of 75s. It broke 75. Still no bid above that price. I want to see the sellers come back in before I would short back into that name. Tesla falling like an absolute rocket. Shoot through 810. That's why I didn't want to stand in front of that level. At this point, Tesla looks like they're giving back some of that profit. There was a muted bounce there. If you stood in front of it, you could have got $5, but realistically, I'm just sort of glad that we were waiting for it to consolidate, and then it didn't consolidate at all. NEO gets below that 19. I do want that short, but clearly Tesla's a little bit weaker than NEO right now.
Yeah. Oh, man, that Tesla. And again, now I'm happy we sold over there the other day, but still not great there. Apple, we can check out that. I mean, we got a nice high side offer there at 155. So, 154 bids up to the upside. Now, we only have now like 5% of what we initially had on that trade. So not much left here for Apple on the high side. But again, still looking at this 153.50 as a break spot there for Apple. I might just get out of this one and then not have to worry about it, but I still think there is some kind of an upside. Snapchat did come down into the 80s, so we did take a piece out there for Snapchat in the 80s, so that could be something. If I'm just surprised at how strong this name is, I don't know. Like maybe it was overcooked to the downside there, Snapchat. So we're gonna have to wait for that. All right, AMC did come out. We got the 17s, we got the 19s, and now we're rocking again. Spin it on this one as there goes AMC to the upside, man. And again, we gave this one to you literally to the penny. 15.10 is where we grabbed this. It does go as low as 15. So far so good here on that one. The only thing that we're worried about right now is we're at a good spot for us, man. We're making some money today, that's for sure. But Apple, AMC, and Snap, the only one to really concern here is Snapchat, but we still have that 10 area to worry about, which is coming up here pretty fast. So watch out for Snapchat up to the upside. Sega moving around?
Yeah, Sega actually just made a pretty convincing bottom at $14. There are a couple of wick bottoms, and now trying to churn back into the upside. This is about the only level that it had left to hold. And we did talk about this on the higher time frame that Sega was following that 50 period. So if it could catch any kind of a bounce here and then try to hold higher, you had some room to run for this breakout, and that 14 is the only thing standing between it and those lows from last week. So, I like the wick bottom that it put in. The breakout does come essentially, right, it's actually below this $15 area. It's pretty much right here, right now at a 14.80. I'd rather be buying in front of 14s or catching a 15 break. So any dip into this 14 level, I think is worth a buy on Sega here. Looking like it's finally catching a bit of a bid. Some of the other monkeypox stocks named monkeypox stock are a little bit stronger than Sega for now, but it's catching up.
Wow. Right now, Snapchat is off, and it's on one right now. Not as much as AMC is on one right now, though. Again, sorry for these money things. I will adjust the contract myself. But it's been a nice move to the upside there for AMC. We started this day talking about that not diddling in the middle, so I'm not caught, right? So there it is. We wait for that bottom move, and then now great win here for me on Advanced Micro. On AMC, we do not trade AMD yet there today, but there goes AMC, a rocket ship to the upside, man, and we have it on an overloaded position, right? So we're pretty happy there with AMC, and that's what I mean, like, kind of stick with what you believe in. I don't know how far it's going to go up. We'll take another piece out here at 50 if we're lucky enough to do that, but right now, AMC, an absolute monster here for me today. AMC, Snapchat the other way, trying to go up and away, looking at that 10-15 that we talked about. Brendan.
We saw this one, guys, on the upgrade side of the board. Do you remember this morning? WWE just came out and said they're going to restate results after finding unrecorded expenses tied to Vince McMahon before he stepped aside. Still not a lot of volume, but up nicely anyways for WWE.
It actually broke that level on the daily. It took out $70 there, and if it holds above that price, great. But I mean, that's not restating is probably not going to be a good thing. I think below that 70, you just turn that right into resistance, obviously. So we'll have to watch that. I did get into SIGA. I stopped Snapchat. My stop was at that 1010 area, and it did get above that price. If we start breaking out, and that's a wick bottom that you've put in there, Snapchat's got room to run into the upside. So I'm going to be pretty cautious with it. I'm all out of AMC. There's our first trade. We stop out, tight stop, second trade, it goes right back into that 1550. But that first support sometimes turns into resistance on you pretty quickly. And then going over to NEO. NEO was relatively strong. Now it is a lot more than that. NEO trying to break out through high of the day as Tesla bounces. This is where it gets pretty interesting because Tesla's still weak. The market still holding the bottom end, even in that dip that we had. So if we turn green and hold green, NEO holding above this pre-market high can turn into a long off of this area. I much would prefer it above that 19 area if we can actually get that back in. But NEO just went from a name that I was thinking was about to break down. But hey, a key level, fine. If it breaks it, you can look for the shorts. But if it holds, guess what? It turns into pretty significant support.
Fisker low, Rivian broke. Rivian's at 31 now. Square, Shopify, $36. We could check out Netflix right now. It's actually held out pretty high here on the high side. Netflix today. Although here comes Snapchat. This is what I'm talking about. Let's see if we can get some. We just took something out there at 05. We need a little bit lower than this, guys. We're waiting. We're waiting at 01 there. Cancel my 02s. We are waiting at some 01s now, just to lessen the hit here on Snapchat. Remember, I gave this to you 1020 as the out on Snapchat. It goes right up to 1015, which was that high. You know, sometimes it's easy to pick these highs. It's just we got a little too excited by getting in too early. It didn't break, right? And so if it doesn't break, then you don't get out. So for me right there, that high of 1015 was, there it is. Yes, sir, again. Sorry, guys, got to spin it one more time. But there it is for Snapchat out there at that 10 level. So that's our average price is 10. So we'll wait for it, man. We're just spinning in because, you know, sometimes the decisions you make to get out can save you in case this does go back up to the upside. But here we go. Come on, Snapchat, be sub 10, baby. And then we're really laughing. We're going to get some more out here if we can, and then we'll let the rest ride to the downside again. When a stock doesn't act the way you think it should, man, there it is. Yes, yes, yes. So there it is, man. You roll the dice with some of these names, and we get some out. So we just got some out at 98 there on Snapchat. So yeah, buddy, Snapchat once again going into the money for us here. AMC, we took some out. I mean, we're still in 40%, so we're still trying to hold out hope, but we got some 1550s there, so that was a good out for us there, and we'll just wait on some Apple. But right now, it's Snapchat is really the name that I'm most excited about here. If it can go back down, remember, we still have that 1020 marker, so I got to change my stop because we have less shares right now, but a win is a win, and we will put that on the board, Brendo.
Just saw Halliburton, guys, pop up on some volume. Halliburton and J&J apparently getting the Kramer pump currently.
Okay, and I don't know if it's not getting a pump or anything, but slightly green right now is Meta. But remember that 170 afternoon resistance, it was that wall we talked about. Well, look what's happening at the open on Meta. We've now gone here 1, 2, 3, and this time wick top through that 170. So the second you see a resistance level and a wick top through it, I like shorting wick tops. We like going long on wick bottoms. It's sort of it's just one of those patterns that we know is pretty good for momentum trading, and it immediately takes them out there. And again, wait for the key levels in some of these. It's just about waiting for that key price, 170 being it. Probably going to bring some of the other names to the downside. Like if you're watching a Pins or maybe a Snapchat going to roll over as Meta starts to come back in. Still hasn't broken the bottom, so you definitely have some support on Meta at that 168.5. But for now, that 170 looking like it wants to hold for it pretty decently. Tesla's still maintaining a bit of a bounce here. It got through that 810 and then managed to hold up at 805. So looking like it's trying to churn. This is still a downward trend. And until you get back above 820, 825, Tesla's looking relatively weak at this point. I'm going to go see if I can't rinse and repeat on Meta. When we were able to find levels like this last week, usually it was good for a rinse and repeat. The pre-market top, it's about this 170.25. For me, that's where I want to have that stop place, not at the 170 even.
So Manchin now has COVID there in the States. So,
Sorry, who? Manchin.
Yeah,
I thought you
there.
said Manchin. Yeah.
No, Manchin right there. So, okay, another out there for us on AMC as it came back upside and gave us a little bit of an out there at 40. So we took that, 37, 38, something like that. And then right now we are just sort of massaging our positions, man. I mean, we're trying to do it again here today, but making a lot of money early for you here on the show. Just respecting our levels, playing off the sticky note. And here goes Snapchat. We played off that level. I don't know. I'm just like, it's down to 98 again. I mean, we could put some on the bid. We have a good position for us now on Snapchat, but again, we are hoping for a lot lower so that we can make more serious cash instead of just like back and forth here. So let's hold out some hope there for this level now on Snapchat that we do get a little bit of a lower low here. Lower low. I don't think we'll get lower lows, but back into VWAP, back into the 50 period here for Snapchat. What's up, Brendo?
This red box getting a lot of attention again this morning, guys. Our DBX trying to go once again, 3 up to 460 right now. It's been nothing but a downtrend for a long time, but 50% right now for red box.
Wow. Okay, we're definitely going to get over to that one. I did reload there in Meta there. We're able to get some shares off of that 170 level. And like, this is the kind of level, I'm not saying it's going to hold forever, but I'm going to play into it as long as it can hold down there. Hold up here, I should say. So as long as we're in this pocket on Meta, I'm going to keep rinsing and repeating. If the market catches a bid, I mean, Meta breaking out from here would look pretty significant to me. So you have one stock. I mean, there's probably a few other ones out there we'll have to take a look at, but trying to make a bit of a clean break through that high. And if Meta does it, maybe you can drag some of those with it. So I am watching Snapchat and Pinterest, but until we break out of this range, it's a short off this level until it's not. I understand it's making higher lows, but you just want to keep on rinsing and repeating and then ringing the register as many times as we can off of that level. NEO, we keep going back. I keep going back over to NEO. Because it's holding that 19, and 19 is such a key level on that higher time frame. The longer we do this, if the market does turn and it can catch any kind of a bid, which it is trying to do, the NASDAQ, then I think NEO can be one of these ones to go. It's still positive on the day. Alibaba, I came in wanting that short. It's back above that 100 level, and above 100, I'm looking for 103s. If it holds below, then I'd use the 100 for my short area, but I'm not rushing into Alibaba. No need to do that just yet. I think Meta's working just fine. I'm going to go back to Google also. This is one that we liked at a 111 for resistance. For now, you've had Google reject 110 and 110 exactly. So I'm going to now be looking at that 110. I can always play 2 trades there, but the same way I like Meta at that 170 area, we'll have to play Google at 110 as well.
Yeah, Meta. Yeah, I really like that Meta level 172. I'm gonna get ready to break that. Right now, Snapchat, of course, starting to work for us. That's been a real good one for us right there. Snapchat. We're gonna leave AMC alone now. We've gotten some out of that, and it's just trying to work its way upside. So we'll see if AMC can hold that out. Snapchat, we just got a 90 bid, so that's why we hit that money for a good name there for us today on Snapchat. So far so good on that one as we look to go forward. I wanted to do that Meta. Yeah, we do have that breaking spot. Obviously, I want to put that order in. Oh, here it goes right now, 170.
It just broke up.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I want. I want the long. So 170, 50, 170, 60 here on Meta here, trying to get going to the upside. This is the level that we wanted. I actually wanted this a lot earlier, but we weren't on it, so we'll miss that opportunity now for Meta. But here it goes. Let's see where we go from here now on Meta, breaking a little bit higher. That level we liked. I mean, the futures are going to tell the story here. That's it, right? So if the futures can go great for us here on Meta, but if not, then we're going to have to wait for this move a little bit more. Coming back in, that's the 50 period right there on Meta. I really just got to adjust my charts. 170 flat, yeah. Okay, so right now we're going to watch it out, man. We don't want to dump it too early. Either this market's going to rally and we'll be fine, or it comes back in. We have Snapchat short, but we do want to watch out for this Meta as it's coming back in a little bit here. We're 20 cents out right now.
Look, I mean, once it broke that quarter, to me, that's a reversal into the long. You just got to try to believe in it. If the market's going to bounce, it's going to be about that market, like you just said there. NEO also still looking pretty strong. I've been trying to be patient with it, so not catching the break and waiting for that 19. Well, here comes 19 even on NIO. So it's 19.15 right now. This is what I've sort of been waiting for, holding above that price, putting in some higher lows. Going to start working into NIO into that 19 range. Yeah, it's starting to turn into some of these bottoms holding out a little bit. Now, one of them that still has to do so is back at that 15 on AMC. It needs to hold a higher low, challenge that pre-market I guess, dump zone at 1550. And then so once you can do that, you have a bit of a range to work off of. There was one short that I never got. And I'm going to go back in and check on it. Yeah, there was a wick top on Intel to 40, but that was the only chance we were to get it, and that's just a dream. Not happening there on Intel. It did end up selling off. I just never got into it as I was looking for that 40 level, unfortunately. Might have to play off the pre-market highs to get into Intel at some point today.
Someone talking a little bit here about Tilray, so we can have a look at that quickly here as we'll do that. I don't know what it's doing. Let's see. We do know that there was some tabled bills there back and
RDBX halted, by the way.
Okay, Redbox halted there as well. Tilray right now. Oh, okay, Tilray's not doing anything, only down 1.4% and not really doing anything, so we don't need to look at that. The name that I wanted to look at, though, was Amazon. All right, so, and again, another one that's a 20-minute. Where's my 1 minute there? Bounced off. Some of the levels that we talked about was 121 for some support. I mean, it does go all the way down to 122. I mean, sure, that wick bottom was 121.80, but that's not close enough to 121 for us, so we're going to have to wait out hope on Amazon as it's kind of just barcoding here today, literally doing nothing. On the minute chart, just back and forth there. It had that nice move early, then that move, and now you're kind of just dancing around here as the futures are below the 50 period. So I don't ever like being in something if the futures are well below the 50 period, which they're trying to keep going lower right now. So Meta's not going to work here on the long side if this market continues to go down. I mean, I know that's kind of easy to say, but yeah, definitely a failed there. We were trying to march, so we'll average into Meta. Watch out for this 169. If that breaks, then we can get out of this one, no problem. But right now, Meta coming back into that downside, it looks like it's going to be a problem here for shareholders, especially after that snap. I mean, Snapchat's coming back in, so Snapchat was a good one. We were able to hit that. Hopefully, it can hold out a little bit higher. But yeah, Meta right now, the one that's heading to the downside. So watch out. You're just at the bottom of this area. We'll average in our long as 170.25. I mean, we're not out of the money that much, but it is making a move to the downside right now.
Yeah, and watch out for, I need something to the short side, right? Like I tried Neo off 19, it couldn't even hold 19. BABA's not going to give me 103s, but this 100 level's trying to be reestablished into the downside. So it just broke maybe like a minute or so ago. All I need to see is it hold below that price to get into the trade. I don't want to be rushing in and out of it if I can avoid it. Like I want to be in off a key price and then able to sort of hold on to it. Meta's going to be holding above its higher low. That's about 168.85 or 168.75. So the break is still going to be in play. Sega's still managing to hold out above that 14 area. So this one looks like you can still hold. It's got the wick bottom. Then we like the long. We've got the long off the pre-market highs and then that 15 area. And then as long as we can manage to hold that shelf around 14, this has a chance to get back to that 16 even. There was that GovX. That was the other one that we're looking at. I didn't actually get to trade off this. It rejected the breakout at the high of the day. Now it's trying to go again. So GovX making a second run at $1.25. The high is actually 128. So 125 to 130 is your resistance on GOVX. Looks like the volume was pretty big on that last little candle. I think it's likely to make that test for a breakout at 130. I'm going to play it the same way I always will, which will be I'll be short between 25 and 30. And if it takes out 30, there's your reverse.
All right, we're going to get a little bit out as Meta is having a problem. I mean, I don't know. Can we test 170 again? Maybe we can. And if we do, we can take a piece out here as it's coming back in, right? I mean, it's, like I said, this market, would love for it to get going, and then I know we can have a big win on this name, but we don't want to dig in too much too early here for Meta because Snapchat is going the other way. It's starting to come, well, I mean, not really. Yeah, I guess I should just leave Snapchat alone and not even look at that right now. NIO was another name here to look at. I know Neil was in and out of that one. It is a nice move back in here. We were really looking at that 20 level possibly for NIO. Obviously, we're well below that now. If this chart can load up, we can get some better data. 17, 18s, what's it looking like on a 20-minute here? Yeah, I don't know. We're still... like I said, the play was really this 20 break that happened there on Friday, and we missed that one. So that would have been something. I now look long maybe on a little bit there. Redbox now open as Facebook, a.k.a. Meta, trying to climb up to the upside, putting us back into the money.
Yeah, Redbox open. It actually failed $5 pretty heavily here, but it's still in the pocket. Like you're above VWAP, you're above 540. Still has a chance to make a bit of a break if you're still bullish on the stock. It's dropped so far, and that 5 was the last real, breakout price here, so it gets above 5, and it's still got room to run. This is about momentum more than anything else here. But that halt price, technically actually 505. So double top 505, the halt price. Watch for the break. Brendo?
Notable earnings name this morning, guys. Newmont to the downside in a big way after Q2 profit miss, and they also raised their annual cost outlook going forward. That's a look at NEM today. Just made a day low on decent volume, down 8%.
Yeah, lots of news. Thanks, Brandon, dropping all the news for us as it happens. So what was that Bears versus Bulls there? You want us to look at, what was it? Put it in the chat again. I missed it. I think it was Roblox. But okay, so just a little bit out there on Meta, obviously, as we talk about that moving forward. Meta on the way upside. We were a little nervous about it. So we did. Oh, now it's dropped back in. So it's a good thing we did get some out there. You see a couple outs for us there on Meta. As we approach 50s, 70s, we got some 30s. We got some 38s out there on Meta. But it's not going to be a good trade here if this market does collapse back in. But again, pretty bouncy here for Meta. I will look at Roblox in a minute. Just watching some of these names as we go. Apple has turned back against us finally right there on that dip back down. So we are watching out for this one. I mean, again, I don't want to be long Meta and then looking at all these shorts here in the market for Apple, right? So because they're going to be together. So we got to have to get stopped out of Meta probably first. And then we're going to hit that Apple short. But right now, Meta's come back in a little bit. So that's going to be a level for concern for me there, as I know Neil's looking at that red box. And then Snapchat's still not doing anything, guys.
Yeah, and Tesla just got right back to 820. You'll remember 820 from last week being rather significant. You had Thursday's top. It was then morning support. It was then afternoon resistance. And it looks like it's going to be resistance once again here for Tesla. Tesla's still looking relatively weak at this point. It's trying to hold back into the upside here, but it is sort of failing after a huge volume spike. A huge spike up off of that 808 area right into that 820. I think that's going to be the next line in the sand. RDBX is holding up really well here. I'm going to get some orders in here on Tesla just so I can go over to RDBX, because RDBX is churning for what I think is going to be a break at that 505. I said $5. The high is actually 505. But that actually put a wick candle to the downside after reopening, holding 460 well above VWAP, and now is putting in a higher low. This one does not feel like it's done just yet. It's angling to churn off of that 505 level.
Where's Meta? Meta 169 dropping down in. Yeah, so right now, here comes Meta pretty fast here. So we'll take one more bid on that. Remember what we talked about with this name. We're going to drop this off if this breaks down 169. I mean, this is not, the way Snapchat. I mean, we'll play this because it's a violent name. Like, you can get back, no problem, back into the money, back in, great trades here. But we were trying to go, like, this is the name. As you could tell, I keep trying to buy the dips on Meta just recently because of that 169 area. It's not like it's that key. It's just, it's where we were early and we kind of held it. I don't want to hold this all the way down to 168. I think there's going to be better trades down there, so we can get out of the way of this, no problem, on a 169 break and then just look for something else. Apple, like we said, is... Apple's right at this spot. I mean, this is really the break that we want here on Apple. So I think let's just get out now. We'll get out of the last piece of Apple. Still a very positive stock for us. We had 10% left. We'll get out of Apple there because I really like this drop spot there for Apple. I mean, this market doesn't seem to want to go, but there it is right there. 153.40 possibly for a short in Apple. The market's below here and doesn't look like it wants to get going. So, hey, Meta, nice battle back, bro. Let's take a piece out here on Meta if we can. We were waiting for, that's Apple, sorry. We were waiting for a little piece back there on Meta. It didn't quite going. We were at 169.73. I don't know how high it got right there, but got pretty close. Yeah, that's VWAP 69. So come on, Meta, get up break VWAP a little bit. If you can get going back up to the upside, this is really going to be the difference in my morning here, is what Meta decides to do at that 169 area. So without any further ado, though, unless is there anything you want to talk about? I know you're on Redbox.
No, but Redbox just failed to break. That's all I was going to say. Failed to break out at 505, got to 510. It's already pushing back into VWAP. At this point, it's now had 3 failures as far as I'm concerned at that high of the day off of 5 even. So it's going to turn bearish for me. Unless it reclaims that 510 area, I'm probably going to take a quick little short there. It's going to have a dollar move in it, and I want to make sure I'm in it when it does happen. But 20 to 25 cent stops all the way. Brennan is at the big screen. It is already time for Happening Now.
Hey guys, yeah, just like that, 10 o'clock. Here we go. Look at where we're at right now. It's the NASDAQ kind of lagging here. 0.2, 0.26 for the composite and the 100. Russell, all 3 of them pretty strong so far today, trying to hold on to positive The Dow leads, S&P also in positive territory, but only just 0.14 right now for the S&P 500. A few things we were dealing with in the pre-market here. I was going to mention this Micron, but volume just non-existent so far today. Remember, this one relatively weak on Friday, coming off a downgrade. So back to the downside for most of those chip makers so far. AXP as well. I was wondering how this was going to play out. Big move up on Friday following earnings. We're kind of chopping around in this range from Friday afternoon as well. Bit of a wait and see, guys, for everything so far. Back over to you.
One that's a bit of a wait and see still. I mean, that Google 110, it's not quite there. Like, it's trying to hold up. It's some relative strength in this name as well, as you're seeing it higher lows, trying to churn back to this 110 for a potential break. I mean, it's resistant until it isn't, but that's clearly the line in the sand. You can start to see it form that wedge. Tesla never gave me that 820 that we're looking for just now. Like, it did pop in, gives you 818. Looks like it's about to bounce off VWAP and try and test 820 one more time here. I still haven't been able to get into Intel, unfortunately. You're seeing it just hold the bottom end of this range pretty cleanly. I'm not sure it's going to be anything but a 39 play, unfortunately, for me on Intel. If I can get it, I can get it. Sega has managed to hold now that 14 for a while. It's trying to reclaim that breakout, so it's right back in to where we were trading it just before. And we need to get back up to those highs. So I got my offers in front of these levels here. We're trading in the pre-market, that 1540 into that 1580. 16 is your double top, and that's what we have to be concerned with in Sega. Has had some trouble getting through that previously, but showing some signs of strength now.
All right, we'll put a loser on the board there as Meta taking down 169 there. So, yeah, that name just continues to fall down. But it's not all good because we don't ever want to lose. But at least Snapchat is starting to make moves back down to the downside as well here for us. So, yeah, Meta, we dumped out on that one. That was not the right trade for sure. We kept battling it. Remember, like, whenever you're battling a stock, like, I'm long, and I'm out, and then I can't get out more, and it's not ripping. Pretty good sign there. So, good out. I mean, we'll get out at 169 to the downside for that 40-cent hit. And hopefully be able to get Apple. I really like Apple trying to break down now through this level, 153.40, like I said, right there. So we'll take that on that break back down below for Apple. I still think that has a good chance to take that level, and then we can use about $1 worth of room again to the downside in case this market does collapse here into Fed, into monster earnings this week. Like I said, my favorite day by far, or my favorite week by far to get going on the market is this week. Obviously, not just that, we also have Fed, which, I mean, wow. Roblox, $39, Google, $110 still. Just going back over, looking at it, we have Snapchat with, AMD. I mean, we wanted that near 85. That looks like that was a good call, but now it's starting to bounce up a little bit here. Still down that 1%, 2%, sorry, 1% more than the market. I mean, AMD could be a short there.
I'm looking at Lee that might be,
I was looking at Ford.
Lee Auto's been a short, obviously, for the last week or so, but it just tried to break out. Now you're retesting last week's bottoms. The daily chart's putrid for this thing, so, I mean, you go there and you're just going to probably tell yourself you should be shorting it until it breaks your back. But this 34 level, now let's try to reclaim below 33.75, I guess more technically. You are seeing a wick top, tried to break to the upside, now it's fading a bit. This gets through its bottom, and then you're going to be in trouble on Li Auto once again, because I can't seem to get into Tesla, to the short side, doesn't want to give me that 820. Intel might come into pocket. Should have just stuck with the shorts on Meta. Initially, we were short. Once it broke that high, I just liked the long. I just felt the risk to reward was fantastic off 170 because he had $4 or $5. But this market, it doesn't matter how strong an individual stock is. If the market wants to fall, eventually you're going to get dragged down pretty much everything else with it, and that's what we are seeing. Only longs that are sitting here working, I mean, AMC's flat, but it did work earlier, and then Sega's in the money. And what do they have in common? They don't care what the market is doing at all. Right, so you want to find something which is relatively weak and try to play into these shorts, because I feel like it's turning into an obvious short day with one caveat, and I'll just put up the black chart so you can quickly see. Big level we're trying to bounce off on the NASDAQ here. You had Thursday and Friday's supports down at this 12.3.5 or so that are about to get challenged. If those break, I know I like Alibaba short. I know I like Li Auto short. It's about finding a couple of others.
Yeah, we already got one right now, so let's hit the siren because here we go, man. We are short now on Apple as that name's starting to come in a little bit there. We hit the long, obviously, then we hit the short, so Apple's going to be my top stock here today, and it looks like it's going to be the top stock on the show so far here today. So Apple, 2 for 2 here. 1 short, 1 long. We are now into the short. Like Neil said, we are favoring this way, so hopefully the market can print out for us. Where are my bids? I don't have any more bids out on this name. We always like to trade around these, okay, there it is, around the quarter marks, but that just ran us over pretty quickly. So a nice 30-cent win now for that. 30 cents, 20 cents, sorry, the money for Snapchat. 30 cents in the money now for Apple. Everything else we're out of. We got out of AMC there for flat as that came back in as well. So right now, just on the shorts as we're starting to break lower here, Brendan.
Another one, guys, moving around. MP Materials. This was out in the pre-market this morning. They're going to join the S&P Mid-Cap 400 Index. So MP.NY up big time today.
Okay, we'll add that one to the list. Alibaba looking like it's going to break some lows. If it does bounce even a little bit, we're going to take that short like we did say if we can get any kind of a bounce. Li Auto as well, 38.50, going to be a key one to be sure. I knew there was another stock in there. ICU Super SPAC, man. Netflix, relatively strong. This is still holding up the top end of its range here. You're going to see it above this 220. Like, look at it just churn and continue to break higher. This is definitely one that looks like it's going to still show you some relative strength. I know Google was doing something pretty similar. At least it was anyways, but Netflix certainly holding VWAP, certainly pressing toward those highs. So it should be your line of relative strength that you can dig into. GameStop might be another name for a potential short. I didn't pay for locates on GameStop, but one that I don't have to pay for locates on, if it wants to load here in a quick second, is going to be a firm. There we go. A firm tanking at the open, and I always come late to this one when it's not in my prep levels. Tanking at the open, but reclaims this 27. It closed just below this, but this is 27 on a dime. It's got a bit of a double top here on the 3-minute chart, right at the open off that 27 level. So another name relatively weak that you can put into that bucket. 27 is an obvious stop. 27.30 is your pre-market high. I'm just looking for shorts. On Redbox, by the way, looks like it is trying to continue to make that move. Now up to 550. I should probably pay for shorts. If that thing gets to like $7, you know what I'm going to do.
Yeah. That was a tough one today on that short, but I
tried long on it. Actually.
Oh, you were long on it. Okay, that's the crazy part about it. So okay, the only thing that we're in 2 names right now. Apple to the short side. We're going to hold out to that one, and we're going to average into 154 and plus that as well. Because again, as long as we're below here, we talked about that key level breaking from Friday there for Apple. So we did test the long and hit that pretty good early, and then we looked for the short, and now we're on the short here for Apple, and then also Snapchat, just so you guys have a little bit of coverage there. We did get another piece. I mean, we're just getting it out as it starts to drip down because, again, Friday was a great day for it, but then it just sort of stopped trading. Like, it wasn't really moving around. Not much happened on Snapchat on Friday after the big moves. I mean, in the afternoon, we did see it kind of just barcoding a little bit here between 10.10 and 9.90. So that's like 20 cents worth of space. So right there, we get that high that we talked about all over that on the sticky note. And again, thanks for retweeting the sticky note. Another popular day for that at TraderTV Sean. But right there, that 10.10, that's exactly what we listed there for that trade. So really glad for that. Okay, here we go. Apple, thought we were testing again lower. We were just down there at 135. These names don't really know what they want to do today, which is fine for me because, you know, we're not in much. We're in confident names now. The only thing that we did screw up on, and I should not have been in it in hindsight because I was short Snapchat, and it's just Meta is going to be weak until they report, I feel like now. They're only down they're down double the market, but, you know, if you're going to look to see what Meta's doing now, it's like, I can't think about, unless we hear someone leaking something or whatever, I can't really see too much strength coming in for Meta right now until after earnings. So again, we're going to have to wait for some keyer levels and maybe do a little bit more work here during the afternoon to find some of these levels. But for right now, I mean, Meta just continues its move. Like, it was just nasty there on Friday. They were cruising. It was a long name that we really liked, up to 185, right? Now you're down 20 bucks almost from those levels. So if you go pre-meta, pre-snap where we started to get going, what about 166, 167? So I think we're getting close to going long now on meta, but it just has to drop down a little bit more into 167, which it already did, even a little lower than that, 167.50 or so maybe here for meta, and then you try to play that long off of those levels. But wait for key levels, man. And here's what I talked about. Apple finally, I'll put another bid in the mid-20s here and see if we can get something out, but hopefully Apple can come back in, take down that 153 for us, and then start to head a little bit lower. We are averaged up into this name up to 154, 154.50 maybe even.
Yeah, keep trying to. I'm on the offer of Alibaba, but it's bouncing right now. But it just doesn't get to that 99.70 that I'm trying to catch. I took my first out. It's taken a while, but I got my first out there in Sega up at 15.25. So about 40 pennies on the first leg is what we're going to end up taking. So not too bad. It needs to get up to 16 even and then potentially break out. I do want to hold for that break. Like if we can actually catch some of these shares without having to buy up at 16.20 and then hold on to some of the long that we have beneath 15 even. That's what I'd love to be able to do. Then maybe you can put on a move like Redbox just did there. The other one that we're looking at in the small cap space was that GovX. This is still, and I'm sitting here on the, sitting here on the offer that it's not going to give it to me. Still rejecting that pre-market high. You got a double top there, if not a triple, if you want to count that at the open at 125. Holding higher lows. Right now, it feels like it's making a run at that 130. I don't want to change the plan between 25 and 30 short into a 30 stop. Which does give you a bit of a bid for potential breakout trade. So watch out for that GovX. Looks like it was a good place to take some profit in SIGA as it is failing just a bit here. And RDBX still going. It's now pulled back off of 580. I tried the break after the halt play, so it does try to break out after that halt. I had my stop in there at the 3/4 mark. I feel I want to be patiently waiting for an opportunity to fade it. I think the risk to reward is now favoring waiting for that short and then not jumping into this one too aggressively. Brendo?
Big mover last week to the downside today. Tough Bill, TBLT, announcing $20 million private placement this morning. So a big move down on that in the pre-market. Guys just grinding here along day lows for Tough Bill.
Tough build, tough stock, tough build. Yeah, that was a name that was, 130% short float or something like that, TBLT.
Something like that.
Yeah, good name there from Brendan. We're just going to continue to watch Apple, though, here a little bit. Again, just a bid down near 153 flat, like 153 teens, if we can get that bid on that. But we've gotten some out. This has been a good stock for me. It's my #1 stock today. AMC's been pretty good as well. We got out of that one right here when it came back in, and then Snapchat still trying to find that base. And then Meta was a bottom off of some of that. Is there any other names here? Ford? Yeah, Ford at 13 is pretty sweet, man. We did talk about that earlier as well, I believe anyways. Okay, there goes Apple. I mean, I'm just really concerned about Apple right now because that's where, the most amount of shares I have and the risk that I have on is going to be with Apple. But there's Ford, a nice move up to that nice $13 level. I still got to get above $13.20. And again, I feel like this is in the middle right now for Ford. But if you like the EV space, I think that Ford is going to be a good name to look at moving forward. Again, you got to wait for a lot of this stuff. I just feel like Tesla's already come out. Tesla is the only EV car company actually making money off of their sales right now. So we'll have to wait to see what Tesla is going to see in the next couple of days. I feel like if the NASDAQ does fall, then this name can correct right back down to where it was before into that nasty range of like 750 to 780. Here it is on the daily chart. This is what I'm looking for. Right into here. Maybe not even, maybe even lower than that. As 780 is that top break, like down into here, 700. I don't know, I feel a little bit lower, even though I still am a shareholder on Tesla. We did get a little lighter on our position last week. So take advantage of that move up there on Tesla, but look what's cracking right now. This is going to be probably the biggest trade here. I don't know. Hopefully I have a bigger one on. But Apple, we really ran Apple today, man. Upside and downside on this name. So we hit it early at 154, got some out, then got the last 10% out on a 153.80 break, then went to short. Now we got to try to capitalize. It just capitulated down to 152.80 there. So we got to be there to take advantage of that if it happens again. So let's put a bid on Apple, which we do have now, 152.95. That's not taking too much advantage of it, but there it is. Just swoops us down. Now we'll go to the downside on Apple. I'm glad we were able to give that one to you.
and just got the reload in AMC. Like it turned off that pre-market high and then it's right back down toward that 15 area. That's that second level, of course, that we like. It's going to the higher time frame. This is what you're seeing. All kinds of support a couple of weeks ago, actually, not last week, off of this 1480 to 15. So they're going to get that reload on AMC. One of the only names that's actually working to the upside. Obviously not caring too much yet about the market, but it is about to give it up. Alibaba is going to break the low instead of giving me a dip. So I'm sitting in front of 100 right now, and this name is absolutely determined not to give me that price. It does feel. So if I can catch it, it has to be off that 100 level. What I might be able to get, and I have my stop set, is Li Auto. If this one continues to fall, and I look at it holding VWAP, I look at that bottom here at 33.50, that's one break that we can catch. Also wanting to short it here off of 34.50. So whether it's tops or bottoms, I want to be patient getting Li Auto off these highs. If it can get to that price, certainly we're going to take it. Tesla, I want to make sure, if I'm going to be shorting Li Auto, then I want to make sure Tesla is still kind of doing what this is, which is failing off of 820. And I'm not short 820. We did want to see if it could hold that 808 area. That hasn't happened. Now that 820 turning into resistance on Tesla. And if that's going to be a line in the sand for Tesla, then I want to play some of the weak EV names like a Li Auto to the south side. Sega, for some reason, has not managed to get to that high. Yeah, it's just slowly bouncing off 1550. But it does feel like, yeah, I still think we're pretty solid here. Like the trend is pretty solid. It looks like it's still relatively strong. I think we're going to get a chance to get up to that high at 16 even. Like I don't want to get too aggressive, like taking more shares out here at 15.20, when right now it's one of the few things looking like it's going to be strong on a bit of a break and then continuation. But it did fail at that 16 3 times. So I want to make sure I'm getting something out in front of it on SIGA there. And just coming over to, I haven't traded any Amazon yet. It's about to take out that low of the day. If Amazon takes a low, you're seeing a few names at these bottoms, the market likely to start giving it up even more as the NASDAQ is now below that support level. So this is why I'm really looking for short opportunities. You're getting names like Amazon at the bottom, NASDAQ's already broken the low, Tesla showing signs of weakness. All that sets up for a short day.
Yeah, we're really crushing the big guy here. 70 cents now in the money on this short. So really happy with the way this is performing out for us right now on Apple as that's starting to go down. And obviously we have that 12 cents in the money now for Snapchat. We missed, yeah, that's still Apple. So there goes Apple down. We miss AMD. I mean, AMD was a good a good short there at that 87. We talked about trying to get that. We hit the Apple instead, but I like AMD. The level I wrote down was 85 for this name. So I feel like there is a level there coming up now. We talked about getting into 85. It's just this market's been pretty weak today. You could see down 0.75. So I'm not overly convinced that AMD has the right movement to it to take this long today into that 85. So I mean, that's the 20-minute. Just look how sick this has been down to that bottom level. So yeah, I am a little bit concerned here, to be honest with you, about this AMD trade. So just watch out now, coming back in for AMD. Just nervous to take that 85 long. You could try it. The bottom there is 85.20. I mean, you know, we're cruising with this short right now, and that's going to be Apple. So this is more, you know, the name that I kind of like to the short side is going to be AAPL here. But, you know, watch out for, I guess Meta was the one that we went long and dropped off. That's a little bit better, maybe at 167. But, oh, man, this market is just tanking right here.
Bob just broke the low. Google's breaking its low.
So, I don't know, man. I really like Amazon to the short as well, but I don't know. I feel like you might have missed this. You might have to wait for a little bit of a bounce back. I'll just kind of ride this Apple and this Snapchat short and then see if we can get something else to pop in for us.
Yeah, Bob just broke, like I said, Bob just broke 99. So 100, obviously a bit of a level, but it just took the next level to the downside, that 99. I jumped into it. Sega, which was cruising a second ago, looking relatively strong. And then you're going to get this candle here. Now, all that matters, 15, can it bounce off 15 and make another run at that high? If we don't hold 15, obviously we're headed down toward those 14s. Because this is the price essentially I've been buying off of, and we got a 70, average price sitting here at about 75, 80. It's actually 80s, but I got into these 75s later. So we'll see if we can bounce off this. If it can, I got to get more aggressive, taking some at 15, 30s to 40s, which I wasn't doing before, but I can't ignore doing that now. So Sega, if we can hold VWAP here, we'll have to get more aggressive, getting out in front of this 1550. I still think 16's resistance, and that's why I want to make sure I'm at least paying myself a little bit more and getting some more profits on one of the few ones that seems like it wants to try to go here. Other small caps are on the board, and Brendan's got a couple of them here with a small cap recap.
Hey guys, yeah, there were a couple other than monkeypox stocks moving around. This was one of them. CMRX was up in the pre-market on its own positive news here, just sitting at $2, kind of grinding along. It broke down right out of the gate off of the open. So we'll see if we can get down to this level from Friday, which is 170, but volume already kind of dying off on CMRX, and then the rest of the fund today all in monkeypox town, SIGA. I said I was going to give it all the way to the high, so I don't really have enough to care right now, but we'll see what happens when it gets up to 16. But pretty good reversal candle there at 15.5 there for SIGA, guys. Back to you.
Okay, SIGA, yeah.
Follow the SIGA.
16, it went up to 16 again?
No, well, in the pre-market.
Oh, yeah. Okay,
Only in the pre-market. That's the only time it was above. But it's testing VWAP right now. So this 14, the wick here, and I'll zoom in. You actually can't. It's hard to see. There we go. This wick here on the last breakout, this was 14.80. It happens to be my price, but for having a stop here has nothing to do with it being my price, and has everything to do with when it made that last push. This was simply your last support level. So it ends up being a break-even trailing stop that I'll have in on SIGA, but that's more of a coincidence than anything else. It just ends up being the blended price that I get to pretty much the penny there. Tesla's still trying to. Yeah, Tesla's gotten real sleepy. I kind of feel like it's a good thing that I'm not trading this at this point, because it's holding the higher low, kind of where I'd want it to. It's at 808 to 810. Like, this is where it's holding the bid, but it's not really giving me any short indications off that 880. And now look at the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ's now trying to get back above that resistance or that support level that we had last week. So this is a key line in the sand for the NASDAQ here. If it ends up holding below, then certainly you're going to have one of those days where you're set up for fails. But if we bounce from here, I can see all the reason why we'd go like 100 points or so, which does give you some cover if you're holding any longs that are still somehow valid or in play, or like I am, looking to short some pops. So like this maybe give me the push to get some Li Auto to the short side. It might give you the push to get something like in a firm where I'm trying to get the shorts off of 27. So we bounce here in the NASDAQ. I'm looking for short entries on a couple of names here, Lee and a firm. Both can set up. BABA took the 99 break. That still hasn't really gone anywhere.
Yeah, I know. BABA's been a funny one today, for sure. I mean, they're all, all these big cap tech names are going to be down today. I mean, the NASDAQ's down 0.73. You still have Google, I think, was still up. Yeah, barely up at 108 right now for Google. I want to look at DraftKings quickly here, because that's another name that's, I know a lot of you hold, and it's been a fun one to trade for sure. 1330 down that 1.5%. And again, looking at that bottom there from Friday, if that can come into play, it's very similar to that Apple break bottom, which has been, again, a great trade here for me today has been this Apple break bottom. Looking for the same thing here on DraftKings. Again, this is another name not making any money, gonna be tough in this environment. We do have the Fed coming out again, raising again this week coming out, so that should be fun. 1320, 1370, look out for that low break. We're not that far away right now on DraftKings, and then if you look at their daily chart, you'll kind of see that this momentum come off the last couple days into what was a great shorting opportunity at $14.5, $15. So you could see right there, DraftKings has come back in a little bit, trying to take down that 50 period, which is at $13. So DraftKings, another name to look at. Carnival's down another 3% today, as well as that name continues to crack lower. The one name that I'm looking for on a rip to the upside would be a short for AMD again. So if AMD can come up to that 86.20 area here on the daily chart, right where we have this 50 period, that's going to be, hopefully ignite me a short for AMD, and then we'll play it off 86.50, possibly up to 87. But it's still, it has to come in. Amazon's on the downside. What else? I mean, a lot of the banks have been.
Micron's weak too, but it's about to take out a pretty big level here.
Okay, like 60, maybe that's something to short.
$60 on Micron. It's just rejected the 50 period. I can't get into Intel, so I looked over at Micron to see if it had a trade coming up, and it looks like it does. 60 even. You can sort of see it here on the daily chart. Pop over to the 15. That's pretty clean. I'd say relatively clean at least. I know each time, like above, it broke, got 50 cents, and then failed. And then when it dipped below, it got 50 cents, and then failed to the downside, held it as support. But 60 even is going to stand out for me on Micron. If we're going to have a sell-off day, then why not find something which is breaking the shelf to the downside? It's kind of why I like Li Auto for the last few days. It's why I've liked Alibaba. So add this to the list, Micron. I thought it would be Intel, but Micron just seems like it's setting up better. But I had to scan a few names before I found it.
Yeah, that's the thing. So we are looking to scan out a few more names as well there, but I'm still on that Apple short. I mean, I'm looking for more. I mean, maybe oil could be a name. I want to talk quickly about the strength in the market now before we go to like a sector recap here. Financials today seem to be really strong as Goldman Sachs is still up. Wow, what did Goldman Sachs, wow. Missed this one, to say the least, man. Look where Goldman Sachs is right now. I mean, you want to talk about some straight fire. And I own this stock, so it's okay. I own it right around here right now. But that was a dump spot there on earnings, and now right back up to the upside. I'm wondering if this market, so we did take out some more here on Snapchat. I'm wondering if this market is starting to get a little stronger now, obviously, because Apple's starting to return a little bit here to shareholders one more time as it makes a move back up to the upside. We only have 20% left on this name, but still, I still feel like it's below. The 50 period's below. We're below on Apple. I still like that short. But yeah, I mean, Neil's trying to scan. I like that move there on Micron. Is there any other names? Roblox popped on your scanner. Okay, we can look at that quickly. A shout out to Research for Profit there.
There goes. It just broke now, actually.
Oh, yeah, this market now. Yeah, there goes the NASDAQ. So
yeah.
I'm sure you have that Micron short.
Just popped in.
Yeah, good. Yeah, good short there.
It's got to be more.
Roblox, 39.40. Still, yeah, that could be a good one as well. Roblox here, but that's holding out hope for the high side. Yeah, so right now I'm just watching this Apple just go money as we hit the alarm now for Apple. Now down in the money $1 on that name.
Yeah, I mean, like even like the last two longs that I got, Sega and AMC, that's starting to come into the downside. I got the reload off 15 on AMC. We got that 1480 stop, but Micron, that happened real quick. Like we were just talking about these levels. The market took another leg down. Micron breaks at 60. I'm just going to start the process of, okay, scalp it down every quarter, every quarter to 50 cents and try and reload every chance we can get. It is stair-stepping down in, and I favored it over Intel because A, it's moving more, and B, it just had more significant levels. But I guess Intel it's down 1.5%. That's weak as well, but just not nearly as weak as what I see over there on Micron. You'll see Alibaba, which we took the short on the 99 break. It's in the money, but it's not really falling all that rapidly. It still has to get through like this 98.5. Another trending stock into the downside, and then Li Auto, that's the other one that we preferred for the short side of the trade. Not showing the weakness that you'd expect. It's managed to hold 34 even in VWAP here, but not exactly falling off a cliff or anything like that. And I think maybe the reason why an EV name is holding up is because look what Tesla's doing at 808. A higher low from 950 to now. For like the last half an hour, you've been holding this higher low on Tesla at 808. I mean, if the market were to bounce from here, that suddenly turns into a decent risk-to-reward style trade. I mean, you could put a stop at 808, I guess almost exactly there, and just think about playing a little bit of a long, which, I mean, that's not the worst idea in the world. The more I look at this, it's giving you a $3 or $4 scalp trade if you can get it tight enough to that 808 in particular. So that's piqued my interest a little bit on Tesla, but that's a scalp trade. It's been holding the same range for 30 minutes. Expecting too much more than that, I think, would be asking a lot, because when Tesla isn't moving, you don't want to get greedy.
No, I'm going to play Meta. I mean, I'm trying not to get too greedy off this one either, but there's the Meta bottom possibly. We were waiting for 167, so we came to the party late on this one. We're long at 166.99 right there because that bottom was 75 or so. So we'll play it off that. We'll give it a little more room than that, but this is just, it's at a level that we like, so we'll try it here one more time, and we'll just do a small average in near that 166.50 level, and I laugh because, like, again, we only had one or two negative names on Friday, and I remember we were I think we were negative on AMD, and I just went back to it and lost again. So it's like as we watch, and by the way, look at that take there. That's Meta chart. Look at that take on Apple down there, 152.50. So again, like waiting for key levels. That's $1 right there. We should have waited for the whole thing to grab that dollar, but that is okay. As right now, Meta, come on, Meta. Now we're 30 cents in the money. Let's take, I mean, I hate to do this. Let's take something out for that on Meta there and then see if we can get a little higher up. This name is just Bounce City, man. It's like, it's up, it's down, it's around. We should be scalping. Like, we would be up on this name if we went into scalp mode instead of pray that it goes up mode. So right now, Meta, like I said, there's not too much for me to be excited about, or anybody maybe to be excited about with Meta, because Snapchat came and just spanked down this whole advertising click, I guess, with Google, Meta, Snapchat, Pins, Etsy, all that, starting to to really feel the pain here off of that report from Friday. So this is not a big position. We have like a third of what we had sort of earlier here. We're just going to test it off that bottom and try to scalp some longs in case, like Neil was mentioning there is some relief rally possibility here because the market's just down that 1%. But maybe we're going to test 12,000 on the NASDAQ. That wouldn't be the first time that we said that off of these levels. So yeah, so far so good here on what's been a pretty exciting day, but not a whole hell of a lot happening there. I like that MU breakthrough 60. I don't have it, but I do have the Meta long. I don't know.
I'm trying to get a Tesla. I mean, if I can get a long Tesla 808, I know where my stop is going to be, which is the first half of any equation. Like, where is my stop? Where am I going to get out? So I'm going to do that. I just got some more shares. I just rinsed and repeated in Micron, so off that 60 level. I think this is on a multi-level breakdown. This is the kind of trade where I want to be in the trend. If it's a trend to the downside, I want to be in this pretty much all day. We got to find some more names. One of the best ways to do that is to go to the board for social sentiment with Brendan here. A couple of names I haven't seen yet.
Hey guys, yeah, interesting board to show you today. Again, this is just going to indicate what people are talking about on social media and which direction the overall sentiment is going so far today. Yeah, Redbox front and center here. RDBX just straight to the upside right out of the gate. Kind of stalling out a little bit right now, but a lot of people very positive on that. SIGA, another one with the monkeypox news over the weekend. Remember, World Health Organization declaring it an emergency now, which is their highest state. VS on here, TNXP, another one to go with SIGA. Rev B as well, ERB, all positive. Phase and GovX also in that same space. To the downside then, Zila, remember, was one of the highest on the volume leaderboard all week last week. SPY here, TBLT, AMC as well. Back to the downside as far as sentiment is concerned. Interesting board, even with the market kind of holding around positive. Back and forth we go, guys. Back over to you.
I got wicked out of SIGA there. So I'll show you guys. Come to my chart for a second there, guys. I got wicked out of SIGA. We had that 1480 stop. This is it. That's me making, it's not the bottom wick of the day, but it's the bottom wick of that move. And still holding, to me, as far as I'm concerned, like it's obviously still holding this price area here. So I should try to get back in somewhere around this 1490. I just want to see it go sideways a bit. This is a time of day where things can slow down, so I don't want to rush into it. Remember Tesla, that 808 that I was just talking about? I mean, give me a break. Like now it just broke the range and above VWAP. So there are signs that that level in the NASDAQ is going to try at least get retested. But before I get too excited about trying to catch for more longs, like this is still what's going on in the NASDAQ. Like we are still below that support level, even with that significant bounce. So that previous support is now kind of formed into resistance. That's why I wanted to only go long off of 808 and don't want to take this breakout on Tesla. It's pretty much why I went over and just got more shares into Micron when it just tried to break 60 again and failed. So we'll try to rinse and repeat that one. Alibaba still not doing a heck of a lot. It's right down in that 99 area. It does still feel like as long as we're below that support level on the NASDAQ, I want to try to favor some shorts. It can't seem to get into a firm because it can't go up any. It just bounced off 26, couldn't climb to VWAP. I'm still waiting at 27. I'll be patient for a little bit longer, but if we start making fresh lows and the new trade is to short a firm off of these lows into the actual low of the day, 25.5, that I would just jump over and go ahead and do that. AMC for now is still holding up on the reload, but it's still looking relatively weak. You had that one shot bouncing, getting into 1550. Now it's just consolidating, going sideways. I'll get some out on the way to VWAP, and then hopefully we can get some 1550s to that upside, guys. Because I'll tell you right now, like it looked strong at the open, but AMC is definitely giving it up here. There's no shortage of excitement in the market, especially if we can hold that level in the NASDAQ or reclaim it. And I'll tell you this right now, we're pretty weak on the likes. We're at 1.3. Usually we get to 1.5, 2,000 here today. We got the boys locked and loaded, ready to go. Prad's having a bit of a snack. He's going to be here in about 25 minutes. He's saying he's got technical issues. You have no technical issues, Prad. We're locked and loaded, ready to go all day long here, as we are certainly going to have a volatile day. Hit that like, hit that subscribe. We're here with you all day long for your trading needs. And here to look at any symbol you guys want to, because I keep seeing you guys type in Redbox. And I'll tell you right now, we'll show you, Roblox. I was trading Redbox earlier. That's why I'm thinking Roblox in my head. But already, Roblox, one of the more one of the relatively strong names, I should say, just put the break on that. So you have that flag. There's that break at 39.5. This is one. Like if market's going to go, for whatever reason, Roblox is showing you that it wants to head to the upside. My only form of caution would be for this name, and why I wouldn't be into it yet, is you have a pretty obvious like resistance still above it from Friday, which is like this 39.80 into 40. Might need to chew through Friday's afternoon resistance before it really picks up in volume there. But that's just my 2 cents. It's got a great wick off bottom. It's definitely got relative strength. If it chews through this, it's got room to go to the upside. But just be cautious with the longs, right? Like we still have a downtrend here. You know, until we actually can break some of these resistance levels, understand that the market is definitely still trending downside for now.
I like that, Roblox. You know what? I might. You know what? I mean, we're in the money 50 cents on Meta right now. That's going to be a good call. Let's just take another piece out. We were waiting. Okay, we can cancel now. Yes, sir. Roblox, hit the siren alarm for that one, as that's been a good trade for us here. RBLX. Meta, sorry. Good trade there on Meta. I looked at Roblox. I liked that 39 breakdown, but, you know, the market said no to that and then just ripped up to the upside. My out was going to be that 37.40. Should have gone long there. Didn't even realize that it was strong because I'm just sitting here watching Apple continue to make moves to the downside. So I'm here thinking that, yeah, the market itself is pretty weak, but no, it's really just Apple starting to fade out here. So yeah, who knows where we're going to go, but Apple right now to the downside for sure. Looking relatively weak as Apple. So, you know, that's why we're in this name. If you guys are wondering about why I'm in Apple, it's falling down here. It's down that 1%. It's a name that we've liked to that short side, so we'll continue to do that. Now, 89 cents in the money, and our best out is right here at 51. So here we come back in one more time for Apple falling down here. Snapchat back to 10, but we're pretty light on. Actually, I got to figure out my stop because I almost have no shares left here on Snapchat for the day. A little bit of a rough day on Snapchat here just because it's not doing anything. And we should have maybe been able to figure this out because if you remember on Friday, it didn't do much off the open. The open was the big move and then into the close was relatively nothing. So we're going to watch out for that 10 break. I might just get out now. If it breaks 10.10, well, actually, we'll just wait for that 10.15. I'm not even going to average into it. If it breaks 10.15, we're going to get out. Like, let's not compound a mistake here at all on Snapchat. So I don't think it is a mistake, but let's not go short just because it's at that level. We've already hit it once. We don't need to go back to the well over and over and over again here on a name that we're not super convinced with. I know Neil's still in AMC. AMC's a positive name for me today for sure, with one trade up, and then that's that. So we hit that and quit that. So a nice little move back up, right up into the pre-market highs there for AMC. Still looking at that 1480 level as something. So, you know, nothing wrong with going long now at 1490, hoping that you can get that 1480 print. So that's something to look at there for AMC. And other than that, there isn't too many strong names out there today. Newmont Mining down 10% on that report as well, but maybe Brendan has something else for us to look at. What's up?
A little one last week, guys. We were talking about this AMTD, Chinese fintech. Popped up huge day on Friday, back to 3, just starting to get going again. This thing went from $1 essentially to $3 on Friday. So ton of volume here on AMTD.
All right.
Ton of volume there. And bouncing off the lows, so Tesla still bouncing off its lows, but another one here, Google, Alphabet, I should say, trying to get back to the upside. And this is pretty much the exact same as a NASDAQ chart, where you're getting to resist, like pre-market lows is going to correspond with resistance on the NASDAQ of the the lows on Friday. So it needs to get back through this 108.25 or so. If this starts breaking to the upside, if I start to see the NASDAQ over here getting above this 12.35, that's when I'm no longer going to want to be reloading Micron and Alibaba shorts. Matter of fact, I just put my stop in or adjusted my stop on Alibaba, tighten it up. I was going to give it to 99.50. Now I got it a little bit tighter in the 35 range just because of what I see with this bottom being made in the NASDAQ. With Micron, it's a little bit relatively weak, so I think we can still hold on to that. And this could give any bounce that we do see, and kind of why I'm not really pushing anything to the downside on a firm here is because if we make that bounce that it looks like we're doing here in the NASDAQ, then I think we get a firm off that 27 even. So still going to be patient with it. Someone was asking me where I want to reload SIGA after that wick out. I just want to be patient. I don't want to get into something which, all of a sudden I'm going to have a stop out and get wicked out again. So if it wants to hold VWAP, then I can always take something like a quarters long. But otherwise, if it breaks down, that long is off of 14 to 14.20. So if it breaks down from here, then I want a chance to be able to get it off of those lows as opposed to paying up an extra dollar. We're going to get to Brendan right now. Look, the market is down, but not everything is to the red side. That's where we do sector watch right here to see where the relative strength actually is.
Yeah, kind of grinding really along the lows right now. Here we go, 0.19 for the overall S&P 500. I want to point out far corner over there, energy stocks very strong, specifically natural gas names. There was some headlines coming out of Russia a couple of minutes ago regarding Nord Stream 1 once again, and reduction in flow over to Germany. And they're saying now that if at current capacity going to Germany, they'll run out of natural gas for the winter. So some natural gas names popping up once again. Also banks down here. Banks very strong, actually. A number of them just popping up as I came up here. Back to the upside. SIVB, 7.25%. That's an earnings name today. Everything else just bouncing after last week. Tech to the downside. It's leading, in fact, to the downside. Software and some of the semiconductors among the individual leaders for the overall market so far today. Healthcare stocks, individual names popping back up to the upside, but there's also some weakness coming through. Deere up on a price target increase today, 2% for Deere, having a nice day back to the upside. Far corner over there, NEM, we were talking about 10% downside off of earnings. So yeah, we are negative on the session, but only just about 0.2 for the S&P. Back over to you guys.
Yeah, still negative on the session, like you said. And look, you're trying to make that bounce. There was one other small cap that I sort of failed to mention. It hasn't really set up. We haven't had a chance to get into it yet, I should say. I mean, the day is still young. That GovX has been unable to get back toward those pre-market highs. The opening range definitely put in a move to that 125. The volume's still good, however, and it's still holding out. Its breakout at 7 a.m. when retail came in at $1, and it bounced off 101. So if there is a stock that, if we did frustrating stocks, the one I'd be talking about is GovX. I did mention in the pre-market, hey, watch out if it pulls back. Sometimes just long in front of that dollar on a formerly penny stock is that low-hanging fruit that you're looking for. And I should have been in that, just going long ones and twos. The day trader, sometimes it is that simple, like ones and twos long in front of $1, and then it gave you like a 20% move. You didn't have to hold it through that high of the day. If it comes back to test one again, I'd put the trade on, but I would not like it nearly as much as when you're catching that first bounce, both for the amount that you would take. And then the second part of the equation is I wouldn't expect it to bounce as high. Like if I get it here at 2s or 3s or even 1s, I'd be playing that into 110 in VWAP, not into that high of the day. I think you get a little bit more cautious with that if you can, because the move has already happened. We're just talking about Roblox and that relative strength that it had. Still having trouble sort of getting to that high, and we were going back to, we're sort of showing you on the higher time frame, like going back to Friday, you know, you still have that Friday afternoon high. So even as it broke 39.40, I never like taking breakouts into like that kind of an overhead resistance unless that's the move you're trying to capture. Like if you wanted a 30-cent move, 40s into 80s, great, you've got it. Now it's consolidating, you can hold on to a piece of it, but that's more of a scalp trade. And then if it gets through the 80 level, then it has some room to run back into the upside. If the market does start to go, this does look like one of the ones that you want to have for a long, to be sure. But until we just reestablished that level on the NASDAQ, so that looks pretty good. Now you can start maybe buying dips in this down into 39. That puts some of the shorts under pressure. Tesla now starting to go a little bit stronger here. So Tesla's strength now green on the session. I'll go ahead and cancel that 809 bid in front of 808. But Tesla now back above VWAP, now retesting that 820 level. That was our resistance from earlier on in the morning. Trying to drag the market with it here, looking like it's showing some strength. Flip over to some names that had strength earlier. One of those was Google off of those lows. Looks like it's going to try to get going as well.
Not me. Fed meeting on Wednesday. Okay. All right, here we go. Just quickly, Meta did make its move back, but it's struggling at that 168. So if the market is going to retake, which it's doing right now, Meta needs to get a little stronger than what it's doing right now. So hopefully that can get going on this move back up. Noticing that obviously Apple, that's why we got, Apple. Okay, I like where the level that Apple's at right now. Taking down some of these levels here. 153, this is a possible reload into the short if you really don't believe in the name. But again, this market, kind of we have Prad coming on soon. His talk is the kangaroo market. And I kind of feel like right now at these levels, bouncing around is a little bit, left to be desired here. Like, I'm not really sure on the direction of this market. We have Meta long, which is good, and I'm right now debating this Apple reload. I think we're going to do that now. Let's just reload this Apple trade. There it is. Did we get that? Yes, we did. Okay, so we're now into Apple, a little more shares here off of that level, so I like it. We're just going to see what we can do with it now. That's really the key thing here for Apple, off of 153 here. It's back up to the 50 period. We're going to see about 154. That's sort of that area that we were concerned with most. So we'll average into this one up to that 154 area and then see where we go. So my next take is going to be about 153.75 or so. We'll play around the quarters here for Apple. So let's see if it gives us that trade on a rebound here in the NASDAQ and then an eventual fail back in. That's the play that I'm looking for.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if the NASDAQ does not hold that low, that it just reclaimed that 12.35, obviously that's going to portend poorly for the market. I'll be on the bid for Roblox if it gives a dip buy, but I don't want that getting through 39. I favor that dip at that previous breakout price to give it to 39 than anything else there. I did get out of Alibaba. I'll still hang on with Micron for the short side of the trade. I just feel like the chip names, at least a little bit relatively weak, and I definitely know that Alibaba has been. We haven't looked at crypto yet. And there was a pullback there. We got below 22. We're still holding below 22,000 on Bitcoin. Coinbase down 3% on that move. Also rounding back through some pretty key levels. If you look at this holding back below this 70 area, 69s as well. It's got support from last week right at about this 66. Looks like it wicked down to that price before giving it back up. So watch out for Coinbase in the afternoon. 66 could be a key one. Tesla's still going and about to take that 820 level. Back into the upside. The trend is still, I mean, you can still see it. Like, it's kind of trending to the downside. But if Tesla gets above 820 and starts reclaiming some of these highs, it's taken that market with it. It's done it before. It held that 808 to 810 area pretty well there. You did have to give it to 805 if you took that 810. I wasn't willing to do that. At this point, I'm looking at that 808 to 810 for longs. And if we fail 820 here, I'd look for a short with an 820 stop, which I'm about to get.
20 sub, yeah. I think that's going to be a good one. I like those stops. Okay, so there it is. Meta, same thing. Apple, same thing on the reload. Looking for some more. I know Neo was just talking about EV spaces, but there's Neo on the bump back up as well. So this is a tricky name to short, NIO for sure, because it does pop when it goes, it goes. You're above that 19. I actually like 19 longs here for Neo, just because I like the space. I think that if the market does rally, some of these Chinese names can get going. It's been pretty strong. I'm surprised it's actually below $20, but that was a big move down on Friday for Neo. So, all right, the market's just hovering around. Twitter's back down. Yeah, there it goes. I mean, why did this move happen today for Twitter? I mean, the market's still flat when yesterday, on here it is, we were trying to go short. I mean, we were well up on Twitter on Friday, so it's all good. But look at all these shorts waiting for it to collapse, and it didn't do it. And at the very end of the day, we had to take a little piece out there once it broke above 40. And then now today, you're down to 38.80 again. So, yeah, yuck on that one. I know Neil's looking at that Tesla short. That's the name that I like short too today. So you got to get to some key levels, and that 820 might just be one of those as it's coming right back up there again. So that's going to be a good one. And then Meta falling back in, but that reload on Apple working out pretty good for us right there. So hopefully that'll come back in for us one more time on Apple, the number one name here today for me on the long. And then on the short, Microsoft's down to 258. That could be a 260 look as well on Microsoft. So a few things popping off there. AMC's back to 15. We didn't really look at GameStop yet. Google or Google is still at that 108. I got to always trade the Google there just because I'm looking at that prices and the volume. So there it is right now. Still trying to take down some of those lows as well is Google down there at 170.60. That could be
sound French.
Yeah, I know exactly. Google. That should be a good break as well of Google there through 107.50. I actually like that short as well. Snapchat 995. Just a quick review. We're pretty light on Snapchat. It looked like it was breaking 10, so we got some 99s there. Maybe Snapchat is going to fail eventually here at these levels. So far so good. We're in 3 positions. They're all winning right now, but let's go over to the big board and see if winning is the market with Money Talks.
Hey guys, yeah, all quiet as far as equities are concerned, pretty similar as far as currencies are concerned ahead of what is to come this week. For the US dollar, 0.17 right now to the downside, everything else back and forth ever so slightly today. The euro up, the Canadian dollar higher as well. There was some positive notes from the Bank of Canada on growth in this country for the remainder of the year this morning, I saw. So 0.4 to the upside for the CAD, British pound. Same story, about 1/4%. Japanese yen, Swiss franc, both lower on the day. Everything else back and forth we go. Same story down here. Bitcoin, Ethereum, 21.8. Was trying to hold 22, I noticed early on, but we're back below 22,000. Ethereum as well. 1,521, guys, for ETH. Back to you.
ETH. Let's go ETH. So Tesla breaking back down into 815 here. So the first end of that scalp off that 820 area. Look, 820, if I'm shorting in front of that level, I'm going to take some out in front of 815. The $5 range is in Tesla until it can break further. I'll try to rinse and repeat this trade if it gives me a chance. So I'm back on the offer right on that 818 area. I should have been tighter to 19s, but I caught it on the way down from 20 instead of, like, it didn't just sort of stand in front of 20. I got it on the way down and chased it an extra 50 to 60 cents, which I don't think I'll do the second time. And remember, if this breaks, if we break 820 and the NASDAQ is holding that support level from last week, suddenly Tesla turns into, hey, let's start a jailbreak long with a wick off bottom. So, this is one of those situations where the trend is broken if we start breaking the 820 and the overall market continues to show that kind of strength. AMC is a weird one, man. The market just bounced, I'd say decently, like you took out that fresh low, then you held higher, but AMC is just kind of going sideways. It's now just slowly starting to get back to the upside, but I mean, slowly is the only word I can use for this. It's really going to have to get going, because if this doesn't get above 15 and the market reclaims the lows, this is going to stink. It's going to break the bottoms, and we'll have to get out of this. I would have expected it would have bounced after that move, and as I said, I favored sort of buying the dip as opposed to taking the break on Roblox if I was going to get into it. I now just got into it. And then you have this level here. I said 39, but really you have a 38.90 bottom that it put in at about 10 o'clock that can be the support level for Roblox. So thank you guys for that one, by the way. I think Sean was talking about Roblox. We were just looking for names that had shown some signs of relative strength or had a bullish looking chart. Roblox is one of them. I'm sure that are not a small cap, I should say. Like, there's plenty of bullish charts in small cap land, but for these bigger names, there haven't been too many this morning.
No, I'm not sure. Like I said, we got to wait for these earnings to come through. Meta came right back in again, so we're going to play it off that bottom. Not sure it's going to be the right play, but we'll take it again as, this is a name that I want to get back to that upside here for Meta. I just think that when and if this market starts to blow back up, we do have a lot of potential here with Meta, just the way it moves, man. It moves dollars, not pennies, Meta. So if we're right, we can be right pretty good on that one. And if we're wrong, we have that bottom pick ready to go out there at 166.50. So we'll pay attention for that one. What you got, Brendan?
Cost, guys, just halted to the upside. A one-time meme stock, obviously. Back to $9 here for Cost. They've won a patent dispute lawsuit with Apple. Apparently, the two sides have settled in favor of Cost, guys. So Cost halted.
Okay.
Right now, so that's halted.
That's nice.
So that's the second halt on Cost. Cost halted at 8. Opened up and now halted at 8.93 and indicated a $10 open on Cost. I'm pretty sure, I'm not pretty sure. I know that this has a significant short interest, so this is definitely one worth watching. If we do get any chance to play off of that $10 level, I'm not sure it's going to actually open at $10. A lot of times the indicated open is a little bit deceiving. Like, by the time it opens up, it could be at 9.20. But $10 is a nice even level that I'll be playing off of. Obviously it's just a round number. It's already broken out in the daily. It also happens to be the 200-period moving average. There's error on the daily chart. That's why I'm just going to randomly look at something like a 10 because it's significant. I just reloaded on Tesla. Up at 818 there, so I'll try the rinse and repeat. If the market breaks higher, remember 820 does turn into a bit of a long on Tesla. I say that chuckling because that's not what it felt like it was going to be earlier on today. Right. But above that price, Tesla starts to look pretty bullish, and the market holding above that support in the NASDAQ, which I keep peeking over, would be significant. I keep talking about the NASDAQ and not the ES, because if you look at the S&P 500 futures, they never really tested those significant support levels. It's the NASDAQ that had done so. ES has held pre-market lows and is holding higher lows. It's really just been the NASDAQ which is teetering there. So if there's a levy to break, it's not going to be the S&P first. It's going to be the NASDAQ breaking support first, and likely the S&P would follow it. So that's why you're seeing me go over to the NASDAQ over and over again. I'm not ignoring the S&P 500. I understand, like Tesla's in it. It's just as significant, but it's the ES that's holding up a little bit better. So I think the NASDAQ is the one I'm concerned with for finding that support. Just rinsed and repeated Tesla here. Eventually it's going to break this range, but as long as we're in it, I'm going to repeat this over and over again. The third time is not always the charm, however, so always careful with a third reload. If the market's still looking strong above support, then I probably will just get away from that reload and just be happy that we've been able to make these trades on Tesla. It's the biggest earnings week of the year. Well, sorry, of each season. And in this one, 35% of the S&P 500 symbols are going to be reporting earnings. So a few good names on that board there, Brendo.
Yeah, the fireworks really Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday of this week. But here's what's on tap for tomorrow, guys, after market and before the open.
Yeah, I mean, we've got some McDonald's in the portfolio as well. I got some GE up in there. I don't have Coke, but everything else looking pretty good. I mean, it's not the big day that I'm waiting for, but we'll wait to see when this comes out tomorrow to start it off. And then tomorrow is really the day that I'm looking forward to, tomorrow after market, when you get some of those big tech names. But I guess that's GM there as well. Was that a new symbol, those lowercase GMs there?
Yeah,
like that? And then UPS there. Yeah, I don't know.
Look, GM did change it. It's like, I like the old one, but I don't know. I'm old, man. But yeah, GM's probably interesting there, but it's the ones in the middle, man. People care about Coke because it's been such a good sort of bellwether, and it's a good indicator for what the market is doing. Coke and McDonald's in the middle. So it's a good barometer, but I think the names that we're waiting for come later on in the week.
Yeah. Fahad was wondering where the winners are at. There's another one for Meta right there with a nice little move back up to the upside. 167, we just bought it right there out, 167.50. Let's see if it can continue to go up to the upside. But there's another winner for you there with Meta. So that's going to work out for us again here now. But it's not a winning stock today as we went long, got out. I mean, we didn't get out. It's just because we had more shares here than we do right now. But, you know, that little dump out right there, we went long at 169.35, and then once it broke through 169, we wanted to get out of the rest there. And then that's really what sort of caused this. We did take that break early thinking the NASDAQ was going to run, but it didn't. Smelt that was a problem. Got some out, averaged in, so all well. But we can get it back, and that's sort of the way I trade, right, is like, let's see if we can make back some money later on. But we can get some more likes. 1.8K, we can get to 2 likes right now. Hit the like button if you can. We're getting ready to go over to Luca and Trader Prad. Should be a fun afternoon show here. But remember, there's big earnings on tap this week. I mean, including that McDonald's report coming through there for the retail side of things. And then big cap tech, right? So don't go too crazy here. I have my plan of action. We have Snapchat. We've got the Meta long, which this probably doesn't work. And then we have Apple to the short side, which I'm still looking to get more into this VWAP, 153.75. But the market doesn't want to pop. On any little pop-ups, though, I want to short Apple into that 154 area. So that's going to be something that I'm looking out for here with Apple, 154-ish coming on that name.
Yeah, with 90 seconds to go until we send you guys over to the midday show. Just to sort of recap, I'm in the Tesla short, but if we hold up here and the market tries to bounce back to the upside, I see the ES doing pretty well, the NASDAQ now holding that support. That 820 is going to be a reversal for me on Tesla. The other long is going to be this Roblox, looking like it's relatively strong for the most part. I mean, it's flat on the session, which when the market, when the NASDAQ at least is down, that's not a bad sign. It just put a wick off bottom and then a successive higher low. So if it can hold this trend, I think we can see that $40 level on Roblox here. Micron's still favoring the short side of this. This is the only, outside of Tesla, this is the only other short that I have on. It's still failing that 60 level. Been able to get it down at 80s each time. And then the reason for this, it's just plain and simple. Like, this 60 level is a big break to the downside. If I'm going to hold something short that we believe that could be a longer, hold it for the greater part of the day, it's a level like this 60 breaking on Micron that I'd rather dig into here. And thank you for the super chat there, Fanil. Netflix, yeah. 225. You took the short there and took profits and left some runners. Do we think it has more downside? When you have consecutive wick-off tops like this, you might hate the answer. Yes, it has more downside. But if the market holds these lows and bounces higher, then you're still above Friday support, and it can bounce and then maybe get back to that 225. So you've done the right thing. You paid yourself, and now you have a double top, wick off top. If the market falls here, you've got a great one at 225. I don't know that I chase it down at 220, but there's room if it breaks this 18. Like you can see, it's got another $8 here if it breaks that. Oh, sorry, another $6 if it breaks that 18. That's $8 from here, but $6 from Friday's support levels. But it's all about what the market does more than anything else. Right? If we hold support on the NASDAQ, the ES has been holding support all morning, you could easily just make some higher lows and start trending back to the upside. So paying yourself is 100% the right thing to do in this situation.
Look at.
And then I say that, and then Tesla breaks support and is now screaming to the downside, $6 in the money. Yeah, it's one of those days.
Yeah, there goes Apple as well, one of them days as well. Nice little move to the downside off that reload there for Apple. So, so far so good there. I mean, back-to-back reloads right there. Just as Neil was talking, we were like, we'll take this again. It's just not going to the upside. I would really like to see this make that move back up. But hey, without any further ado, let's go over to the midday show. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Hit the like button. We're coming back at 2 o'clock, so that should be fun. But until then, it's Luca and Prad. It's 11 to 2 o'clock. It's the midday show. Let's go. Ciao.
Welcome to Market Movers. Welcome to Midday Mayhem, I think was the new name that Sean, or the new moniker that Sean gave us on Friday. It is time to start partying again. Brand new week, brand spanking new opportunities. Obviously, you guys know it's going to be a very, very busy week. To start off this week with today, most likely I'm expecting a little bit of a kangaroo action from the market, not expecting a lot of one direction moves because I believe the big tech earnings coming up soon the rest of this week. We also have the Fed news coming up this week, which are going to be the big market moving events. So keeping it a little light on my trading today. Currently I am short AMD. You'll see the position board update if I get into a new position or if I start taking profits. And this is my only trade for the moment. Keeping my trading very light, taking my shots in calculated spots, at least where I think it's calculated. As Sean was saying about his Apple short, I was waiting for Apple to pop over here to VWAP, missed out on that opportunity. So just waiting to get into the short side for the most trades, waiting for the stocks to pop back up over here while I can load into these opportunities to ride them to the downside. And maybe we can just keep ranging on the stocks today for the most part.
Yeah, of course. You know, what is going to happen today? I don't know, but definitely some kangaroo action. You know, huge week, as everybody's mentioning. So, you know, not really. My expectations going in today is, you know, expecting some muted action all around. I had a couple focus names today, one being Snapchat, the other being Apple, and of course, TVLT. Was super excited about TVLT. But, you know, didn't show me what I wanted to see. And kind of funny, actually. I paid for a whole bunch of shorts, and I was like, okay, they just did the offering. You had to kind of flush down. Initially, I knew it would SSR right off the open, like even at these levels. And I figured, you know, this is the classic kind of like SSR it and then go for like high day push. So I really wanted to see a move towards like 9-10, and then it would have got really exciting. But, you know, I mean, you can't always get what you want, and kind of is what it is. So I didn't actually trade this, but, you know, if we get higher on this name, maybe it gets exciting. I just don't want to really step in and get kind of, you know, too aggressive with it being SSR on the short side, right? Just kind of a harder execution overall. And I'll share a couple of my trades from today. One being Snapchat. I think this was one of the first trades I took. So I was playing off that $10 level. We're moving into it, and I thought, okay, we have some size at 10. 10 was a significant level from last week. So I said, okay, maybe we're gonna, you know, like kind of play off that level and then fade back to VWAP. So took the short and like was instantly wrong. And I was like, you know what? The long is probably better. So I took the short. I covered the short. I took the long for way more size just because it was kind of like $10 level break. There was size. I figured if we go, like people are like stopping themselves out. So, you know, took the long and just scalped it out. And this was, you know, I was trying to hold some for maybe a push towards 10.20, but it was kind of the tell in the tape. As the bids were stepping up, they were getting slammed very, very quickly. Nobody was really chasing this above like, you know, 10.10 area. And so it was very, very easy to kind of get out of that. So, you know, that was basically 25% covers. I tried the short 2 times, but I wasn't loving this. This was very small size, so I let it go. I could have been patient and the short would have worked, but I didn't even want to give it 1 or 2 cents. I was like, I'll try this 2 times. If it doesn't work, I'm on to something else, just because this is kind of what I expected. Snapchat is going to, maybe just go sideways. The range is just not there to, prioritize it for myself. So kind of stay away from that. And I'm actually in an Apple long that's not there. So let's just have a quick look here, which actually might stop me out. And so I actually... This is I'm in the last piece of an Apple long that I'm holding, and if we go below 152.80, I'll stop myself out on this one. But it's, I had the short and I covered. This was awesome, and then kind of short into the 153. So kind of like short bias going into the level. Then we were going sideways, and I said to myself, we're probably gonna get a nice little bounce here. And the market kind of looked like it wanted to bounce, and I'm just like, I don't know how high we'll go, so like I'll take the long. So I kind of got long here, scalped a little bit out, got long again. Kind of scalped it out on the way up. And, for anybody watching Apple today, obviously, like, not really in play, like, just kind of slower, so you're going to manage your expectations. I would have really loved to see a pop towards 153.50 area, but, like, we couldn't get there, right? We couldn't get there. So, if we get back below 152, I didn't want to put a stop below 153 for the last portion of my trade, just because I figure, like, this will easily stop out. But if we get below 152.80, we're probably going to, like, go back and test the lows, assuming the market rejects VWAP. So, holding last piece, we'll see what happens over there.
Yeah, I'm actually looking to build into a small Apple test long over here, because I think this market wants to actually go back towards the north side. If you focus on how the market traded on Friday, we pretty much bounced off of those 39.40 levels, and today we came down to those exact same bottoms, or pretty close to it actually, which happens to be the 50-period EMA on the daily, 39.54. Also with the whole idea of kangaroo market, just range being bound between 4K and even 37.40 all the way to the downside is where I believe. But right now, that being said, the Apple test long is not working, and AMD short, which was working, is turning against us. So a little bit of a hedge trade between my positions over there. The short, which was working, is now turning against me, and the short, which was or the long that I thought which would help me minimize the short, which was going against me, would help me out. But looks like Apple's going to try and go back to the lower day over here. Giving it the lower day risk, which would be usually how I trade these stocks. But looks like we might just start pushing to the downside over here, as the S&P 500 has started also curling below VWAP just now. KOSS being mentioned in the chat, so let's go check out KOSS, which has been halted for about more than 15 minutes or so. Last trading was around 10:49, so even before we got put onto the show over here at 11 o'clock, we're still waiting for KOSS to open, which I believe is KSS right now. Yeah, KOSS, which is not Kohl's, never mind. But we are waiting for the stock to open. Could be a news pending halt. So let's go verify if it is real quick by going over here, close that thing real quick. And how do we check again? Yeah, NASDAQ, NASDAQ halts. Go to current trading halts, KOSS, limit up, down halt. So it's not even a news halt, so we're just waiting, not sure as to why it hasn't started trading yet. I can't even talk today. Why it hasn't trading yet, and when it will start trading, we'll be able to find out what price it will open. Currently, the theoretical auction price is empty for me, but maybe Lucas can see that.
Oh yeah, sure. Which KOSS?
KOSS.
Yeah, it's showing 1160. 1160 I'm seeing here. So, it'll be interesting to see when this opens and kind of what it's going to do there. Definitely keep that on the side. And guys, let us know if it opens, because we're over here looking at 100 things. So, might not see it right when it opens. And so just to cover, I got stopped out of my Apple trade, broke below that 152.80, covered the last piece there. And now maybe it goes back up, but you know what? It doesn't really bother me, because this is kind of like, like sideways action, kangaroo market. Apple's down. I don't really absolutely love the long. We'll see if it could hold below that 153. Looking at the overall NASDAQ, as it's kind of going sideways here, you get some names that go sideways, right? And it's like, if we start to kind of fall off, like reject VWAP here, and overall, and if you guys pull up ES as well, ES, here we go. Pull up ES as well, you'll see that it's just kind of dancing around VWAP area. So, you know, it's definitely muted on the day. Like, you had a couple flushes, but now we're kind of sideways. So we'll see what we get in the next 20 minutes if this kind of market wants to pick a direction or not. And I see somebody before saying, can we look at NEO? So sure, let's have a look at NEO. I was actually watching NEO this morning. I wasn't going to prioritize it. I wasn't going to trade it. You know, there was a lot of other opportunities for me, but, you know, being below that 19 area to kind of start the day in the pre-market, I was sort of thinking like, okay, maybe now we're going to get the breakdown. Just because, you know, if you kind of zoom out on this one, you'll see that, you know, it's sort of channels right above that 20 area. Then we finally have the 20 breakdown on Friday, and now we're over here. So this is the first time that we're actually going to open below 20 or significantly below 20. And I was like, okay, maybe we're going to get some continuation. So that was kind of my overall bias going into NEO. But look at this open, right? It opens, it flushes down, it goes back up. And, you know, for anybody who trades NEO, like, this is a very muted move for NEO. And I think one of the main reasons for that is just it's not really in play, right? It's, you know, there's a lot of other things happening. Overall, the market is somewhat muted, you know, kind of everybody, you know, waiting to see what decisions are going to be made. We obviously very, very huge week this week. So, you know, just keep that in mind, you know, like as a part of your strategy. You know, you have the 20 level, you play the bounce on NEO, you play the breakdown, you know, you kind of hold a piece for the move. But then the next day, if it does not break down, then it's kind of sideways, and it's probably going to range all day. It's probably going to range all day unless some type of catalyst comes out. You know, only 17 million shares traded, so, you know, definitely, I would say not a priority. And also, how can you guys look at Palantir? I think somebody said that from before. Let's take a quick look. Palantir, I think, you know, that 10 level going up to 10 to 1030 area, and I don't think this candle's real, actually. This is just kind of dark pools, probably. You know, that 10 level going up to 1030 seems to be acting as a resistance. But again, Palantir not really in play. Like, it's going to be very muted. You know, you got what here, like a 20-cent range on it. So, I mean, if you're kind of scalping this and playing the range and just taking fills, you know, like, that could be a strategy. But personally, for me, it's something I'd stay away from. Only done less than 10 million shares traded today, right? So just keep that in mind. Down 2%, but, you know, you need that volume to really get the moves that you want to see.
Yeah, so okay, I got NEM over here open on my charts. As you guys can see, NEM, a mining company with the earnings report coming in today, missing on the earnings report. Most of the damage actually coming from the decline in gold and silver and all other commodities in general, or you know, minerals in general. Sorry, Newmont is a company name over here, dropping about, I believe, 3% in pre-market, but then extending the losses to more than that, all the way towards the downside is where NEM goes now, almost 10%. So it did trigger SSR at one point, and obviously we are watching it form some sort of a base near 46 over here. We'll see if NEM can get a move towards VWAP, so if someone can, maybe I can reload some shorts around 47 around VWAP or so and get that dollar range on NEM right now, as the market, which was hanging around by VWAP, is now looks like it wants to extend the down move. That is, NASDAQ has not been able to push towards VWAP all day yet, so we're just waiting for it to see if NASDAQ will help maybe Apple push back up. But before that, we'll just be able to get out for a quick little loss, not able to no need to extend the losses over there on the Apple test long that we had. We thought that the market was going to just keep on kangarooing up and down all the way till the end of the day, so we were just trying to, you know, maybe range trade over here. But thankfully, we are out of that real quick. We're holding on to our AMD short right now, which is about 70 cents in the money, riding it to the downside with the help of NASDAQ and the S&P 500. Brendan in our work chat called out VERU. Apparently, Veru moving around with Martin Scarelli positive post about Veru on Wall Street Bet. So let's go check out Veru over here. Actually down on the day, 3% down. Martin Scarelli post WCSB on Veru. Okay, he posted. Yeah, I know that guy. He's the guy who bought the Wu-Tang Clan album for like a $2 million or something, and also Lil Wayne's album, and he was trying to leak it and everything. He's a little bit of a crazy guy on that side.
For anybody that doesn't know Martin Scarelli, this guy, or I don't know how to pronounce, but you know, anybody who doesn't know him, he essentially loaded up, bought a bunch of shares of some biotech company, and then he hiked the price of a drug from like $7 like on the shelf to like something crazy like $400, and like the stock went wild. And essentially, you know, like kind of like whatever is what it is. They didn't really like what he did there, but yeah, you know, I see everybody. He's a clown. He's the GOAT. You know, everybody's got their own opinions. You know, it is what it is. But yeah, yeah, just in case anybody didn't know that story there.
Yeah, so Veru over here, we're waiting to see if some moves can come into here off of that post. I'm seeing nothing right now, you know, no real volume candle coming in off of it. Maybe that volume candle could have been something behind it, but Veru right now pretty dead for the day. Going to downside with the rest of the market. I mean, look at NASDAQ now, right back to the low of day for NASDAQ. Pretty close to it, actually. We're down back to 0.8 negative on NASDAQ. S&P 500 still surprisingly flat on the day, only down 0.15.
So KOSS is open now. We got a little bit of size at 12. Nothing crazy, you know, bid stepping up, but they are getting hit. I have no idea if I even want to jump in and dance over here. The spread's about 5 to 10 cents. Just be careful, doing a lot of volume. And, you know, the news on this one is, you know, they settled you know, they were going to trial with Apple for the deal, AirPod thing there. So they settled that, right? They settled that. So obviously positive news. But at the same time, you know, it's who's really jumping in here and trading this besides day traders? Like, is big money involved? Is this enough to say, like, okay, now I want to, you know, get in and really get long? And so kind of, is there going to be follow through on this gap up? Or are people taking profits here? So these are the questions that I ask myself. And, you know, like, and then are you going to be able to kind of like get a nice, you know, short or long and see where this goes, or is volume going to die? So I'm going to watch this. I'm going to see what happens in the next few minutes. But, you know, maybe get a push. It'll be nice to see if we get a push through like 1250 and see how it acts over there, or if we're just going to kind of trend down from here. So, yeah, keep that on your radar. You know, it feels like bids are stepping up. So, you know, we'll see if this can have some follow through, or if it just kind of breaks down and then goes sideways.
Someone said, why would you go long Apple when they lost to KOSS? I'll be honest, I did not read about that on the way to work today. That is my mistake on missing out on that news. So thank you for mentioning that, because that might have saved me a little bit on that long that I pushed on Apple not too long ago. That being said, I need to go read up on that one. That's my fault. What I did read up on, though, are mostly just earnings trades. You know, I was just preparing for earnings positioning most part. And off of the earnings board over there, we have, what's it called, Philips. Philips came out with earnings, I believe it was this morning actually. PAG, the medical supplier, missed out on their earnings over there, dropped down about 10% overall in pre-market, but then has been pretty decent to the upside. Now up, or now only down 0.7%, sorry, even though they were dropped down at 10% at one point in pre-market. PAG, though, 1.5 million shares traded. Let's go see what that is on the relative volume scale. As I'm not used to trading PAG, I won't really know if 1.5 million for a $20 stock is enough or not. Just off of a notional dollar value, it does not seem enough for me. But you know, now that you look at the other variables over here, such as relative volume or average day volume and so on, you get to see that there's actually tons of eyes on this position today. Tons of traders willing to make an execution and actually push the stock around. And looks like the idea is to just buy the dips over here for PAG around $20 or so. This is a pretty solid range around at the $20 bottom on PAG. Let's see if that's the all-time low also, or pretty close to the lows. PHG, yeah, pretty close to just all-time lows, looks like. Never mind. We're in a pretty good low range, though. We're pretty good low range over here. All-time lows is like a penny almost. Luca?
Yeah, you know, people, I know everybody's saying KOSS. I'm watching this thing. So we actually got the breakthrough 1250, and, you know, a spread opened up a little bit, but I have no trades on this. I'm being cautious. I'm watching this. To me, this is a dangerous setup for anybody trading this. And kind of the thing I was looking for is this going to cleanly break 1250 and then flush back down and then break back to 12 and then maybe make a move to 11? But the thing is obviously, you know, like kind of this versus like a TBLT day one where it's doing a lot of volume and not SSR is completely different, right? So it's like you get the break, you get the flush down, then it bounces back up. This is ranging. And, you know, at this point, maybe we get a test of 13, but this is not something that I'm confident in myself saying this is going to 15. I don't even know if this is going to 11. My bet is we're staying in the middle. We're staying right here. We're going to dance around, do a bunch of volume. And then if we don't break 13, 14, then we're going to fade off and maybe slowly inch lower. But, you know, on a volume drop. So you know, kind of just manage your expectations. Make sure, you know, it's in your playbook setup. You know, if not, you don't want to really be throwing money away just because things are moving around, right? And somebody mentioned GOVX was breaking out, and I actually was watching that. GOVX is, you know, I can't remember the thing on this actually, but you know, kind of ranging this morning.
The Walmart car.
What is this? The Walmart? Oh,
Yeah.
okay, yeah. It's like you trade so many of these small caps, and
Or is that
I
EV?
mix in.
No, that's Walmart car.
Yeah, I think so. You know, it's kind of funny. It's like you trade long enough, and you're like, okay, you know, this small cap name, that small cap name. Then I get lost, and I'm like, which one was this one again? Oh, this one was that one. I don't know. But you know, it's you kind of get to know the stock's personality, and you know, if you should kind of, you know, deal with that one or look at other names. Personally, I do not trade these kind of sub $2 names well, so I just kind of watch them. But you know, now making that high of day push. Right, so maybe now you get that 125 to 130 area as a potential support. You know, it'll be interesting to see if this holds trend and then wants to make a move towards 2. Just keep in mind, you know, 85 million shares traded today. Who knows if this it kind of pushes to 300 million? But it'll be interesting to watch. But yes, it is SSR day 2. So keep that in mind. Hey, go figure. All these small caps.
We
are
were
SSR.
actually thinking about GOEV, not GOVX. GOEV is the Walmart car company. GOVX is apparently just vaccines, is what chat's saying.
Yes,
so this could be like the Sega vaccine or maybe COVID vaccine group of stocks over there. And yeah, thank you for reminding us, chat. I want to go over to Redbox. Why is Redbox up 89% today, launching towards the $6 level? It's just going crazy, non-stop action coming into Redbox, and just absolute monstrous moves. I know Netflix is actually doing a little bit of the opposite today. A lot of you are talking about shorting Netflix. I think a viewer said, Prad, go short Netflix, is going to 200. I love the confidence and I love the belief in your shorts over there. You know, that's your setup. I'll leave that trade for you. If I want to go short Netflix, you know, it's got to be somewhere in the high a day ranges or even at least by VWAP. I'm not going to take the breakout of low a day over here or pre-market lows around lunchtime periods, because you got to know when to take what type of setups, right? There's different setup periods for different times, especially for setups such as breakout. What does a breakout need? What does a breakout constitute of? A breakout has a lot of volume behind it. It's going to break a very significant level, and it's going to have some good demand of buyers coming in for the upside or some sellers to the downside. If that volume usually is not around lunchtime, so I'm not looking to look for a breakout trade around lunchtime. You might get lucky on a certain stock at a certain time at a certain setup and be able to find those, you know, unusual volume activities during lunch, which is what makes that trade so much better, because there's not many people to crowd that trade and you get to take advantage of that volume over there. But on times like this now, you know, taking a breakout short for Netflix, it just doesn't seem good to me. I'll wait for the volume to come in at 3 o'clock or even 2 o'clock. Best time to take those breakouts, in my opinion, I could be wrong on this, is from 9:30 until 10 or even 10:30. That's called the opening drive play, or at least the 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock where the power/tower hour comes in and you get to put in some damage on the market with some extra volume. Netflix today down only 0.28%, still pretty strong after the earnings report that we saw came out not too long ago. And Redbox today just monster move, just now breaking $6, creating a new high a day above 6, and we have some good size on the ask and bids fighting each other to see who's going to be victorious. Currently, the bids are victorious and the longs are the winners.
Yeah, if you're looking at the daily on RDBX, you know, looks like breaking that $5 level. This thing's strong, up 100%. Maybe makes a move to 7. Maybe it's SSR, and it's you know, it's the common theme today. All of these small caps are SSR. And, that's why for any kind of short bias traders, like when I look at these names, I always want to say, okay, short first. That's my first initial thoughts. And I say, okay, if I can't short, where are the longs good? And, when I see SSR names, I don't know if anybody feels the same way, but I see SSR names, I'm like, I don't know about the shorts here. Like, how am I going to get into this position? I feel like I got to get run over, and then you're getting run over on these kind of low float names, and like, who knows, right? You just kind of get you get smoked, and you just gotta be patient and average into them in size accordingly. But for me, it just doesn't really work well with my strategy. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see if this makes the $7 push.
Yeah, market clearly is not looking to break to the downside too much, and nor is it looking to break to the upside too much, because Apple did push to the lower day, bounce off the lower day, and I guess if I had my stop there, I would have still been right on the trade, but it's okay. We'll see where that one goes to. Pat is right about timing your trades. Thank you, John. I appreciate that a lot. Redbox right now going to a high of $6.20. Like I said, looks like the stock does not want to stop. It's a cent today anytime soon. If there's still volume like this coming in at the time like today, at a time like now around lunch clock, lunch is actually in the next 40 minutes or so. But around now when the volume comes in, you can look for those breakouts for $6 breakouts. Push 1,000 shares, take that $6 breakout, get out 610, get out 615, get out 620, and now that it's coming back down, you're probably long 601, 602, still in the money with a stop of 2 pennies to the downside, while you've already scalped out a good, 50 to 75% of your trade for a 20-cent winner when you're risking 2 pennies. A good 80 to 1 type of risk reward scenarios over there setting up. But this is the same setup over here. Could not have been replicated on Netflix to the downside, to the short trade, as there is no volume spike. Notice how the volume spike over here on Netflix to the downside is not equally as great as the spike on Redbox to the upside. That volume candle next to the other volume candles is significant. That's the type of volume that you're looking for. And as Luca would say, you jam, 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 and then you get the butter and the spread up top.
You get that and the peanut butter,
the
to
peanut
be
butter
specific.
and the
I
spread
don't know
up
if anybody loves peanut butter as much as I do over here, but it's a part of my daily nutrition plan. Like, I can't go a day without peanut butter. Absolutely love it. And goes really well with challah bread, if you guys haven't tried that.
Halal bread?
Yeah, I say challah bread. I say challah bread.
Like, is it H-A-L-A-L, halal bread?
I have no idea how it's spelled, but
Oh.
it's
I didn't even
it's
know
awesome.
there was halal bread, bro.
And triple toasted as well. And what was I gonna say? Oh, so whoever said timing, they referenced like timing your trades is important.
Is this what you're saying?
Well, so yeah, there's different types. It's essentially like an egg bread.
Okay,
it's,
that's not halal bread. Okay,
yeah, no, there's different ways to make it, but yeah. But, timing your trades. No, so I wanted to get to this point, actually. So timing your trades, super important. And I wanted to comment about this. So let's look at RDBX, right? This is just an example. I'm going to use this kind of like arbitrary example here. You have the breakout of 6, right? Now it's doing a lot of volume. So obviously volume is picking up. And the question everybody is asking themselves is, will this continue? Is this going to continue to run? Is this going to make a move towards 7, right? So see how it's sort of like, if you're looking at the candles here, see how it's sort of kind of dancing around? And then you got the moving average that's like slowly below it, right? It's like this is gonna, it does the $6 breakout. It's gonna dance around, right? As the moving average of the data approaches the price action, that's where a real decision should be made, in my opinion. And the reason I say this is because it breaks 6, it does a whole bunch of volume, you got dark pools going up, you got people who are stuck short, so they're trying to get out, you got people who are long, are they holding, are they selling? But then, volume sort of drops a little bit in the 1, 2, 3 minutes. And this is very short term. So this is like a very this is not a strong example of it. But, as the moving average kind of starts to ride the price action, this is where now it's like, okay, is it going to break down? Is it going to continue? Is it going to be very strong and not even touch the moving average and continue upwards? Is it going to break and then reclaim and then move up? So there's all types of things that could happen as this sort of approaches, right? But the last thing you want to do is be involved, and again, this is kind of a funny example because it's such a short time frame that I'm using here, but the last thing you want to do is be involved at 11:25, after the break, at the top, it's dancing around, the spread opens up, you don't really know what's happening, you're offside, you're onside, you're offside, right? You're waiting, So the thing is timing it is very important. So from a scalping perspective, if you're saying, oh, I'm going to add if it like holds trend, well, try to add as it confirms to you that it's going to hold trend, not so much like, adding over here, right? So time's super important. And I can show you another example on my Apple trade, which is like, different perspective, large cap, kind of different trade and short. Like I did not take the short over here, wasn't really looking at it. And as we broke down, like the overall market was weak, we're breaking down, and we flushed, right? We did the initial flush, we popped back, so you had a little bit of a liquidity vacuum, and I took the short after it stalled. So we dropped, we popped back, we stalled, I hit it short, it flushed again, I covered, I held a piece, and then I got stopped out because I didn't know if we were gonna kind of get a bounce there. But timing it, very, very important, right? So I'm looking for something very specific. I've seen this setup before. I understand liquidity vacuum in terms of the short term. This is like a 1 second liquidity vacuum. We get the flush, a lot of selling, then it stops. People try to cover, it bounces back. Nobody's really bidding and chasing. I hit it short again, it flushes again, because people are like, I like this price now. Like I wanted this price, I missed it, I'm waiting for it, it pops back. They try to offer again, flushes back down, and then I just say, I'm covering where everyone else is covering. Bids were stepping up. Every time it broke, 153.20, breaks down, comes back, breaks down, comes back. And it gives the vibe of like, it breaks that 20-cent mark. And as soon as it breaks, someone crosses up to cover. So it's like they're hitting it to like get out. And this is kind of the feel that I got. And I was like, okay, you know what? If people are covering here, I'm sort of late to the party. This is a very like short-term scalp. I'm able to do it. It was a winning trade. It's part of my playbook. But I understand that like obviously people are short from like these levels up here, the breakdown of VWAP, maybe the top of this consolidation. Even see over here how it held trend. So people are short here. It's very challenging to get involved over here. But as it confirms to you that it's going down again, this is the kind of momentum down, right? So obviously cognizant of all these ideas and like the time. And, I tried to hold and say, I didn't know how high this was going to go. I mean, it looks bad that I kind of covered at break even, but, it was one of the things that I say, is not really super in play for me today. So I'm going to like relax, take it easy. I'm not trying to give back too much of my day. So, that's kind of how it is. But yes, timing it is super important. And the last thing I'll say on that topic to kind of flip to the long side, Apple was short, I was short, and then I took the long. These kind of news events and kind of everything that's playing itself out here is not really important to me because I'm scalping and I'm playing certain levels and I'm looking for things in the tape. The market wanted to break down and it just couldn't. And I was like, okay, this is going to cost me to try to catch the long. So like I lost here. I'm like, but when I catch it, I'll probably make it back. And it really just depends how much I'm going to make, right? So timing it, very important. Kind of being patient, tried it here, didn't work. Tried it here, didn't work. Third time's a charm. And then kind of up on the whole like bounce play idea. But didn't really continue to bounce. So obviously not something I love, not something that I'm putting too much risk towards.
While Brendo sets up, because we're going to send it to the big screen here. I guess, yeah, he's ready to go. Let's send it to Brendo for the big screen for social sentiment.
Hey guys, yeah, quick update for you on what's being discussed on social media so far today. There are a few things that are very, very positive. TBLT, I was talking about that story in the pre-market a little bit. 20 million on a private placement for TBLT. Ton of volume though. Red boxes here. SIGA off the monkeypox story so far today. Everything else pretty negative, unfortunately, including the Qs and the SPY. However, we are getting a pretty decent bounce right now for both Tesla, Zila, AMC, all to the downside. Vinco Ventures on here, DWAC as well. But lots to discuss on social media so far today, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, and there's the bounce, man. Kangaroo market. This is why I did not believe in my AMD longs or shorts, and this is why I didn't believe in my Apple shorts that I was talking about earlier. But now that Apple's pushing the VWAP, maybe that Apple short idea can be pushed back on. I completely believe in this kangaroo type of day. Just be ready to trade your stocks in complete ranges and don't really be ready to hold anything for too far against you as it could easily not be range bound and start pushing towards 4K on the S&P 500, which is now positive on the day. Europe has closed. It is, what time is it? 11:30. What time is it? It's 11:30 right now, pushing to the north side. What's that? It's t-shirt time, bro. Come on. You were talking about this on, yeah, Gym Tan Laundry, GTL. Gym Tan Laundry, GTL. T-shirt time, you know, Pauly D time. But anyways, who wants to talk about those crazy people over there? Anytime I had my friends watching that show, I would just be like looking at them like, I don't know what you're doing right now, bud. You need to turn that TV off and go play some games instead, because this is not worth your time. Anyways, coming back to stock market, here's AMD pushing back to my average price. Here's Apple pushing towards VWAP after me initially having that long, and I saw the news from the chat. That's what made me close the short over here. Close the long over here. But if I played it according to how I wanted to, which is the having the stop at the lower days, I guess I would have still maybe held it, maybe not. Probably would have been wicked out on it. But now here's the long playing out. Apple's pushing to VWAP, and NASDAQ market pushing back to VWAP also. Actually tickling VWAP right now for the NASDAQ market, and for the S&P 500, which is positive on the day by almost a quarter, above my Tiffany blue line, which I believe is the 50-period EMA. Let's quickly go back to Redbox here for a second, because people in the chat, I see people in the chat saying a lot of big influencers on Twitter apparently claiming Redbox to go to $100. Guys, if we're claiming things like that, we need to like start doing some research first, right? What happened to a company that used to, I forget what the company's name, but maybe the chat knows very well. They had a blue and yellow logo. It started with a B something. They used to rent out movies. Oh yeah, they don't exist anymore, right? I forget who they were. And I remember renting out their movies and still having their movies in my closet hidden that I don't have to pay fees for anymore. I wonder what happened to that. Like, look at this. Redbox kiosk charges you $1.75, and look at the first article for just typing in Redbox fees. Yes, you can refuse to pay Redbox rental fees. 3 steps on how to do so. 3 steps on how to evade Redbox rental fees. And you're telling me the stock's going to $100? Listen, I'm not going to say you're wrong, because what do I know? At the end of the day, I know nothing. The market can do whatever it wants. We could very easily get a Redbox squeeze to $3 million if the buyers are there and if the shares are there. But we're going to start doing some actual questioning on the company, what the company does, and how the market's really going to accept the stock movement. Redbox only has 40 million loyal customers. Netflix, active user base, user base is what? How many active? We're gonna have to Google this a little bit longer, but the answer is clearly way larger than just 40 million for Redbox. And the question just keep on going for on and on and on. Obviously, they want to transition into a more, Netflix type of place where they don't. 220 million subscribers compared to 40 million subscribers. So you guys are talking about a wannabe Blockbuster going to $100 just because your favorite Twitter DD or your Reddit DD said 100? That's not the trade you want to be in. You want to take a long from $3 to $6 and make 100% on the day? That is absolutely the trade you want to be in.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. I'm just like listening to the whole situation, and anything's possible. Anything's possible at any point. I see people in the chat saying it doesn't matter. Fundamentals don't matter if the name wants to squeeze. Anything can happen, right? It's like if there's enough shorts, if enough people are offside, if the ball gets rolling and people want to throw their money away and just continue to buy higher prices, then everybody does what they want to do, right? Anything's possible. But going back to that kind of ideology of trend. It's like, look at this, right? We break 6, we come back, we test 6, but it holds trend and then pushes higher, right? So obviously timing your trades is super important, and this would have been a perfect area to, time the long, right? Don't be offside and get long and have FOMO. It makes no sense because you're not making any money. So why you have the fear of missing out, but you're not missing anything because you're going to lose, because you're going to put yourself offside. Oh, is it going to bounce? Then you get emotional. No, let it come to you. Let it show you that it wants to bounce. Time the trades, and it gets easier with time, get enough reps in, see the same thing over and over again. And at this point, kind of that $6 level holding, now looking like it's holding trend. Are we going to make the move to 7? Are we going to break 650? Are we going to move to 7? I guess stay tuned to find out. We shall see. But, if this gets back below like 610, 6, then like maybe you got the kind of failure action going, and then maybe jumps back in the range. But doing volume, but would need quite a significant amount of volume for this to continue to go, right? So yeah, we'll see what happens with this.
I'm just looking for other stocks over here that we can quickly head over to. Public Storage, which apparently had a sell-off of a company that they owned a good chunk of, and Blackstone affiliates. Park to affiliates of Blackstone for $7.6 billion, blah, blah, blah. And that catalyst because they owned a big chunk of, my wire stuck on my pants over here. So since selling off that big chunk of that company, Public Storage moved to the north side by about 1.5% in pre-market, but looks like it just completely pooped itself over there. Amber Hearded it right back to the low days with the market at open swing. I'm looking at the market opening chart movement right now, pooped itself right down, and now trying to stay around view up or so for Public Storage. We'll see if that can end up moving at some point. Clearly very, very low on volume end. I know I don't like to talk about low volume stocks, but here's another catalyst that can actually help me segue into, so here's another stock that had an earnings catalyst, I believe. Yeah, it is an earnings catalyst, and it has a weird ticker. This is a 5-letter ticker. It is called Ryanair. Ryanair, I guess, airliner. Came out with positive earnings, pushed up to the north side off those earnings report, but very low on volume for my own liking. Only 300,000 shares traded over here. R-A-Y-A-Y, but, oh, no, that was wrong. R-Y-A-A-Y.
I'm just in the chat. AMC to 1 million. I love how the numbers get higher and higher.
Every time, right?
AMC to 50, AMC to 100, AMC to 1 million, AMC to 1 billion.
We'll be the ones who are wrong eventually, like, you know, and I'd much rather us be wrong and them be right, because if they're making $1 billion, that means the wealth is being spread from the rich to more people around the world. The 1%ers are going to be slowly opening up a little bit more. I rather want my viewers, my chats, even the apes from Reddit to actually win out there. And so the hedge funds can get, not only Melvin gets hurt, I want all hedge funds to get hurt. I do. At the same time, I won't be the one who's going long in my own account because that's way too scary for me. Unless we go to maybe like, you know, $2 on AMC again, then I will buy AMC on my own account. Until then, I'm just a sideline person. You know, I'll be on the sidelines watching the show, clapping and eating popcorn because it's way more fun for me that way. But here's a stock that I was talking about that moved up 5% in pre-market, came down slightly, but now trying to get back up there to the north side. Let's see if this stock has helped other airliners in general today. Jets ETF is what I wanted to go look at. What the GETS, not Jetta. Jets ETF. Currently with 3 million shares traded overall, not really doing anything. So it looks like Ryanair, however you pronounce it, did not help the airline industry at all today.
I love how all the comments coming through. The moon, 1 billion.
10 billion in debt.
Bears and Bulls is like, the ceiling has always been 1 million. Then the floor is 1 million. And somebody actually said AMC to 0. So, yeah, you know, everybody's got their kind of opinions. And we'll see, right? We'll see where it goes. We'll see where it is in a year from now, kind of dancing around, doing its thing.
One of the viewers went AMC to 10 billion in debt.
Yeah, that's kind of funny. And, you know, it's unfortunate, actually, because GME split, you know, not really doing much. I was so excited, you know, day one split, which was last week, paid for shorts, didn't even trade it, and now it's just kind of like, not really doing much. You got the fade. Like, is this just going to, like, slowly die off for, like, the rest of time? Like, I don't know. We'll see what happens. But kind of interesting there because, you know, you had the split. You had the run-up into the split. And not really like a buy the rumor, sell the news because it's a split. So it's not really like a positive catalyst. But I guess nowadays anything can move stock and generate volume. So, you know, it was nice to see that kind of move into the split. And then now it's probably down. I think it was probably down yesterday too. Let's see where this pull out 30-minute here. Yeah, so you know you got the fade play. So from a day trading perspective, it's like the spread kind of was a little bit too large for me to actually love the trade. But you know, look at this, right? It's like a sell the news event, right? And this faded from, let's say, 40 area now down to 33. So that's a decent percentage move. You know, kind of buy the rumor, sell the news. I guess that was the event. You know, like looking back at this, like hindsight bias, I'm just like, okay, like this was an easy short. But obviously watching the tape and kind of seeing the kind of slow move, low volume, big spread, I was like, like where can I really get involved in this and take like a decent sized position to the size that I want to. So yeah, obviously could add less size on this and kind of just been very patient. But obviously it's tough, right? You got to prioritize. And napkin, right? You see that I'm crossing some stuff out over here. It's like I have a huge list that I look at, and then I nail it down and I knock off like what's not going to work for me. So hopefully you guys are doing that too, or following Sticky Note Nation. Napkin Nation is not really a thing; it's just a Luca thing. So just make sure you're doing what works for you and prioritizing. Unless you're the type of trader that can trade like 100 things at once, I'm definitely not. Brankles he's got his watch list. He's watching everything. I was like, I don't even know how you do that. I'm watching like 1 or 2 things and kind of go from there. And people asking, RDBX, is the short ready yet? I have no idea, but this thing, the one thing that kind of going back to that timing your trades ideology, it's like if it's a strong trend, it's going to show you that it's a strong trend. And what I mean by that is it's going to have the initial move. It's going to bounce off the moving average. It's going to keep making higher highs and higher lows, right? The fact that this now broke down below, and I'm not saying that this is going up or down. I really don't know. I'm just kind of watching it. But, as I see more of these plays set itself up, like see how you have this strong move here and then it's kind of going sideways. Then you have another strong move up and now it's going sideways again. Like volume quickly died off. It quickly died off. If there was significantly more volume and volume continued to increase and it continued to make higher highs, then you're like, okay, the move is strong. So if you're long, you're holding, or maybe you're re-adding. But the fact that it's kind of dancing right now and maybe creating like a short-term head and shoulders pattern, but like doesn't really matter. It's on the 1 minute. But not really strong, not really as strong as it could be. And going back to that whole ideology of squeeze plays, if we look at Zila today, where is this name? Because this was the kind of, from last week, we were discussing this and saying like, okay, they have like they're restructuring their float. If it moves to $1, it could be this huge gamma squeeze. And there was a whole, you could have seen it on Reddit. There was a whole kind of breakdown of like, the kind of argument for why this is going to go to the moon. But guys, this did 1 billion shares, right? It did 1 billion shares. So anybody who was ever going to get squeezed, or if they wanted to restructure or anything of that kind of nature, it did 1 billion shares like on Wednesday or Thursday or whenever that day 1 was, right? And where is it now? It's basically in the same range. So I'm going to pull up, I haven't even looked at this today, but I'll pull up the 60-minute very quickly just to kind of bring back the day it did a lot of volume. It's like this is still in the range, right? So maybe you can argue like, yes, it had the move up and now it's holding, but volume is dying. And when volume dies, it's like, is it really going to continue to move, right? So obviously have your expectations managed. Understand that like volume is the most important thing from all trading perspectives, because that's what moves the stock. That's what moves the price of stocks, and just keep that in mind, right? Because, now at this point, it's like, is this really going to squeeze anymore? So, it could be similar to RDBX, but I'm not gonna say yay or nay. Just because, if this thing gets going and the volume stays there and it kind of has these multi-day runs, like anything's possible, right? Anything's possible. So it'll be interesting to see what happens.
Oh, yeah, the market greens coming in, man. Those longs, I guess I should have just believed in my own self and and held on to my Apple long there as it pushes towards VWAP. But now we are sure S&P 500 really launching to the north side. But what else is launching is the weed sector. Tilray bringing in some volume behind it. Maybe Brendo can help me out to see if there's any catalyst behind the whole marijuana sector right now coming in, allowing Tilray to be up 4% in the green. Look at the volume rise up as we're pushing towards lunchtime. Oops, looks like my new toy that you guys predicted perfectly fine. It's like you guys have cameras here without even, when I'm not live, it's like you're watching me. Someone who's like, watch Pratt roll this into a nice little roll over here. I was like, how did they even know? Like, they knew it while you were talking and your face was on. The chat was like, watch him roll this into a plastic, watch that roll the plastic thing into a little thing. I was like, these guys, man, they have like cameras hidden somewhere. But no, anyways, Tilray pushing to the north side over here. S&P 500 in the green. NASDAQ only down about 0.35% right now. Everything's looking good except for my shorts. AMD shorts 11 cents out of the money. Apple shorts 23 cents out of the money. But thankfully, we have already made a good chunk of money on our AMD shorts, so we don't have to worry about that too much. I am worried about, though, as to what's going on with the weed sector right now. Maybe that bill's passing through. Somebody knows something, or maybe it's just buyers coming in, pushing in the position as they like Tilray at these prices. We like the stock. We like the stock.
You know, just like thinking out loud here, it's like they're so behind on that. Like, come on, like it's
the
weed,
voting.
Right? Yeah, they're behind. They need to, you know, but I guess old school, you know, like depending how they make decisions, whatever. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. And you know, speaking of interesting, KOSS. So look at this. We opened up. We popped. We broke through 1250. We flushed right back down, and then we broke VWAP, and now we're just kind of dead. Spread is, you know, not something that day traders want to see when they're trading, and then we had the secondary flush down right here, and the volume is gone. So you know, go figure. I called this. I was like, this is what's going to happen. But did I trade it? No, I didn't trade it. But you know, whatever is what it is. It's not really my strong suit. But this is kind of like expectations, right? It's like sideways, chopping around. I wouldn't have held for this. You know, I would have probably got stopped out anyways because like chopping around is kind of a hard trade. It's a hard trade, right? So you know, just make sure that you're understanding how to manage your expectations and trading what works for you and what your strengths are, because you don't want to jump into things that you're weak and then you kind of get chopped up. And you had the right idea anyways. And it's like, you know, like you don't want to. Why would you jump in? Like if I jumped in, I would have lost, and then it would have did this anyways. And I'm like, oh my God, like you know, like I was right, but you're not right, because it doesn't matter about being right. It just matters about making money, right? So I'm like, I'm not gonna make money, not gonna throw away money. I'm just gonna watch it, and it's kind of cool to see how it played out. But I think you said you had the news on
so
Tilray.
Tilray apparently Senate Democrats likely to lay out case for marijuana legalization at Tuesday hearing. So tomorrow's hearing, I believe, we'll be able to see what's going out as to what the plan is or what the case is for the marijuana legalization. I think there was a news not too long ago, Luca, you can help me with this, that some states in USA are even going to the extent of decriminalizing decriminalizing the using of some of the harder drugs. Only the using, but if you are caught selling, you still go to jail. I forget what states is it. Was it even in any of the states in America?
That's a tough one. I'm not sure off the top of my head, but I do know that, you know, in the States it's kind of like it's a different structure. So like, you know, each kind of state has
get to pick their own.
They get to vote on it and kind of, you know, work around that.
Oregon. They're the chat saying Oregon decriminalized like a bunch of hard use drugs. So if you're like a recreational user, whatever it is that you want to go for it, but if you're caught doing that, you don't get in trouble anymore. But if you're caught, you know, dealing in the black market, then you do. Then you get, obviously, you deserve to go to jail for that, so you can still go in trouble for that. So I guess with one state going that route, we can eventually start seeing more and more states going that route. I know EU has some places, but the fact that they have gone the route of decriminalizing some of the harsher, crazier drugs out there than you know, marijuana. Even marijuana, which has been known to be helpful for cancer patients and so on. I believe this one could have gone through a decriminalization process earlier, but that's not a battle for us, nor is it a conversation for us to have. We're not politicians, neither of you guys in the chat. If you guys are all politicians, then maybe you guys can explain as to what goes on in that. And another point, not in the chat though, just the politics are not worth having. Well, what is worth having though is a conversation about where can this bill that's coming out tomorrow take these weed stocks to. As you see this position, let me zoom in here. This is a one-day chart on Tilray. We've seen these volume candles come in almost every single day of the week, pushing to the upside. So it was one day over here, one day over here, one day over here, and now we're getting that day over here. So we'll see tomorrow if it's going to be sell the news based on the news dropping, as today seems to be buy the rumor, or does tomorrow help us with another buy the rumor type of day, because it's not the actual news. The actual news would be the whole legalization, the complete decriminalization of weed.
Yeah, and I see somebody in the chat saying, all drugs are legal in Oregon. That's interesting. I didn't know that. I don't know if that sounds weird, but yeah, okay. And Frank Jones, shrooms are high in protein. Yes, mushrooms are very high in protein. Get your protein. High protein diets are key. But they actually did a study and said that, a healthy portion of carbs, pasta, pizza, makes you live a long, stress-free life. So don't forget to get that in as well.
Everything in proportion and moderation's good.
Yeah,
for you, right?
balance is the key to life for sure. Balance is the key to life. And somebody mentioning XOM on fire ahead of earnings. Yep, so XOM has earnings on Friday, if I'm not mistaken, and making that push towards the $90 level. And Exxon reminds me to check out CVX because I know this was around the moving average of 130, don't quote me, 138.50, 138.50, I think it was. And we danced around, and I said this to myself as well. Kind of going back there. Let me just quickly pull up the daily to show the ideology here. Around this level was moving average, right? And a name like Chevron is a name that's gonna not bounce very clean off of its 200 period because it's not a name that attracts a lot of day traders the same way that Apple or Amazon or Google would, right? And so this is where you have that moving average, and it sort of danced around it, right? It came down to this level and it bounced, but it traded below it, it traded above it, but it seemed to be closing above it. Then we closed below it, not for too long. Then we had a little bit of a flush down and then the bounce up. So the whole ideology of buying, let's say you're managing your own portfolio and you're like, oh, where do I buy? I don't know what to do. This is just data. You're looking at the data, right? And so is everybody else. And so it's if you have a name that's extra strong, it's very far away. This was at 180 at one point. And, you had the moving average very, very far away from the moving average. So, it's a common theme that people are looking and saying to themselves, okay, the oil trade is on. The sector trade is on. Warren Buffett obviously adding his massive position in Oxy. It's not something, you don't want to chase the highs, right? You want to obviously pick the prices of where you're getting into these names. And so obviously 200 period moving average is a great area to look at because a lot of institutions are looking at this level because, if everybody is starting to add around 200 period, then, is it really going to break down below and continue lower? Right? If it's a value play and people are saying to themselves, okay, what are my expectations in terms of where can price move? Does it make sense based on the dividend that they're paying? And kind of am I going to add it and then manage risk? It's this is why you get that action, right? So as a day trader, when you're looking at these levels, so many people are involved, so many people are watching, and then you look at the tape and you look for confirmation and you try to spot buyers or sellers. Are they doing VWAP buys? Are they just doing level buys? And so this is kind of the ideology. So it's going back to this, you see that kind of bounce off the 200 period and then the multi-day run, a little bit of consolidation, now another leg up. So, looking at this, maybe you get that a little bit of resistance at the 150 level, but obviously earnings coming through, kind of anything's on the table. It's not really going to be a level post earnings. We'll see where it goes. But maybe we get a multi-day run into 150, right? That'll be interesting. And I think that 150 level is definitely on play to the short side, to the long side if we get that set up. Maybe not today, but if I had to guess, maybe tomorrow, maybe Fed day, right? It'll be interesting to see what happens. But yeah, you don't always get these kind of very, very clean levels to play off. So when they do set themselves up, just make sure you're there and ready for it.
I'm just shaking my head right now. Even FaZe Clan has become an actual public company.
Yeah, they went public
and I know they got GG. What was the SPAC that they merged with? I forget what SPAC it was. I remember the conversation back then, but then I completely forgot about this deal. But it looks like they finally finished this deal. Now it's traded under FAZE, FaZe. For those of you who don't know, FaZe started off back in the day with gaming in general. They're a big esports company. I would be a little careful for investment side, but amazing swing trading opportunities are going to come into FaZe upside and long downside, either directions, as there is volume pouring into the stock right now. There's quite a bit of negative things that can be said about this company. Honestly, spend your own time doing the research. Some of these kids who do run the company run it very poorly, and they get into scams all the time. They've run multiple crypto scams. They've run multiple NFT scams already. So FaZe Clan, yeah, they did dump those people who were running those scams before, Scam Pepper and so on. Be careful once again, man. I am just not. Maybe part of this is coming from just being an anti-phaser myself. You know, I'm 100 Thieves. I'm Team Liquid. I'm CLG. Any organization that actually can handle their orgs properly. Team TSM, Team Solo Mid. You know, Phase is just not an org that's run properly. Their teams may be good and they could win some money, but the way their C-level people and their marketing people who run the YouTube show and everything, they're just a little bit of a question mark over there. That's my disclaimer for those of you who are not gamers. So just be careful. You know, Cloud9 all day, Team Solo Mid all day, and anything but Phase, man. Honestly, anything but Phase. But let's talk about the stock movement today. That's what we're here to do. We're here to talk about how the stock's moving and how the opportunities are going to, set up for maybe tomorrow based off of today's move. Today, Phase up 40%. We see a clear rejection of the $15 level. We see that it's trying to bounce off of VWAP all the way throughout the day, at least for the second half of the day. We're noticing a little bit of a base being formed at the pre-market high, which happens to be near 13/1250. So I think this 1250 level, this 15 level, and this 1050 level are going to be the levels that I'm going to be watching tomorrow for Phase.NQ.
I have no idea, like all the things you're saying,
They run
I have
so
no idea
many
like, about any of
scams.
that stuff. But yeah, I don't.
Save the Kids scam, NFT scam. They're just like loopholing these 13, 14-year-olds into paying their mommy, daddy credit cards, buying these NFTs that they say, oh, we're gonna help you do this. We're gonna save the kids. All you have to do is go on YouTube, type "Save This Kids Scam," and there's like a 40-minute video of just how every single person of the FaZe clan purposefully did this scam, made millions of dollars, and walked out with it. Just pulled the rugs on NFTs and cryptocurrencies.
I got no comment there.
Yeah.
I got absolutely no comment. But one thing that I do know is that, when companies go public, right? SPACs, reverse merge onto the exchange, whatever kind of route they take, it's the overall ideology is, look, the early investors want out, and they obviously need liquidity, so they do this, right? Unless it's like a, kind of a flip side where it's like, they're in a up-and-coming industry. They make millions of dollars already, and they're like, okay, like let's grow even more and reinvest back in. But it'll be interesting to see what happens, and kind of how the name. I'm just quickly looking at it. It was down, and then it's back up. I guess like day one, you kind of sell off because people are taking money off the table who are early investors, and now it did bounce back. So it'll be interesting to see kind of how it plays itself out. I think, that $15 level is interesting. Did not break there. Wouldn't be surprised to see a break of 15 and then kind of flush down. But, a little bit muted, not as much volume as I want to see for my own kind of setup. So I'm going to, take it easy on that one.
We're going to go over to Brando to find out what's happening now. Back to us, yeah. So we're just waiting for the market to figure out what it wants to do. Here's your S&P 500 chart. Sorry, I typed it wrong. ES/U22CM S&P 500 up 0.2%. Not looking to go red. We like that. NASDAQ sadly cannot figure out a way to get above VWAP, and tech sector has been weak today. But you know what? I believe tech sector is just bracing for bracing for the catalyst, which is the big tech news dropping soon. So until that news drops, we can most likely expect NASDAQ and S&P 500 just trickling sideways until those Apple, Google, what else? Apple, Google, Amazon, Microsoft. That's the one I'm thinking for. Microsoft, and even Meta should be one that has to be one to be on watch. Let's head back to Brenda over here for happening now.
Take two, new battery. Let's go. Here we go. Look at the board right now. It is the NASDAQ that is lagging. Everything else, only one really, left in negative territory. 0.35, 0.47 for the composite and the 100. Everything else back to the upside. The Dow, the S&P, quarter, and 0.17. It is small cap land again, specifically the Russell 2000, the best off, 0.65. to the upside. TSX here in Toronto, 0.63, benefiting from some positive moves in energy today. We're mentioning the semiconductor group. If you joined us in the pre-market this morning, Intel with its own news story on a manufacturing deal. We're basically struggling at Friday's close for Intel. Not really doing anything, not terribly exciting, down 0.18 still. AXP, if you remember, big move higher on earnings on Friday, just starting to tick back to the upside here through that 154.5. Which was a pivot on Friday as well. 0.9 now went red to green for American Express, guys. Back to you.
All right, yeah, here's the market pushing back to the lower side right now. Looks like we are going to be rejecting VWAP on the NASDAQ market here. Sadly, market cannot NASDAQ market cannot get back above VWAP, which means we're most likely going to stay red for the tech sector a little bit longer today at the very least. So the Apple short, where we are short around Apple's VWAP, well, at least we're short a little bit below Apple's VWAP. Maybe we could have waited for that move above VWAP for a better fill or so on. But now Apple's coming back down. Well, at least we're expecting it to come back down with NASDAQ move. And whoa, okay, Apple actually showing us some buying coming in, which is not the exact same thing that's happening on Google, which is what you guys are talking about in chat. Google's apparently cracking to the downside a little bit more, down 0.7% today, almost 1 full percent coming in maybe on Google, but Apple really pushing to the north side towards 154 or so. So Apple 50 cents out of the money. Looks like I just don't have the read. The one read that I had on Apple, I threw it away, and now I'm just wrong on it. At least AMD is just hanging out by my average price. So if there's any short that I want to reload as the market, which I thought was going down, actually pushes up with the help of Apple, it will probably be AMD and not Apple. Apple 154 being tested. If Apple takes out 154, I'm most likely getting out of my short on that side.
Yeah, I'm seeing people saying, market looking like it's coiling up. Maybe it wants to go higher here. I'm just quickly looking at Google. The thing that I'm kind of watching is you do a bunch of volume right above VWAP, then you have the breakdown, right? And I think that 110 area, clean kind of level of resistance to play off. We didn't actually test it. I think the high that we got to was like 109.85. You had kind of one chance at that short, and then just could not get above the 109.50 area, and now just falling off, right? But, obviously you had the sideways action, and then the next leg down, and then the retest of the 108 area with resistance, and now we're moving lower again. Google, it's muted, right? It kind of feels muted. You got that 107. Now maybe we bounce back and we test. Are we pushing to 105 today on Google? I don't think so. I think maybe the kind of range is set for the day. And, if this kind of bounces from 107, maybe you do get like a 50-cent dollar push on this. But I'm not too excited about it, right? It's just kind of managing expectations for the day. And people talking about FOMC. So let's quickly have a look at the FOMC interest rate CME group probability, and let's see where they stand, because this is something that's always interesting to watch. Kind of looking at ahead of the day, right? It tells you, shows you a countdown. So you got like 2 days. That's Wednesday, 2 p.m. sharp, interest rate decision. And, 75% chance of a 75 basis point hike. And the way that you determine that is
77.5.
So this switches. This is like live, okay, right? So it'll switch like, in the morning versus now, it's going to be different. This always changes. But essentially, the way that for anybody that is quickly looking at this and has never seen something like this before, it shows you there's a band, right? There's a band. So it's like, they're at a band of like, kind of they borrow, they lend within this band. So you have 1.5% to 1.75. That is currently where the band is. And this is where the market is expecting the band to go. So look at the top of the band, 1.75%. Look at the top of this band, 2.5%. This is 75 basis point hike. So there's a 75% chance that we see a 75 basis point hike. So this is what the market is anticipating. 25% chance of a 1% hike, which is kind of interesting because before it was a 50 basis point hike and a 75 beeps. One was not on the table, but then they did announce that maybe it's on the table. But the market still does not think, right? They don't think, people are probably saying like, I think prices have kind of moved low enough that, and maybe the kind of data and everybody's analyzing it, and they're saying, 75 basis points seems like realistic to kind of guess as to where they're going. So if we get a 1% hike, it'll be interesting. It'll be kind of a surprise to the market, obviously not being favored. And so that's where things get interesting when, they come out and say 1%, or they come out and they say 50 basis points. If it's 50 basis points, you best believe that will affect the market, because that's not even on the table right now, right? So it's like maybe you get a short-term spike, but then people digest the news and say, okay, wait, what's going on? Like, what is happening? Whatever. I like to glance at this and kind of see how it's changing just for my own reference point. But, the main takeaway from this is, where will the surprise effect be? This is how you capitalize as a trader. Where will the surprise effect be? So, I have kind of my thesis of okay, if it's 50 basis points, I'm going to do this and look at these names. If it's, 1%, I'm going to do this. If it's 75 basis points, maybe it's a no trade. Things are going to move. There's going to be kind of scalping opportunities for sure, but it's something that I'm not going to take extreme amounts of size unless I see something, because it's expected, right? Everybody expects it. So, it's just kind of algos are going to go nuts and push everybody offside. And I don't want to be involved in that. I've been there, done that. So, is what it is.
I just have the best thing I'll probably ever need from my life, man. Is this username. Where'd it go? Tony Hefner with Tony's picture. I love it. Tony Hefner. So who won the bowling night? Honestly, I think, who had the best score at bowling? Sean had it? And what did you have? Second best? Third best? Brendo, it was Sean, Brendo, Neil, then you, right? Yeah, so it was Sean, Brendo, Neil, then Lucas. Dude, the guy who I had, disappointment. What absolute utter disappointment. Where is he so he can hear me? He's go get his lunch or gone to a washroom. If you're Team Fahad ever again, just do yourself a favor and just don't pick him. This guy was doing stretches over here. He was stretching apparently over there, all to get a 55 after all that big talk of getting 100 and whatnot. If at least for me, listen, I know what I'm good at and I know what I'm not good at. I won't be big talking bowling and saying 100 and 300 and 400, whatever it is. This guy got a 55 after doing push-ups and all the stretches and everything. That's it, man. Never picking Team Fahad no more. It's gonna be Team Lucas until the death of me. Any sport from anything here on out, that's it. All I needed was that one moment to just be like, all right, I'm off this guy. Well, if you bowl, and if you bowl, do you know what your score is?
No, I'm definitely not a bowler. I probably the worst bowler ever if I had to say.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever kept my score, but I don't use gutters. I'll get it in a nice straight line. I'm not like your tricksters. I'm not one of those guys like, who do you think you are? I am. I'm not that guy, right? For anyone who knows that meme, that guy's a legendary. Who do you think you are? I am. That's how I feel when it comes to the stock market sometimes. When you smash a beautiful short, for example, the short that I'm about to smash on AMD here, when you smash shorts like these, right, double top, reload, all you have to say is, who do you think you are? That's me. I am Pete Weber. That's right. That's his name. Neil loves that guy. Neil loves Pete Weber. Let's go, Luca.
That's jokes. Just reading the chat here, and I'm one of the things that Fahad is not real. Yes, Fahad. Kind of made me laugh there. Looking back to the market here, let's take a look at what is moving around, and I have no idea here. Looking at SIGA, projected that 15 area, but I would love to see this make a high. That would get really interesting. The fact that it's kind of dancing around, this is not a name that I'm playing a range on. It really has to move for me to get involved in something like this. Looking at Apple, have no idea where this is. Is it lower? Is it higher? The market, made that run up, but then kind of reversed itself, and now we're going back down. So, maybe this was the sort of blow-off top VWAP area on Apple, and now we kind of go back towards bottom of the range if the market breaks VWAP and goes back lower. But just keep in mind, market is flat on the day, right? And people before in the chat were saying oh, market's flat. It sucks to trade this. It's not really moving around. Just manage your expectations. This is a huge week. Middle of summer, you got Microsoft, you got all these. I don't know off the top of my head. You got all these earnings coming up. Tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, you got the Fed decision, you got GDP numbers. It's going to be super exciting, right? So, if today is not showing you what you want, don't throw money away. Wait for the really good opportunities that are going to come. And then, you'll be happy that you waited. You'll be happy that, just be patient, right? Be patient, and that's kind of how you get paid.
Yeah, I'm just having fun with all the comments of people ragging on Fahad for once. It's usually me who gets picked on, but for once it's somebody else. All the 55 jokes. My 10-year-old gets more than 55. I drive 55 eyes closed on the highway. these are pretty jokes. Unlucky that Fahad's not here. So Lucas is going to do the right thing, which is screenshot all the funny comments and post them in our work chat so he can get embarrassed from that later on. How was bowling? I didn't go. But next time we do have any events, I might just show up to embarrass Fahad myself. Join the party over there. Cannabis bill coming soon? ? Whoa, what's going on with the market? S&P 500 just dropped like a rock over there. Let me head back to that cannabis question in a second. Here's S&P 500, which was actually up 0.3 on the day, instantly turned to flat let's just say flat 0% on the day, and now looking like we're going to start pushing to the negative mode a little bit more for the NASDAQ specifically. So here's NASDAQ rejecting VWAP and pushing down. So honestly, it could have just been NASDAQ not being able to get above VWAP on how many tries here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tries on the 5-minute chart here, basically failing to get back above VWAP, and S&P 500 could not do anything else but follow the NASDAQ market overall. Hence, we are now in the money, about 30 cents in the money for our AMD position. Let's start taking some profits over here. Let's start taking some profits, and we can still hold a good chunk of our shares for a bigger move downside. Even Apple, which was out of the money for about 30 to 50 cents, I believe, if I remember correctly. Yeah, a little bit more than that. Tapped 154 and is now pushing back down. We're about to be flat on our Apple position and soon in the money on the Apple position. One of our viewers who's been urging other people to take a Netflix short for some reason all day. Not sure why, a part of my mind instantly goes to a little bit of a sinister setup, which is why do they want us to short a stock which had a positive earnings into this, and then they just disappeared. But if you want to follow their setup, that's on you. I'm not going to follow anybody's setup. You know me. I trade my book 100% of the time. Okay, maybe 99%. Some of it happens to be Lucas, Neil's, and Sean's trades. But 99% of the time, I do trade my own book. And my book doesn't say short Netflix. And look at Netflix, not even really pushing too far to the downside, whereas AMD and Apple has already given us scalp profits on that side.
Yeah, everything looking like it kind of sold off there. So you're obviously in the money on your shorts, and you're like, let's collect profits. And I'm like, well, I'm relaxed, I'm chilling, I'm not in anything. But, maybe we get another leg down on Apple here. So let's see how it kind of trades under this VWAP area. And, if everything wants to continue that kind of downtrend, I don't have high expectations on this, so I'm going to size accordingly. But if we can bounce back up to around VWAP area, let's see if people are slamming this and, looking for the next leg down, or are we just going to continue from here? And if it goes without me, it goes without me. It's not something that I'm willing to chase today, and the reason for that is because the lack of, I shouldn't say lack of liquidity. Like, there's obviously a lot of liquidity. I just kind of use that term very vaguely, very loosely. But see these kind of, the way these kind of wicks set themselves up. It's like, it flushes down, and there is selling, obviously, but then it reclaims, then it goes back, right? So when I see it kind of trade the way like this, it's like, you gotta manage your expectations, right? You're not getting like flush and then next candle flush, next candle flush. So you just obviously manage your expectations. This is the reason that I don't want to chase. So if we kind of go sideways or bounce back up and kind of show like a confirmation that it wants to continue, and obviously going to move in tandem with the market, then we'll see what happens there. But that'll be I'll keep my eye there and see if we can if it wants to act right. And Naveen, welcome to the Trader TV Live family. Always a pleasure. Every time I see green, I'm like, oh, super chat. Oh, new trader alert, or a new subscriber. Welcome to the family. Hopefully you're enjoying the show. I see people also asking, what about Euro USD? Now that it's at, I have no idea. The USD is very strong, right? I have no idea what's happening. Obviously, there's a bunch of trouble in Europe. But, you know, now they're kind of raising interest rates. It'll be interesting to see how it kind of plays itself out. Now it's at par. Is it really going to outrun and, you know, continue the trend, or are we going to kind of balance off and go from there? I'm not really a Forex trader. There's a lot of, you know, like geopolitical factors that affect currencies. So I have no idea kind of where we're headed, but definitely a strong move. But I do have a funny story for you guys. So my brother, who isn't a trader, comes to me one day, and I'm just in the backyard having an espresso, enjoying myself. And my brother turns the corner and he goes, bro, euros. And I'm like, yes, euros. And he goes, they're moving. And I was like, okay. And he's like, we gotta like buy euros and, you know, make money. And I'm like, well, no, like it doesn't. And then I'm like, oh, no, it doesn't work like that. Obviously, like you're buying ahead of the move and you're hoping that the move happens. And he follows it up with, it doesn't matter how we get the euros. We just need to get the euros. Boom, Forex. And it was one of the funniest things I heard all weekend. I was on the floor and I'm like, okay, is this how non-traders think? I was like, okay, I understand. I kind of understand now. But, you know, that kind of made me laugh. And Naveen from India, how is it over there? Is it as hot as it there as it was here yesterday? Because yesterday it was super humid. Had a kind of storm here, and now it's kind of, you know, not super hot anymore, kind of cooling off, which is kind of my temperature. But yeah, no, super hot over here. And, you know, I'm not sure what the temperature is there, but for some reason, Pratt always mentions to me that it's extra hot. So, you know, in India.
Oh, buddy, it depends where you go, though.
Oh,
it depends where you go. Like, if you go to Mumbai, which is like pretty close to where I live, it's my province here. I'll show you. I have a map right here. So my province is right here. That's Hyderabad. And right next to us is Mumbai, right? And Mumbai, even though it's like a stone's throw away, the temperature change is ridiculous. The humidity change is ridiculous. You feel like you just took a shower coming out of the airport in Mumbai. You go to Hyderabad and there's no humidity. You feel like you're just getting blazed by the sun. And if you go to Delhi, it's like cold, but there's sun. If you go to like Punjab, there's like snow sometimes. It's crazy, man. It's like the weather changes all over the place. But the best part about it is, man, home is where your heart is. You know, I love India, even though sometimes it does get unbearably hot for me. I can't wait to go to India actually in December, which is going to be cooler temperatures for my younger brother's wedding, and hopefully I don't get bugged by other family members too. Hey, when is your turn? When is your turn? Your younger brother's getting married. Leave me alone, family. I'll marry when I want to, okay? Market is hot in India. You're talking about the market. Okay, the market could be hot in India too. That's possible.
That's kind of funny. You know, when you get the humidity, that's the killer for me.
Oh, I can't do humidity.
I don't know, like it's like I like the heat, but you know, the humidity is what the killer is. And just quickly looking over at this Apple trade, so it's getting that kind of time, you know, like this is important time, timing the trade, right? Is it gonna kind of, if we get a nice whip back up, that'll be like a beautiful average into the short that I'm gonna start. But if it goes now without me, then I missed it. I had my order there. Maybe it didn't hit, but you know, still some time here. But basically, the ideology is: are we going to get that move towards 153 or maybe 153.10? So it's like, you know, it's a very short-term kind of scalp trade here. You know, moving average approaching the candles. I laugh when I say this because like I'm not a candlestick trader. I don't really care, but it's just showing the data, right? Showing the data. So this is essentially how algos are trading. They're looking at, you know, is there going to be follow through, and they kind of get ahead of that, and then they cover on the volume. So if this is the flush, this is the flush. I missed it. It's kind of feels like this is the flush, so it's unfortunate. But yeah, if we reclaim back up and go sideways, then it's just kind of dance around algo time. So I don't want to be involved in something like that, which is why I'm kind of being patient and you know, even like sizing accordingly.
Yeah, I mean, look at the time of day, mate. Right,
yep.
12:30 time of day is a very good thing to mention to new traders at all times. A lot of traders who actually don't track their statistics can actually are missing out on information such as these. So I actually have created an Excel sheet that most of the people on the floor here use. All you have to do is download the data, put it in the Excel sheet. It will tell you exactly by different, I guess, denominations is the right word, or different reports is what I have it labeled at. Each report being, you know, by volume, by time, by by the setup and so on, you can track exactly where your money is being made and where your money is being lost at. And something that I have realized that most of my money that I've been losing comes from the time period, even before the show, right? Comes from the time period of 12 o'clock to 2 o'clock. That is why I try to cut down my size from 12 to 2. That is a time period where I give back my money to. And when I got to have the conversation with Neil, Sean, Brendan, Greg, and all the experience, even Arun, they explained to me perfectly as to why that happens. You're not the only person this happens. This happens to a lot of people because you're going in there, putting on this armor and this suit to go into war against algorithms. That's the problem, though. You're fighting an AI who's so advanced and so much further than us with laser beams and everything, and we're going in with swords and chainmail armor against this robots and trying to fight this war that we think will come out victorious, right? So at times like these, it is good to not have too much size on trades, especially if the stock doesn't have that much volume behind it. For example, one of them happens to be my Apple trade over here. My AMD trade, I have a little bit more size on my AMD trade. Yeah, don't go to war against boob boob bee boobs. That's right. I forgot about the boob boob bee boobs. Bringing a pea shooter to a cannon fight, that's a good one. Chainmail, nice, Brad. Yeah, chainmail. All right, here's Microsoft on the day today, down about almost 1%, down 0.7374. Looks like it wants to form some sort of a channel, a higher channel than the previous one, a higher channel being with the 258 bottom now instead of a 257 bottom. Let's see if the market pushing to the downside, which is NASDAQ rejecting VWAP. We saw it reject VWAP multiple times. Could help MSFT, Microsoft here, actually break that 258 bottom and push back to the lower days around 257? Or are we just going to keep on creating this 258 bottom and range bound for a little bit sideways until 1 o'clock, 1:30, 2 o'clock, where the actual volume can bring in, and we'll be able to see which direction the market makers want to move the market to?
Yeah, for sure. Obviously manage your expectations. So I took a little Apple short here. I'm not really too confident about it. Came back up, had that kind of blow off top here on a short-term kind of perspective, 1 minute. But there's really no follow through, right? There's really like no selling here. If it's not gonna kind of go down here, like I'm expecting maybe we can test the bottom of this range. But if we pop up, I'm out of this trade. Because, not really too confident in it. Just make sure you're managing your expectations. And for people, for somebody in the chat, they're saying, how do you trade if you're not charting, if you're not looking at charts? So to kind of touch upon that kind of like from a very vague perspective, I look at charts, obviously, because, you want to kind of know where you stand. But in the short term, like these 1 minute charts, these 1 minute candles, they don't mean much, right? It doesn't really mean anything. Because from a day trading perspective, price action is the most important. It's price action that you're watching the tape. Are people hitting the bids? Like, are the offers kind of stacking up? Who's getting filled? Which gateways are going off? So you're asking yourself all these questions in real time. And price action is what paints the chart. Obviously, everybody knows this, right? So, from a long-term perspective, you look at the chart to kind of see, what price is touched and where do you stand, right? But at the same time, like I as a very active trader, I sort of like remember like where I'm trading, where volume's doing, where volume's happening. So, that was more so from like a short-term perspective of, like a 1 minute. Like I don't really care like what the candles are doing and whatever. But sometimes you see kind of these setups over and over again. It's just pattern recognition, and it gets easier to kind of recognize that. But yeah, I'm definitely the type of trader to prioritize the tape versus, like looking at charts and making decisions based on that.
Sam, why you guys don't use TradingView? Well, he just answered that question perfectly. It's because we're not really using charts to trade for the most part. We have these charts up on these screens for you guys, but if I was able to, screen share my second screen instead, which probably is not possible, right? This screen. Yeah, there you go. So as you guys can see from that camera, This is the actual screen that I'm trading on when I'm not on the show, and this screen has like maybe a YouTube video on it or a game on it that I'm playing, and usually Fahad sees me and he makes fun of me. He's like, bro, are you trading or are you playing games? I'm trading over here and I'm playing games over here, but this is the screen that I use for you guys. And see, notice how there's not many charts over here. There's a charts up top over here for a quick little view. That's pretty much it. And another quick reason as to why we don't use TradingView, we're trying to promote our software over here, which is daytradetheworld.com. A nice little segue right into our sponsor, who is Day Trade the World. If for anyone who wants to learn more about opening up their own prop firm or you know, how a prop firm works and so on, you can head over to DTTW.com or daytradetheworld.com and get in contact with our marketing guy, Justin, who I believe sent out the newsletter this morning, was it? Brando's here? Brando's not here?
I don't think he's here,
I don't know
no.
what day the newsletter is sent out, to be honest, but I believe it's today because I know Justin sent out a tweet yesterday about something about a newsletter being ready and everything, so I believe it's today. For those of you who are signed up for it, newsletter every week coming in from Day Trade the World offices, basically outlining, you know, some of the trading opportunities and all the wonderful stuff that you can do with an office such as ours over here. Right now you see the floor is a little bit empty, but that's because it's lunchtime, obviously, but usually we have this whole floor filled up with people, lots of noise, lots of dump its and pump its being screamed from the back over there, especially from Dwight Schrute in that corner. Day Trade the World, once again, for those of you who want to learn more about that. Let's quickly, while I'm doing the spiel, and nothing really fun happening in the market, nothing exciting. My Apple short's not working, my AMD short's not working, so might as well give the YouTube spiel over here. We got 4.3K people still watching us live. So let's hit that like button, baby. Smash that like button. Send it up to the roof. Smash that subscribe button too. I haven't checked the statistics in a long time now, but if I check it, I wouldn't doubt it that the numbers are still close to about 40% of you are not subscribed. So please hit that subscribe button and also ring that notification bell to get notified anytime a new video is posted, especially on the weekends or so on. Look at that. Now we're at 2.1. I love it. Keep on sending that like button up there. A couple ways to support us in the chat or in the YouTube space, that is by sending us a super chat if you wish to. That's basically a donation, goes directly into our ecosystem, into helping better production and so on. And you can become a member if you choose to do so. Those are the people with the green names over here in the badges. Notice how Lone and Frank Jones have, I believe, the highest tier badge. Ooh, no, highest tier badge is actually green and then diamonds, but they're pretty close to it, showing that they're almost 3, 6, 9 a year, I believe, in, and that's going to be a year 3, year 6, year 9, 2 years. So the amount of support that they've been showing us probably will show, not probably, we know how much will show up right here. You will also get custom emojis to spam in the chat. Let's see some custom emojis being spammed. Look at that, air horn, bang, bang, pow, pow, cash register. There you go, Lone putting in work on that side. And last but not least, I know the spiel takes a little too long sometimes, I apologize, but last but not least, the only merch available right now for some reason is this hat. If you feel like you like to support us, go buy some merchandise. Hopefully the hoodies and the shirts are resupplied from this provider that we use right now. They seem to be down, looks like. Luca?
People saying time to cover that Apple short. I covered, and go figure. Now we are exploding higher. So I covered, and everyone's like, okay, yeah, but look, I tried it and I lost, and I didn't lose anything. Like, I lost like nothing, but it's just, it upsets me because I know like this is not a time to be trading. So I'm chilling, definitely watching. Happy to know what you guys are trading. Someone's saying Zila. Wow, yeah. Let's have a look at Zila. Is it moving? I don't know what's going on here. No, it's not moving. It's at 15 cents still. This thing, yeah, it's not really, this thing below VWAP kind of, I guess 7% maybe, that's what you're referring to. Yeah, I was looking at this before and I already saw this. I don't know, Zila, wow, I was like, Zila, wow, oh, is it at 20 cents now? Is it now at 20 cents? But yeah, no, this thing is not really doing anything. 200 million volume is not a lot on this, considering that it did like 900 million on like July 19th or whenever it was. But yeah, Apple is struggling to get above VWAP there. It didn't really show me what I wanted to. And guys, this is what I'm talking about by timing the market. So look, moving average, tested, I take the short, it popped, it came back down, I loved it. I took the short, it flushed, it could not go. There's just no more sellers that are coming in and selling this, right? And because of that, I'm like, I'm going to lose this trade, but whatever. I'll just kind of risk what I initially planned to risk anyways. And I stopped myself out, and now it's kind of moving higher, right? So, you know, if abort the short, the long can't be wrong. Even though I'm not taking it, I'm chilling because this market's going to dance around and stop everybody out and, you know, kind of giving me the vibe that if I trade, I am going to lose. So I'm going to be very patient.
For some reason, I got Mad World stuck in my head all around me.
Even though, you know, bids are actually stepping up here on Apple too.
Yeah, they are.
You know, the long looks good, but I'm not taking this. But you know, the long kind of feels good.
It does. I am getting ready to get out of my AMD and my Apple shorts here. The market pushing back to the north side. NASDAQ yet to take out VWAP though, so I guess that's the one thing that's holding up the shorts. For those of you who are shorts, it's holding up. They're not really pushing too far to the downside. Redbox, man, I see people still talking about Redbox going to $100. So I don't know. You know, I've already given my opinion on that. I don't think it's ever going to $100. But that's speaking in absolutes, and we don't do that on the show over here. We don't speak in absolutes. I just don't see it going to that crazy amount of numbers. You know, yeah, the short float's high. You're talking about the shorts being trapped. You're talking about you know, the same Reddit DD that everyone's been hearing for the last 2 years now. You're talking about the same stuff that AMC and GME gameplay had. The hedge funds and the people who played those games have already lost on those games, and they know how to not lose on that game again, right? They're smarter after the first few losses. Their AIs are better after the first few losses. They have learned to incorporate Reddit into their planning now, and see what stocks are the stocks that are being talked about as a gamma squeeze potential or a short float squeeze potential. They see the game happening this time and they're ready for it. They're not going to be you know, they're not going to allow these type of stocks to go back to doing what GME and AMC did. But that's just my opinion. I could be 100% wrong on that. And secondary, I just don't believe in the company. I simply don't believe in the company. The company is it's a blockbuster 2.0. You know, people spend money on Amazon Prime Video for a reason, on Disney for a reason, on Netflix for a reason. They don't have to go outside of their house and rent a DVD. So all things being considered, at the end of the day, I'm just not a Redbox buyer. I'm not a Redbox believer. I'm just waiting for Redbox to go anywhere close to $10 to $15 so I could short the stock. For now, let the stock do what it wants to do. Not important for me for the trade side, at least, as I am waiting for the right levels. Today, though, for those of you who are currently long Redbox and enjoying the move that Redbox is giving you, a couple key things to keep in mind. This 50-period EMA right here, I'm not sure where my 100-period EMA has disappeared off to. So let's see if we can bring up the customization dialog box. Here we go. Indicators, exponential moving average. Oh, that's because the color is white. So let's turn that to the black side. Apply. Customization indicators. Turn that to the black color. Apply. And turn this one also to the black color real quick. Bang. Tiffany blue. 100 black. Bang, bang, bang. There we go. Now we have the 100-period EMA and the 50-period EMA on the daily chart right here at the $6.50 marker on Redbox, which happens to be the high of day today. We might have gone slightly above 650 to 660, looks like, and then rejected from it. We'll keep on watching the stock to get to maybe $13, $15 ranges at some point next week or even some point this week, and then we'll be shorting the crap out of the stock without a doubt. I think that's enough trashing on this for you, right? Brad, cover your Apple short. I'm okay on that, man. Thank you for your words though. Don't worry about my trades. At the end of the day, worry about your own trades. If I take a loss on it, I take a loss on it, and that's because I'm willing to take that loss that I took on it. But thank you for your looking out for my trades. I appreciate it. But don't worry about it. Look for your own trades over there. Manage your trades as I manage mine. Let's head over to Snapchat. Snapchat, man, I wanted this $10 short, but I just did not like the fact that Snapchat was up on the day over here. Why is Snapchat up? We know that they got destroyed on the earnings report. We know multiple negative reasons. We also know downgrades coming in for Snapchat. 65 million shares today and trading above VWAP. Not sure how that even pans out. I'm waiting for Snapchat to go right back to maybe, those all-time low numbers. Maybe I should not expect that. That's a little bit of too much of a downside move for Snapchat. Right now, though, we'll see. I'm thinking about shorting tomorrow the $10 level for sure. Today, I just don't like the way that it is holding up the VWAP area right now.
I'm just tuning in here and just kind of looking back at Apple. It's still at the same price. So I'm like, the long is not wrong, but neither is the short. And then a comment came through and I was like, absolutely. And I think it said, and I don't know where it was, but it said, why are you guys trading today?
Exactly.
Why are you guys trading? It's all chop. And yes, it is all chop. And that's why actually I'm not trading. I'm chilling. I took one trade. It was a loss. And I was like, nope, I'm not losing anything more. I'm relaxed. Look, listen, guys. Like, I'm not gonna jump into trades for no reason. If I see something and I really like the trade, then I'll take the trade. And a lot of times I'm taking a lot of trades. I'm taking a lot of fills. But today it's not one of those days, right? So obviously manage your expectations. But I'm here, right? I'm watching. At any moment things can start moving. Kind of volume can pick up. But if it's 12:30, 1 o'clock, volume's a little bit low. So it's not if you made nail and bail, right? Nail and bail. I made my money this morning. I'm happy. I got paid. Not about to give that back for no reason. Makes absolutely no sense. Just be very patient and understand the market that you're in. We are chopping around, right? Everything basically is going sideways. Things are not moving. It kind of is what it is. You don't really want to like dance in the middle of anything and chop yourself up. So yeah, guys, just keep that in mind. Just be very patient. And it's a huge week, right? It's a huge week. And Playmaker, it's not all chop. You have to play the trend. Yeah, exactly. You want to play the trend on whatever's moving. And that kind of reminds me to take a look at GovX. Let's see where this thing is. If it's continuing to move. If things are moving up or this or even RDBX. See, these are like the movers of the day, right? These things are moving, they're doing volume. But even on today, right? It's like we saw that $6 move and now it's just back to being sideways. So like I'm definitely not the type of trader that I can get long and hold, right? I get long and then as soon as it like shows me that it's like not moving anymore, I get out, right? So even though this can hold 6 and continue to go higher and then make a $7 push, I understand the type of trader that I am. Hopefully you guys know the trader that you are so that you can kind of build on your strengths and, avoid your weaknesses and continue to build your playbook. Somebody's saying RBLX moving. So yeah, let's have a look at that as well. RBLX, let's see if it is moving. Sometimes, I laugh because sometimes, you guys in the chat are like, you're like, oh, this stock is moving. And I'm like, no way, get out of here. I pull it up. I go, this isn't moving. Come on, are you kidding me? Like, what's your definition of moving? So let's look at RBLX. And again, this is not to call out whoever mentioned that. It's just kind of funny. Just it doesn't matter the name or the symbol. I see it all the time. Like this name.
It's popping up.
It's popping up. I have a friend, okay? And he texts me and he goes, he names the ticker and he goes, buy, don't miss out. Trying to like create FOMO in myself. And I'm like, listen, man, like I have no FOMO. Nothing affects me like that. But yeah, RBLX moving towards that $40 level, which is a level of interest. It broke above that before and it was kind of strong and held and then kind of flushed down. So now we're getting that retest. So it could be a significant level if you have that mapped on your daily. Just make sure to watch the tape, understand the time of day that you're in, and just keep in mind, like make sure it's a part of your setups. Don't just jump in and out for no reason. Doesn't make any sense.
Wow, Sean McDonald with the $99.99 super chat coming in. Thank you for that, Sean. Big Pog champs in the chat. If I can get some Pog champs from Poggy Woggies for any Twitch gamers over there, you guys know what I'm talking about. Anyways, let's come back to trading reality over here. Yeah, Sean, I'm not sure if you wanted a message in that super chat by any chance. I'm not sure if you wanted to say something specific in that super chat, but if it was just a super chat to showers with some money. So Poggers, thank you for that super chat, my friend. friend. Appreciate that a lot. And welcome to the family. If this was your first time watching, as I have not seen your username in the chat much. Thoughts on Coca-Cola? Yeah, for sure. Thoughts on Coca-Cola? Let's go find out. Well, Coca-Cola has earnings reports coming out. It's also a stock that's owned by Warren Buffett a lot. I'm a Coca-Cola believer. By that, I mean that I don't drink anything other than Coca-Cola. No Pepsi allowed in my household. If any of my family members bring in Pepsi through the doors, I throw it out. No joke. No joke. It's not a joke. If Pepsi comes in through the footholds of my house, well, my mom's house, it's getting thrown out 100% of the time. So that's how much of a Coca-Cola believer I am. You know, I can blind taste test Coca-Cola and Pepsi any day, any time. I am what you call an aficionado, right? Is that what it is, an aficionado? Like a
I've never
professional?
heard that word before.
I think it's an aficionado, a perfectionist when it comes to soda and pop. But yeah, Coca-Cola, man, I love Coca-Cola. Based on just my own bias, I am always long Coca-Cola. But if we were to look at the stock's chart movement, even during COVID era, Coca-Cola didn't really get too much destroyed, did it? Let's go check out right here. I believe this was around, oh, that's not even close. This is a daily chart. No, that's a monthly chart. Let's go to the daily chart here. Where's COVID 2020s? Right here. We were at COVID 2020 times over here.
Hey,
we did drop a little bit low. What's up?
Someone's like, that's why they call you Pepsi Prad.
No, I call me
If
Coca-Cola.
only you liked Pepsi, because that's actually a sick name.
I hate that name. Pepsi
Prad.
Prad sucks.
You say you-
Pepsi Prad sucks. Just like the
Oh my
name,
God.
just like the brand over there, Pepsi Prad sucks. But yeah, Coca-Cola, man, pushing right back to almost all-time high range is pretty insane, man. Gotta love this company. I love this company way too much. Let's see how the earnings report comes out tomorrow morning. I believe it's pre-market. Yeah, it is pre-market tomorrow morning.
Taste test Tuesdays.
And we'll be able to see if we can go anywhere close to all-time high ranges on Coca-Cola, or
Yes.
maybe we push down to 50 period, 100 period EMAs to the downside.
I know, guys. I understand the value. This is a trading show, but I'm reading the comments right now. Playmaker, Canadian Crown and USA Coke, best ever. I love that. And I'm gonna say, have you ever tried? There's Crown Black too. It's got a more of like a
Yes.
spicy, more for shots. But if you haven't, and you like that kind of that spicier, like stronger kind of taste, Crown Black, me and my friends would drink it all the time. Absolutely amazing. To anybody that hasn't tried it, if you mix it, it doesn't really it loses its kind of like spiciness factor to it. So yeah, Crown Black shots, absolutely amazing. And you tried it too when we were playing poker.
Yeah,
right?
that was good. That was good.
Yeah, it was. It's solid. It's solid. And Sega testing 15. The thing with Sega, guys, is obviously, monkeypox play. You got the first monkeypox reported in Japan this morning our time, and the name is up, and this is the thing with this, right? And I wanted to comment on this. All the shorts are underwater as of this morning, right? So you would think, right? You would think that, okay, all the shorts are underwater. This thing could really get going and break 16, but it did not, right? And I think Brandon actually made a really, really good point this morning in our morning meeting. He said, all the shorts are underwater, but this thing is now inching lower. Like, does it have the volume to really move, right? And so it's like, it's kind of ranging today, which is surprising to me because this should be a name that should either blow off top or kind of fail, but it's just holding. It's not really doing much. It's 35 mil volume. It could be more. It could be more. So for me, it's a no trade just because I'm not playing the range on a small cap like this. I mean, they're not, they're approaching $1 billion company, I think, but valuation. But, it's something that like I'm not looking to play the range because, as we get to like the outer bands of the range, we could really get moving. I'm looking for like extreme moves on high volume, break of highs. How does the tape react? Are we breaking down? If we're just doing this, like I'm going to have a very challenging time holding for the move down, and then maybe I don't hit my targets, and then it kind of moves against me. So just keep that in mind. Like the $15 breaks, it kind of broke now, but it's slowly going up. But like what you want to see from a long bias perspective is a break of 15 and just a very, very strong move to the upside, potentially going for a high day clear out. But because it's SSR, because it's kind of like not really a day one, it's not really the hot chick of today. maybe there's not that much volume to attract the algo to then go for this high of day push to kind of clear out the shorts, because the shorts aren't involved. Because if the shorts were involved, maybe this thing would have went up right off the open, because they should all be underwater, right? Because, again, looking back at the daily, and, to the person who is asking, how do you trade without charting? It's like, I'm not charting, but like this is just kind of showing the data, right? It's like, this is where everybody was like taking their bets, right? And assuming they were short on that kind of move down, boom, then it gaps up today. So everybody is underwater, right? Everybody is underwater. All the shorts are underwater, and we did not pop, right? We did not pop. So it's one of those things that, right off the open, I identified this, and I was like, okay, this is a no trade for me.
Yeah, I'm just looking at NASDAQ over here, breakout through the high day, breakout through VWAP. So clearly pushing above VWAP for the first time since the market open, looks like. So here's the market open, 8:30 means 9:30. It's going off the Chicago market time, CME Chicago market time, Central time, basically. They're 1 hour behind Eastern, which is where we are. So clearly, for the first time throughout the day, NASDAQ getting ready to push above VWAP. And now testing the 100-period EMA. Can NASDAQ get to flat on the day is the question. I don't remember where NASDAQ closed at on Friday, or I guess since futures are open all 24 hours and so on, only closed for, how long exactly did they close for? Like 12 hours over a weekend or something, or 24 hours over a weekend?
Yeah, something like that. I'm not too sure.
I think it's only closed like 1 day for the NASDAQ market. But if you were to look at right here, looks like NASDAQ closed at, I guess I can just hover over this thing, 12,423, and we're pushing towards that number right now. 12,423 will be right here around this range high. Looks like around the pre-market bottom of my chart also. Let's see if NASDAQ can actually turn into positive at some point today, which will be an absolute crazy move for futures in general. I think I actually came into work to a push notification on my phone that said market up big. Then I come into work and I see markets actually down, and now we're about to try to be up again on the day, whereas S&P 500 is actually up 0.32% and NASDAQ only down 0.16%.
I'm just going back through the comments here, and one of them says, I think it was Mac Daddy, I'm allergic to crown. I break out in handcuffs.
I like that one. I like that one.
That's amazing. Honestly, you guys kill me, and that's why I got to touch upon some of these comments that I see. They're so funny, man. You guys are hilarious. So keeping it interesting on a day that midday right now, obviously very slow. I'm not in any positions. I'm just going through the chat. Kind of, you guys are making me laugh. You guys should be comedians. That's absolutely amazing. And Joseph Yoon saying Amazon bullish engulfing on the 1 hour. Yeah, from sometimes these I like to look at these kind of like pattern plays from a swing trading perspective. From kind of like and I don't even know. See, I black out and type in Apple as opposed to Amazon. I'm like, that's trade much. Like from the 1 hour, it's like you got like strong kind of like indications on these candles, whereas like day trading. I say this all the time. Like if you're trading like a bull flag on the daily. Like I feel bad. Like it's just not going to work. It hasn't worked. Traders will tell you that, because from a day trading perspective, you're trading the tape. But yep, if you're looking at the 1 hour or the daily, that's where they're more kind of significant. Garrett saying AMC 15 breakout play. My worry is that we've already been through it. I don't know if you're talking about like breakdown. Break up. So we're below. See, the thing is we were already. I mean, maybe. But the thing is keep in mind, it's like doing less volume. It's not really moving. And even though you're getting like this kind of, see how it's like very, very choppy and it's not really doing anything. And now it looks like, it could run to 15 and break. Like it's still below VWAP. And the thing is, and this is just me, like this is not what's happening right now. I'm just going to identify like what I think happens, just kind of like brainstorming off the top of my head. If I was a robot kind of adding liquidity to markets, I would be buying and selling, and these guys are all laughing. I don't know if they're laughing at me. If I was a robot buying and selling and providing liquidity, what would I do? I would be buying and selling, acquiring as many shares as I can. Then I would go for a 15 break and then use that liquidity to get out of my position. And I would make a little bit of money, but for the most part, I'm doing my job. I'm providing liquidity, right? Like, how do you provide liquidity without losing? You do these little kind of things here and there to make yourself win. And so the thing kind of just off the top of my head, I'm not a robot, I'm a human, but looking looking at the $15 level with this, the way that
having
it's
a
kind
live
of,
audience
the
sucks.
way that it's kind of kind of moving around, I get that vibe, and I'm like, I don't know, I would stay away from it. Personally, it's a stay away from me, because even if you get long, like, where's it going, right? Like, it already had the kind of blow off top, breakthrough VWAP, and now it's kind of dead. There's really no more volume on it, so it's algo hour. Don't dance, right? It's they want you to, but I would advise against it.
Yeah, for a second I thought having live audience would be a good thing, and next thing you know, live audience sucks. Live audience just laughing at us, not with us over there. But I'm glad they're having a good time. I hope you guys are having a good time over here in the market. S&P 500 and NASDAQ showing us a little bit of a red candle on the 5-minute that's now just started to form as the clock hits 12:55. Actually, sorry, 12:51. My clock at the bottom of my PC over here, which is apparently only able to manage by the admin, and the admin's not me, so I can't change the time. I'm always stuck with the wrong time. Anyways, that being said, Apple short only 11 cents out of the money. AMD short only 30 cents out of the money. We're just chilling. We're just big chilling over here, waiting for these shorts to push to the downside and play out for us. John asking SPX predictions. My friend, I'm sorry, I am not a fortune teller. I can't do predictions. I just don't have that ability to, nor do I have a parrot to pick a card out of a bunch of cards and tell you the future on that side. What I could tell you is what I'm expecting from the S&P 500 and from NASDAQ. Chop City, baby. Chop suey, Chop City, chopsticks. Everything that has something to do with chop. Nothing fun is being accepted from NASDAQ, in my opinion. Nothing fun is being accepted from the S&P 500 futures, sadly, in my opinion. But I could be wrong on that side. Maybe we get a big volume candle coming in at 2 o'clock, pushing it straight to the moon. Maybe we don't. Right? The main reason why I'm expecting absolute chop fest coming into the market today is because we have a big day tomorrow with earnings report. Wednesday, we have the Fed rate decision. So those are going to be the key things that the market's going to use to move around with. Those are going to be your key catalysts. Today, we don't really have any big earnings reports coming out. End of the day, we do have some decent ones coming out. Logitech for you gamers who's interested, even though Logitech is an ADR. We have a bunch of other companies out there, too, that are reporting today. But it's everything that's fun is going to be starting from tomorrow.
Yes, the fun is starting tomorrow. Today is a great day to relax, take it easy. If you made money, keep it. And I got another good quote for you guys. Make the money, keep the money, drink the beers. An absolute legend said that one, is it definitely going down in my quote
I like the
book.
one that Spencer said, win or lose. Let's hear it, bud. We hit the booze. There
Win
you go.
or lose, we hit the booze.
Win or lose, we hit the booze.
That's why it's great to be a part of a team. It's win or lose. Some people are happy, some people not too happy, but it doesn't matter. Everybody comes together and has a good time. And, summertime vibes, obviously, ice cold beers all around. Always a good time, always a good time.
Speaking of summertime and ice cold, on every other day, Luca, it's usually 30, 40 degrees and you have a vest on. Today is the day where it's kind of windy. It's 18 degrees, 20 degrees. I come in, I'm like, I'm actually feeling the wind a little bit. Maybe I should have brought my jacket. This guy comes here in a nice shirt.
I got a nice sweater.
Nice sweater shirt on.
Yeah.
No puffer jacket. The chat went a little crazy off the morning too. It was like, no puffer jacket? Where's Luca?
Oh man, I saw I just because I was quick slow to open the chat, but I saw Luca's not in a vest. What's going on? The world is ending. Oh my God! I was dying right off the top. I'm like, yeah, I'm not even gonna talk about this. But yeah, not today. Maybe tomorrow. We'll see what happens.
What will be the impact of semiconductor bill outcome? Yeah, we'll just have to wait for that bill to come out. The same way for the Tilray bill, right? I don't know exactly what the outcome's gonna be without reading the report coming out, without seeing how the votes go through, without seeing all the other catalysts play out. So things like that, you just wait for it patiently. What's up, Luca?
So Bears and Bulls, he's not invested today. Oh my God, that's amazing. He's not invested. I'm seeing that I missed the vest. vest, no volume. Yeah, it's like, what's going on? It's like, I don't wear the vest, and like, that's it. I'm not taking trades. There's no volume. But yeah, no, imagine I had that power. Again, if I did have that kind of power, I'll tell you one thing, I will not be here. I'll be on a beach, snapping my fingers, making things happen. But yeah, you know, smoking cigars, enjoying life, only good things, only good things.
Yeah, so now coming back to the market a little bit, I think Emmanuel Sanders asked a question. I see a couple people asking about NEM. Yeah, NEM, which is the mining company I mentioned not too long ago. I guess earlier on in the day, the shorts just keep on playing out. It was forming a nice little base at 46, but it looks like we clearly broke 46. We're pushing towards 44 right now on NEM, down 12% on the day. Anytime a stock is down more than 10%, it triggers a mechanic called the SSR system, short sale restriction, which is basically makes the stock a little bit harder to short. You see how it says 51 lots on 44.98, basically saying that if you want to short 5,100 shares, you can. Oh, that's a reserve. Hold up, let's quickly watch this because it was 51, it dropped to 49, it went back to 51, and then now it's at 18. So if it's at reserve, it would refresh like it's kind of refreshing. I'm not sure. We'll see what happens over here. But the 44.98 kind of holding up right now. I think that level can get easily taken out though. The stock's traded 14 million shares on the day. 1,400 shares is nothing. But the point is that those 1,400, 1,500 shares cannot be punched out by a short seller. They can only be punched out by a long who's trying to get out for maybe a loser or for a winner. So that being noticed, notice how the stock pumped up like a 3 pennies off of that level a little bit. So if that's a real iceberg, there could be a decent trade to be made off of that level. Maybe not for me though. I'll be honest, no trade for me on a stock like this today. With a negative catalyst, negative news, everything telling me to just short it, don't go long on it. I'm not going to go long on it. There we go. That level's gone.
Yeah, you know, there's all types of ways to kind of play off of icebergs. You can play the break of iceberg. You can play the ideology of like, okay, this iceberg is a bigger order, so like I'm gonna kind of go in, and, you know, let the level break and then kind of follow the overall trend. But you know, just work it a few times. It really depends. From my experience, you know, it's iceberg more of like a kind of execution type trade. If you catch it, great. If not, like there's no chase to be had there. Somebody saying, I thought Luca only drinks espresso. I drink, you know, a lot of water. You know, you got to stay hydrated. Hydration nation, right? But, yeah, no, I definitely favor Sproles over just kind of regular coffee. And I'm just kind of going through here, checking it out. Yeah, you know, somebody, it's kind of funny. They're like, RDBX going nuts. I don't know if you're talking about just in general on the day. It's like, yeah, no, it's kind of sideways, right? It's just around that $6 level, little dip and rip action. This is like classic algo, right? It's like lots of like doing the volume up here, then break the $6 level, reclaim the $6 level, and then, okay, maybe just back in the range and dance around. So, you know, you see these little tells, right? It's like you look at the chart, you're like, this is not what I want to see. You look at the tape, you're like, this is not what I want to see. You know, stay away if it's not something that you do well, if it's not moving. That's kind of what we're doing here. We're relaxed, you know, like sometimes there's a few setups that you see, tried the Apple short there, but again, it's like, you know, it's a very, very slow day, and I'm just kind of quickly glancing over at Google actually. So I guess that 107 bottom was good, considering everything kind of bottomed out and then popped again, going for like, but again, it's like 50-cent dollar move, like very, very slow to move up. Kind of for myself, I would have had to have like very, very small size on it just because I'm not really convinced. So I just say, you know what, spend time with you guys, read the chat as opposed to have just this kind of very small arbitrary position. I mean, you guys are making me laugh today, so this is great.
Yeah, I keep getting asked, why are you short? The answer is because I want to be, period. That's my trade. That's how I like to trade my stocks. You don't have to follow me if you don't think it's a short day. Like I said earlier to another viewer, my trade, I'm managing it. Your trade, you manage it. It's that easy. I explained why I'm short Apple and AMD earlier. That's the same reason why I'm still short. NASDAQ now pushing under VWAP. Not really pushing under VWAP, but got under VWAP. We'll see if we can push under VWAP. S&P 500 still positive on the day, but it did move down slightly. Let's see if we can form a base now at those range highs. Let me pull up S&P 500 for you guys on this side. I can't type. Here we go. Bang. Now let's see if we can form a little base off these 100 period EMAs and 50 period EMAs on the 5-minute chart, which also happens to be around 39.70 around these peak highs. I could see a base forming here, so we can go towards the 4K area. You know, maybe a 4K test today wouldn't be a bad thing, as the high today was only 39.90. So a 4K test today would not be a bad thing at all if you were asking me. But yeah, if you're asking me why I'm short, it's because I want to be. It's that easy. Very, very simple short on the futures, not futures, on the market for me. Where's the next comment from the chat? People are trying to learn. Why are you shooting them down? No, I'm not shooting anybody down, mate. They're asking me a question why I'm short. I'm just answering why I'm short. Who's carrying the S&P 500? I think half of it's honestly Tesla. Tesla's still positive on the day, right? Ooh, maybe not now. Really? Tesla is actually nowhere close to 820. Tesla's actually negative now. We did see Tesla push to 820. I think that's where, well, he's not here. That's where he had his short on, he being Neil, had his short, so that didn't work out on that side either. SIGA, let's go over to SIGA being mentioned. Did you trade SIGA today? No, right?
I did not. No. So it's, yeah.
SIGA back into play. Actually, a tweet from Neil that I saw in the morning on the way to work about SIGA monkeypox stocks being back into play. You talked about GOVX in the morning. I guess GOVX looked a little like this.
Yeah, it's it's all sympathy plays, right? SIGA, GOVX, and CMRX are the sympathy plays. Yeah.
Yeah, so GOVX is a good, maybe monkeypox.
TNXP, that's the other one
maybe
too.
Monkeypox is kind of back into play too. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, TNXP. Thanks for shouting that out there. T-Man Flex. Yeah, thank you for that. There's always there's always obviously a few names, like everything kind of moves together. And I'm like, yes, okay, there's this one. What was the other one? Where is it? I'm looking around. I'm like, where's my watch list over here? Some of them I kind of just like take off the screen. I'm like, I'm not really going to look at this one, like lower price stock, not really doing volume. So I take it off. So I kind of forget about it. TNXP, 17 million shares traded. I guess I should have dropped CMRX from my watch list there. But yeah, kind of muted overall, and there's actually wanted to welcome a new member here, Trey Webster. Welcome to the Trader TV family. And is that a picture of Ice Cube? I don't know if that is, or if that's a picture of you. I don't know, but it's kind of far away. I can't really see, but yeah, nice pic there.
No, it looks like a picture of himself.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, solid there. I just was laughing. I'm like, just kind of reminded me of something, but yeah. Yeah, overall, kind of everything.
Here, can you see the picture now?
Oh,
I zoomed in too much there.
This is the No, I just thought I was gonna say something, but not about you or anything, just about Ice Cube. But yeah, no, I don't know what I was gonna say now. So let's just move on from that. And yeah, energy, healthcare, transportation, a little bit of everything, kind of holding up the overall market. Maybe pass it to Brendo soon. Just to kind of get that midday update and see what happens. But
is he even at his desk?
Bitcoin approaching. No. That's why I said soon, and I rolled the soon.
Yeah, no, I thought
we'll see what happens. Desk. But yeah, LMT bottom. I think RTX has earnings this week as well. So just keep in mind, watch that kind of how it goes. I'm always under the impression that, LMT, RTX, like these names are always going to go up because unfortunately the world is always at war. But hopefully it doesn't have to be that way in the future if we can all just love each other equally. But, everybody kind of hates what they don't know, right? That's the unfortunate part. And welcome Amit to the family as well. So happy to see. I think we're at what do we have? We're at 3 right now for the day. 3 or 4. That's pretty cool. Love to see it. 3 or 4 from when I look at, but obviously could be a lot more. And RBLX. Yeah, let's have a look here. So over under 4. I'm gonna say under, but I have no idea. Let's check it out. Over under 4. Over. Oh, but 40-50. Nah. Well, maybe this thing continues now, but kind of sideways action. But again, muted, right? It's midday. Things are not really happening. Apple's still below that 154, and yeah, just kind of looking around. I'm not really too excited, at this point to jump into any serious positions. But one thing that I want to move. I have this on my screen, and I keep glancing over at it. Like I paid for shorts. I want this to do something crazy. It's probably not going to do anything. So I'm gonna have to let it go. It's like, yeah, like why like jump in and like lose more money? It's just like accept the loss on kind of what you did. But that's the thing, right? It's like, guys, if you are like small cap traders and you're like locating and you pay for shorts, like those, I understand those costs can add up, and you say to yourself, well, you know, I paid, it's a sunk cost. I wanna like trade it to kind of see. But listen, don't take that approach, right? And I'm telling myself this. It's like you're running your business. You know, you have sunk costs. You're not going to make them back. But the worst thing you can do is jump in, lose even more money, and then you get tilted and you ruin your other good trades of the day. So I'm actually very proud of myself that I did not trade this today, and I traded what kind of was working for me, where I did well, and I made money. And I'm like, okay, today is a good day. You know, and I obviously cover the cost of those shorts anyway, so it doesn't even matter. So you know, just keep that in mind. You want to create good habits, because if you're in this business for the long term, it's a marathon, not a sprint. You want to have good habits in year 1, 2, 3, 4, so that year 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, kind of the things just flow, the money just comes. Money is a byproduct of good trading, right? Remove your P&L from the screen. It is irrelevant. It is irrelevant. Just trade the trade. If it doesn't work, you get out. If it works, great. Cover where you're supposed to cover. Hold a piece for the dream if you want. You know, if you're holding a piece for the dream on like something like Apple, like there's no dream, it's just going to do whatever. But you know, a TLBT or a RDBX, you know, hold a piece for the dream if you made your money, because yeah, that thing could go nuts, right? It could continue to go. And if it doesn't and it goes lower, well, you had a small piece, you lost on it, is what it is. But, you know, sometimes dreams turns to nightmares, but not if you kind of size accordingly. Then it's like, you know, you just wake up from the dream and you're like, okay, well, now let me have an espresso and enjoy my life.
One of the viewers over here, very cute message over there coming in saying, Prad doesn't mention his stop losses or his orders because he's afraid that we're going to squeeze them. Yeah, I'm afraid of the viewers squeezing me, yes.
See, it's
yes.
kind of, so
it's not those algos that can easily be coded to listen to a chat or you know, read a chat. It's not those computers and robots that I've been coding like for 3 years in my past job that can easily pick up words and game other traders who've done this before. No, it's none of those. It's the chat that I'm worried about. That's a little cute message over there from the viewer. Listen, I'm not worried about the chat. I'm worried about the actual things that can move the stock around and can actually move the market around and burn people. That's what I'm worried on. I'm not worried on about the viewers. Trust me. For the most part, we're trying to help the viewers. I know you guys are not hunting us, but there could be some robots in here, some algos that can be very easily programmed. Even a simple Python scripter could script up a real quick program over there to read the message in the chat, read every single message that you guys are posting, and then just form a theory. How do you think Brando gets that social sentiment tracker? Those are all Selenium scripts run on C+ or Python or something that scrape Twitter all day. They scrape Twitter, and then they accumulate all the times that they say Luca or Prad on that platform, and then they just add a +1 to the counter. It's not that hard to do so. Those type of programs are very, very, very easily created. So those are what we're talking about in the chat. You want to be careful about those algorithms. Those are also the AI that we are also mentioning all the time. Those AIs that you don't want to dance with, those are what are trading right now from 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock. You want to be worried about something? Worry about those algorithms, not the chat. The chat's not coming for you guys. Edgar goes, I'm here to squeeze you, Prad. Please don't. That sounds very bad even just saying it. Just don't say that. That just sounds so wrong. Just stop.
And, you know, speaking of counters, okay, where was it? Somebody was, you know, is what it is, counter infinity. I saw you in, sorry, I can't remember your name. I can't find it. But I saw you earlier in the chat. You said is what it is 1. Then you said 3 or something. Now you said infinity. What, are you getting lazy? I was hoping that the counter would continue. I was like, by the end of the show, I'm curious. Are we going to be at like 21, 37, 15? I have no idea. But infinity, so I'll assume you gave up. Like my trading on the day, you know, just kind of chilling overall. You know, we'll see if things get moving. But at this point, things are sideways. Things are chopping around. Things are dancing around. People saying, Prad, can you just please explain what algos do? So, you know, I would love to take this one.
Go for it.
I would love to take this one. And I'm going to start off by saying, in the era of the internet, when it first started, you could go around and say the internet.
Story time.
And people were throwing money at you, okay? Then, fast forward, now we're in the era of blockchain, right? So I start a company and I go around and I say, guys, we have, advanced blockchain technology with artificial intelligence, algorithms that are digesting information in real time. And people are like, oh my God, I must throw millions at this company because it sounds sexy, it sounds good. And you talk to bankers, you're raising capital, and they're like, look, listen, you are not aggressive enough. You need to use all of these words. It needs to sound sexy. People need to want to just throw money at it. It is the industry, it is how it operates. So going back to that overall, this kind of context to where I'm going with this, it's like in trading, when people get involved in trading, they're like excited, they hear the word algorithm, a lot of people are talking, I say it all the time, oh, the algo's on the stock, and kind of like maybe if you're a new trader, you're not like really advanced, you're like, what does that actually mean? What does that actually mean? So just understand that an algorithm is essentially a machine that is told to do something, right? So
step-by-step process of doing a task.
Exactly, step-by-step process, and then, does it learn from itself? Does it learn from history? And then kind of like adapt and go, right? So obviously, the algorithms that are involved in the stock market are advanced, right? Anybody who's read Flash Boys, if you haven't, it's a great book. You need to read it. But anybody who's read Flash Boys understands that, this is not new, right? This has been around. There's like black boxes out there that I'm convinced that the banks who are running these things, they don't even know what's going on. They don't know what's happening. All they know is that it's making money, and they have a kind of understanding of like, okay, run it in this market.
Turn on.
Don't write it in that
turn
market.
Off.
Well, the thing is like an algorithm. It's very simple, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, so the main takeaway is there's over 100,000 algorithms running at the same time, right? There is. But the main thing is being able to identify, some type of context of what you're looking at, and then understanding the type of algorithm that's on that specific name and what it's doing. And so I'll be very, very kind of vague in terms of like a top-down approach here. You have midpoint algorithms. You have kind of aggressive algorithms that are like buying the offer if it's kind of like a buy program. You have like passive algorithms that are just providing liquidity. And so like, I'm not going to pretend to sit here and understand what Citadel is doing, but they are a market maker. They are providing liquidity, right? And so what that means is they buy and sell passively at every single level. They want to fill everybody, right? Whereas like, let's say, JP Morgan is trying to fill a client's order. And so they run an algorithm saying every time size pops up on the offer, like search for the size, right? Hit every level and search for size, and when you find it, take it right away, but don't show your hand. So take it and then punch it back down and then stop it, right? So there's all types of ways that these algorithms can run, and it's impossible to understand what they're doing because they're doing 100 million things and they're interacting with other algorithms. But if you trade long enough, you see these little setups, you understand like what algos do at certain areas and how they kind of interact with other algorithms. And if you can identify that, a lot of the times the easiest thing for me is like on small caps is what type of algorithm is involved. And somebody last week made me laugh on Friday. They were saying, it's like a TBLT is like, oh, the algo, now it's an angry algo. And I was laughing because I'm like, it is an angry algo. Like, I'm like, if I get involved right now, late in the day, I'm going to get smoked. And I was waiting for that end of day flush because obviously like I was doing well on the name, like you had the overall flush. It was now below VWAP. And I was just watching the tape, and I'm like, this is an angry algo. This is going to take all my money. What did I do to this algo for it to hate me? But just a little joke there. But obviously, understand like when the algo's involved, when the algo is done, that is your like little window of edge. That sometimes it's a 1 minute, maybe even a 10-second window of edge. Which is unfortunate because you got to sit there all day. But just be able to understand like there's all these different algorithms. They're doing different things. They're interacting with each other. It's never simple. This is not a simple business. This is why every trader will tell you don't try to understand what's happening because there's no reason to do that, right? Do not anticipate what's going to happen. We're not investors. We're traders. We react. We participate in the action, right? So I'm watching something. It looks good. I say to myself, okay, let's try it here. Manage the risk. Oh, it didn't work. Okay, I'm done with it. Or, oh, it did work. Okay, sick. On to the next trade. Keep your life easy. Keep it easy. Don't try to understand this stuff because you're not going to get paid enough to do that. I'll tell you that much.
This is why I have a movie in the writing that I plan to direct, and Luca's going to be the actor. It's going to be called Man vs. Robot. It's going to be the greatest trading movie ever made on Earth, better than The Big Short, whatever. Obviously, it needs Luca to hit a nasty big trade. Once Luca hits this nasty big trade, he's going to run away to Italy or wherever the heck a beach and a Super Sata and a Pro is. I know that for sure. sure. So I'm gonna have to find out where he is, bring him back to make this movie called Man vs. Machine, the ultimate trader. Man, the knowledge this guy holds in his bank over here has been immense. He's been helping out so many traders on the floor, and now hopefully some of you guys over there. No, I'm not. I don't mean like that. I'm talking about like a multi-million-dollar trade. No one on this floor has hit a multi-million-dollar trade. I'll tell you that, right? Well, there's someone here on the floor who has. I don't think anyone has so far. I for sure haven't, right? So once we hit that multi-million, trillion, billion, maybe not trillion, billion, but multi-million-dollar
hey, you never know
order.
inflation.
Inflation, that's true. Soon Elon might be a first trillion. Maybe you think Elon will be a trillionaire in our lifetime? No, right?
No. Where's he at
That's
right
a
now?
lot. He's at 250 bill, I think, or with now that the dropped, I don't know what it drops down to. Is he 250 bill? I don't know.
You know what? I'm gonna say it. We're in the era
It's
of
possible.
anything is
It's
possible.
possible.
So like
It's
at this point, I don't
possible.
even know. Like we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Yeah. But yeah, man versus machine, whatever. Luca, thank you for that knowledge base, and that's the. You want to be careful as to what type of algorithms you're going for, what type of fights you're having, and that's why we say don't go to war from 12 to 2. Go to war from 9:30 to 12. Go to war from 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock. No, sorry, 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock. Perfect times to be in fights for. Right now, just not the time. And talking about the fights, the UFC fight card Saturday night was actually pretty good. I know you don't watch UFC or anything, but the UFC fight cards were not bad. But since Brendo is back at his desk, Brendo, you mic'd up? He's eating? Okay, he's eating. I wanted to ask him about the Formula One over there as to how he thought about the race. Man, Ferrari's strategy team really needs some help. They need to fire whoever it is or really train that person. This person's talking in Carlos Sainz's ear when he's trying to take over on like the last few corners of the race. Like, what's wrong with you? You're telling him to pit stop when he's about to take over Sergio Perez and so on. Pretty good race though. Sucks to what happens to Charles Leclerc. Charles Leclerc, man, could have won the race, but then obviously bad things happen. Their engines are a joke. This is why every time I see this guy in a Ferrari jacket, I just can't help but laugh about it. Car sucks, company sucks. Can't wait to end up
The
on there.
jackets are good though.
The jackets are good though.
The jackets are good.
Because is it what, Adidas jacket, Puma jacket? It's a Puma jacket?
That's a good question, actually.
I think it's a Puma
Isn't it
jacket.
a Ferrari jacket?
Yeah, but they always
true.
team up
I
with
don't
like
even
a
know.
company to make it.
Definitely not yeah.
Yeah, pretty good race. Hey, all I can say is Brendan, mine, and Ian's boys, we got 2 and 3 spot, whereas Red Bull got 1st and 4th spot. Ferrari nowhere in view, so that's all that we care about right now. Hopefully, the next race we can do better. I know Brendo was talking about how we were expecting a bad race for us, so I'll take a 2 and 3, man. I'll take a 2 and 3 any day off of that race. I know some of you guys are out there watching Formula 1 too. I know Playmaker, I'm not sure Playmaker saw that or not, the race. Pretty fun race. And this coming up UFC weekend is going to be insane. The same way this drop on FaZe Clan is. FaZe Clan just dropped from 13 to 1260 in a second. That was pretty crazy. We just cracked to the downside on FaZe Clan. The spread sucks too. Like, this is a $12 stock. Why is there a spread on there here? Why is there not just a 1 cent spread on this stock? And it opens up and it closes back down sometimes. So I'm not really liking that spread opening up, because that means my risk to reward ratio changes on this trade every second. Then if I'm thinking about risking 2 pennies, which I usually do on $12 stocks, I can't do that on FaZe Clan. I just can't do that. But that just means I have to take less size and give it more wiggle room for a stock like this if I wanted to trade it in any direction. Right now, though, our shorts might just be looking to start paying us some dividends over here as NASDAQ is getting under VWAP for the second time, third time. Let's see if we can actually keep pushing under VWAP for NASDAQ for the short side, that is.
Yeah, and I see somebody in the chat saying TBLT moving, and go figure, I look up. And Luca, what do you think TBLT will do now? I don't know. Like, I got short here, but I know it's SSR and it's probably going to break 620. I think if it breaks 620, like, it could get moving, like, just kind of looking at this. I mean, everybody's looking at the same thing, right? So it's like, it could easily break 620 and then keep going. And so, for me, it's I'm trying the VWAP short. I'm not really loving it. Like, it's not something I'm doing max size on, that's for sure. And, you know, if we stay here and then we kind of sell off and go back below 6, then I'm going to hold for maybe this thing to go to like 570 again. So for me, this is kind of like, you know, like risk whatever, like 10, 15 cents and see if we can have like a 40-cent winner. Nothing too crazy. Again, it's a slow mover and it's SSR. I'm not really expecting too much action. I just figured that we got up to VWAP before and rejected, so maybe we get to VWAP and reject again. But again, this could easily break 620 and then do a lot of volume and then do that pattern anyways. So, you know, and as I say that, like, this thing is probably going to go for the 620 break. But I would love for it to break 620. Like, I want to lose on this trade because then it could get more spicy, right? And so, you know, if it just goes down from here, it's like nothing. And I'm just like, okay, like, whatever. It's not really, it's just kind of to see, yeah, I'm going to do this because I was waiting for this. Pay for the shorts. I might as well use some of it. Why not? You know. So yeah, we'll keep our eyes there. We'll see what happens. You know, if this thing can really pick up steam and kind of go nuts, that'll be extra interesting. And for whoever was asking from before, Flash Boys is by Michael Lewis. Great author. He has a bunch of books. You know, overall finance, kind of economy, overall economics. Great book. You got to read this if you are a trader. It'll open your eyes to kind of the early stages of, you know, the speed in the overall market and how orders are being routed, where it was, where it kind of is now, and where it's headed. Just to kind of give you an overall idea, a lot of traders talk about, you know, latency edge. Do you have the edge? Do you not have the edge? You know, as day traders, there is no latency edge. The latency edge is in, you know, traders who are running algos, and that's why on small caps you see tape teleportation and just kind of like glitches here, glitches there. You know, these are algos battling with each other, routing orders, front running your orders. So, you know, once you kind of understand what is happening, it really opens the door to, you know, staying away from certain things, right? And this is why people say don't diddle in the middle, because these prices don't like mean anything, right? It's like go like work in areas where it's like you really have an edge, and kind of hold for a move, because you're not going to be able to compete on like a 1 cent basis, right? Like, these algorithms are, they're not messing around. They are not messing around, so just keep that in mind.
They're not messing about, mate. I don't know why I did that. I guess I was thinking about the UFC fight night. Patty the Batty Pimblett coming in with the big win.
Batty.
Patty the Batty, that's his name. Patty the Batty.
Is this
Patty the Batty?
Patty the Batty? Is he the guy who's like
with the little mushroom cut, the
and
bowl
he's like,
cut?
he wants to fight Mark Zuckerberg?
Yeah, that's him.
Okay,
yeah,
guys,
Patty the Batty.
I don't know if anybody's seen this. This guy's hilarious. He's like, they're like, Patty, like, what do you want to say after the win?
I want to fight Mark Zuckerberg.
Yeah, he's like, I want to fight Mark Zuckerberg. He's like, give me my account back. I guess he got banned for something. I don't know.
On Instagram.
Yeah, I was dying. This guy's hilarious, and so yeah, and so yeah, that's kind of interesting there. But yeah, the guy's a joker, that's for sure.
Oh, Patty the Body. Yeah, crazy win from Patty, crazy win from Molly. But I think I'm about to bag a crazy win right here on the short side for Apple and AMD myself, as NASDAQ did create a little bit of a push to the downside on the next 5-minute candle. So the one of the 5-minute candle did close red under VWAP, and the second one right here started showing me some increase on volume to the downside. So let's see if that can actually carry on. The story carries on that way. It pushes to the downside, allowing us to take more, well, not allowing us to take more profit, allowing us to turn our stocks, which are barely in the negative. You know, Apple 12 cents in the red, AMD 30 cents in the red. Maybe we can turn these into the positive with the help of NASDAQ now turning back to red. NASDAQ did turn to positive just by a couple points not too long ago. Let's go check out some of the other positions that you guys are looking at. Maybe Redbox by any chance. Redbox now breaking $6 to the downside, trading at $5.83. So we'll keep on watching if Redbox can find some buyers, even at VWAP near $5.50, or does it crack all the way down to the 100-period EMA, which happens to be at $4.70 at the moment. Moving away from Redbox, I'm going to go quickly over to what was a stock that announced a dividend? Oh, it was PE. We already talked about that stock. public storage something, PSA, public storage, I believe PSA. Since I mentioned that one, I'm going to go directly over to my trusty volume leader to see who is the #1 volume leader of the day. Finally, we're getting some stocks again near the 100 million position shares traded. That is GOVX. GOVX 130 million shares today. Snapchat pretty damn close to that. 92 million shares traded on Snapchat. 89 on Redbox. I usually ignore the 3 times leverage ETFs. Then we got RevB. Is that Revlon?
I don't know.
Is RevB Revlon?
I don't think so.
Because Revlon is Revlon. REV is Revlon. What is RevB? It's a completely different company. Revelation Biosciences. So another small cap biotech company, I guess. I'm just having fun noticing. I'm enjoying noticing a lot of stocks doing some good amount of volume here. So it looks like even though it is summer period, it looks like it's going to be a hot boy summer period for at least a little while as the earning periods continue. And then in the next month, when August is when we're expecting volume to really die off. Brad, who you got between Oliveira and Islam Makhachev? Bro, that fight's going to be so insane that sadly, I have to pick. Is this sad though? It's not going to be sad. You know what? I'm going to go with Islam, and I'm going to go with who's Nate Diaz fighting again? Khamzat and Islam.
I'm just reading the chats here, and somebody was asking BBIG, why is it allowed to barcode? So and then they said something about the SEC. So that's. I don't know really how to answer that. It's not really related. So like it's allowed to, this is just kind of a function of the market. It's like nobody's really trading this name. So it's like it's not really doing anything. And then the book kind of like, there's a little bit of liquidity. And so it's just kind of going up and down, right? It's going up and down. It's not really moving. There's not a lot of volume. Not a lot of people are interested in the name. So it goes up and down, right? It goes up and down. It trades like very, very small amount of shares. It is just a function of the market, right? If they come out, announce news, and kind of something comes about, then maybe it gets a little bit more interesting. But this is what tends to happen, right? This is why there's a lot of traders who favor the short side on these small caps, because they believe that, they have these runs, and then they just kind of like die off, and then nothing really happens, right? So in general, you tend to see this from time to time. When you see this, it is what it is, right? It's just kind of like not really a tradable event. So you want to be in things that are moving, right? You want to be involved in things that are moving, things that are a lot of people are trading, and that's kind of like what creates excitement and what allows you to make money. And Luca, the bid and ask are locked up. Look at the bids, asks. Yeah.
Apparently, we're talking trash and not looking at proper setups such as the head and shoulders on Tesla. So I'm trying to identify this head and shoulders on Tesla. I guess this is a left shoulder, that's a right shoulder. But if that's the case, Mr. Proper Setup on Tesla, shouldn't this be somewhere down here in Abyss? Shouldn't this leg of the move be at below $800? If that's the proper trade that you're talking about, shouldn't this already break 805 and end up in unknown land in Narnia? I don't know, man. If this is the proper setup and head and shoulders you're talking about, my friend, I'm expecting 800 breaking 30 minutes ago, 400 minutes ago, 500 minutes ago. A non-existent good trade is what you're talking about. Listen, Tesla has very good, strong catalyst that came in not too long ago. Let Tesla break this 805 level, then we'll talk about it. Until then, there's no trade unless you want to diddle in the middle and range trade the stock. Nothing wrong with range trading it, because there's so many opportunities range trading this position. But I don't see that head and shoulders. And honestly, we don't use head and shoulders for a reason. Because if this was a head and shoulders, that should have been under 800. Not seeing that, no trade. But you know what is a trade? AMD right now pushing to the downside where I'm short. You know what else is a trade? Apple, where I'm short. You know what is working for us? NASDAQ pushing to the downside below VWAP. You know what else is working for us? The call out that we had on Redbox short, RDBX. Here, come on, can I type in this ticker name? RDBX. So, You want a short stock? I wouldn't even bother shorting RDBX today. It's up 91% on the day. Like, why would you bother shorting stock that's up 91%? The same way, why would you bother going long on a stock that's up 12%, right? That being said, it really did not push much further than the low a day of 44.91. Keep in mind, though, negative catalyst for NEM is the earnings catalyst and also declining prices in gold.
Yeah, guys, I want to quickly look over at the daily on the ES because, obviously today is muted and we're waiting for a huge week to play itself out. You got GDP, you got the interest rate decision, you got earnings. Our company is going to continue to guide lower. They already said that they're slowing hiring. Some of them, they're already guiding lower. How is the past earnings looking relative to what the expectations are? So there's all these types of catalysts this week that are going to move the market. And so traders today are probably on the beach, relaxing, saying to themselves, I want to really hit things when they're moving, not when they're not moving. So I'm going to preserve the mental capital. So I emphasize that. Make sure you guys are preserving the mental capital for when the opportunities come. And so speaking of that, let's quickly look at the daily here. And I'll bring over this other chart. Maybe this one doesn't want to load here just very quickly. So this is the daily. This is the ES. And this is the $4,000 level or 4,000 point level, whatever. We kind of like had that sell-off, had that little bit of a channel. Then we broke the top of the channel. And now look at this. We are going sideways, and it did reject 4,000. It just could not get above 4,000. And you would think, is this going to break out and make a run to 41, 42, maybe even 4,300? A lot of analyst expectations is that if we get going, we could easily see 4,300 before we kind of go down from there. It is still a bear market. You want to favor the trend, as everybody is saying. You guys know in the chat, the trend is your friend. This is the daily. The trend is down. And now, if you look at it, right, you draw like an arbitrary line right here. Like that 4,000 level is key. And go figure, it is at a very key level at a very key time where we're getting all of these catalysts that are coming through at the same time. So, the market's going to pick a direction. It's either going to fly up, it's going to fly down. I have no idea what happens next. Place your bets. But, at this point in time, it's not something that I'm going to trade right now because, it's not really moving. But definitely, like, this week is going to be wild, and it's probably going to set the tone for the rest of the summer. And then, as Prad mentioned, like, maybe a little bit slow in August going into kind of September, October, where things are going to be insane. So I am so excited. I mean, this year's been fireworks. I'm assuming the next 6 months are going to continue to be fireworks. So, it'll be interesting to see how it kind of plays out. But, yeah, my overall kind of expectations is that, I would be surprised if in a week or two we're still at 4,000. Right? Without a move happening. Like, we're not going sideways. Like, things are happening. Things are going to move. And the real question is, what's going to carry us, right? What's going to carry us? Are we going to move up? Are we going to move down? I know Sean mentioned, like overall tech. He thinks tech's going to continue to bring us higher. And it has. And it's been rallying, right? The NASDAQ and ES don't really have that strong correlation anymore. And it seems to be that the NASDAQ is really just kind of, like it's been oversold for so long that now the bounce back is very strong. And, a lot of the names are moving back towards, maybe the 200 period moving averages. One of the areas on Apple that's interesting is that 158 level, right? And we're probably going to get there post earnings if I had to take a guess. And the reason I say that is because, prices tend to go to these kind of significant areas as they get closer, right? And so that 158 is the 200 period moving average, should act as a resistance level. So it'll be interesting to see how it kind of plays around that level, right? It's like very strong overall, breaking 150 and kind of moving towards that level. But then are we going to get resistance? Are sellers going to jump in? I would not be surprised if Apple kind of sets it up the same way that it did last time. Which it was like a very strong, they announced buybacks, they say all the right things, and they're very strong on earnings day, but then kind of fell off, and then, you get that additional sell-off. So maybe we get that kind of same action, right? We get that very strong move, the bid is strong going into earnings, which is next Thursday, not this Thursday, and then you kind of top out at a very key area, and then boom, then you get the kind of next leg down, unless people are getting like super squeezed on it, which, like I think Michael Burry's got that short. I don't know if he probably covered some, if I had to guess. But, it's not really a huge position anyway. So, and obviously Apple, not a name that, you kind of associate with short squeezes per se, like RDBX. Speaking of RDBX, let's quickly go back to it and have a look. RDBX, see where it is. Sideways, maybe you get a VWAP bounce. But yeah, so this was kind of, and this is the thing, right? This is why you got to manage your expectations. And you know, one of the things I guess you could have looked at was this little high of day move. You know, you had the run up going sideways, then it goes for that high day move and quickly reverses like wick off top there. And like, that's your tell, right? That's your tell. And then it breaks trend. And how many times have we seen this wick off top, come back down, hold, you get some super soaker on the tape, and then it goes higher and then pushes higher again, right? RDBX could not do that, then moved lower. So, you know, overall, I think, you know, I don't want to go as far and say the trend is dead. But from like a very like short-term 1 minute like strong trend continuation, it's just not there. It's just not there. Cannot hold above 6. Volume is absolutely dead. So I think this is dead for the rest of the day, unless it goes for a break of 5. Kind of makes everybody think the short is good, then goes for a high day clear. That would be savage. That would be savage if that happens. But you know, if that doesn't happen, it's not something you want to diddle in the middle. It's not going to move. It's not going to move. And you know, speaking of something that was not moving, going back to TBLT and my short, tried the short. I stopped myself out because I don't really know how high it's going, and I don't want to like start a short position and then continue to average into it. My overall plan was I'm just going to stop myself out, because then if it really gets going, I can really focus on, okay, what's my risk going to be? So this was like very small risk. I lost on that, and go figure, it's back down anyways. But the thing is look at the moves, right? Look at the moves. I mean, you could have continued to short into here and went really heavy, but I just wasn't convinced. It's not really what I want to see. And now it's like back to flat. And even if I was still in the trade, I'm in flat and I don't really love it. You know, volume's dying, so it's like, is it really going to continue to sell off? I think it's a no trade for me for the rest of the day unless we get going. I think that 650 level is interesting, going up to that $7 level. You know, Friday when it was really moving, I really liked the 650, the $7 level, and then it really, really picked up steam over that $7 level on Friday. So, you know, I think going back to Friday's levels, if this does get 650 to 7, that's where it interests me for like, okay, I'm really gonna, you know, focus on this and like considering putting on max size. But you know, VWAP short on small caps isn't really a thing for me, not my strong suit. So I'm sizing accordingly. I'm not about to ruin my day on this one. But you know, if we get to 7, I will be ready to get hurt again.
Yeah, the only people screaming RDBX to 100 are the ones you're going to exit the stock at $17 when it pops up and use you as an exit bait location and then trap you out as long as $15 and $17, the same way a lot of people have been trapped long on AMC at 45, the same way a lot of people have been trapped GME at 300. So you want to be careful with these positions. Nothing wrong with trading these positions, ladies and gentlemen, but you want to make sure if you want to go long, you're doing it in smart, good, calculated areas. Don't be going long at the middle of these all-time high charts. Or at the absolute high at the all-time high charts, and then wonder why you got trapped when it pushes back down. Now, does the stock go to 100? Like I say, I don't know the future. I simply don't know the future. Will it squeeze to 100? Who knows? Will it not squeeze to 100? I don't know that either. But based off of my experience, I don't think the hedge funds will let themselves lose on the same setup twice. If they do, they're stupid enough to let themselves to happen to do that. They've seen it happen on AMC. They've seen it happen on GME. They stopped KSS and all the other stocks like Bed Bath & Beyond from that happening too. So they're not going to let that happen to them on Redbox over here. That being said, it could easily go to 18. It could easily go to 20. It could easily go to 30 if the short squeeze play was coming into play. If the apes started piling in and started going gamma squeeze mode, anything is possible. But don't be that person going long at $18 and then getting trapped when it pushes back down. Don't be that person going long at $30 and getting trapped when it comes back down. Really have a plan. Have a plan. That's the whole point of the show. The whole point is to explain Luca's setup theory for his day trade, for his setup theory for Bitcoin as what he expects from it. Not telling you, oh, copy me because I'm better than you. No, we never said anything of those words. What we are just trying to give you is an idea. Here's one psychology. Here's a second psychology. Here's the third psychology, fourth psychology, fifth psychology. This is how people are thinking about the trade. Luca might think, you know what? Brad, shut up. You're an idiot. Did you not just see that 10,000 share order on NASDAQ come in? We're going to 100K today. And he could be right. And I could be wrong. So trade your book at the end of the day, trade your setup. And one thing I would urge people to do in the chat is, you know, don't try to be forcing other people to take that trade. If they want it, they'll take it, right? You're not a financial advisor. Legally, you're not allowed to do that in the chat. You're not allowed to come in and say, go short here, go long here. If I was you, I would do this. You're not a financial advisor. You're a private contractor trader for your own company. You're trading for your own self, or you're trading for another company, and at which point you're even more not allowed to do that. So you have your opinions. You can say it's going to $100. I will for sure not say anything about that. But you can't say go short, guys, or go long, guys. It's going to $100, because what if someone actually follows you and then they blame you for it, or they blame the show for it, which is something the show never even said. I don't want the blame for someone going long and then losing money on this, or going short and losing money on that. None of you are financial advisors. If you are, then you know what? More power to you.
Speaking of somebody saying PIK going to 100, and I just pulled this up, and it's kind of funny. Like, you had at randomly, what was this time? 11:52, going for the high of day, and then rip and just kind of major rug pull there. You know, are they going to go for it again? It kind of feels like they want to. But you know, we'll see what happens here. I would love for the higher the better. I want some action. It'll be interesting. And there was somebody else said here. Luca thinking about his next pizza. Oh, absolutely. I'm always thinking.
What kind of pizza are you thinking now, bro?
Oh, man. I'm always thinking about my next meal. And, I love food, maybe a little bit too much. But, I'm always like, okay, what am I going to eat?
This guy does not gain weight, though.
No, well, you got to hit the gym. You know, hit the gym, whatever, stay healthy. But,
we
my
got to
weight
show the viewers
fluctuates.
the picture.
No, never.
Never. That's a hidden
weird,
vault picture. You know what? I'll make an NFT of it one day, and then I'll sell it for $1 million per NFT. Yeah. That's the only way it'll go. Don't worry, you'll get the 50% cut.
Yeah.
You'll get the 50% cut. Luca made the mistake of posting a picture of his absolutely ripped body one day on the boys Discord group, and he didn't realize how quick I am with my screenshot capabilities. Instantly screenshot saved, put it in a folder for any time I need it for blackmail purposes. Now you know, Luca, to never share stuff in Discord that can be screenshotted.
Speaks volumes about the type of guy Pratt is. Nice guy, Pratt. Thanks for that. Whatever. Long gym, short food. Yeah, I like that one. I like to say long beers, short espresso. All summer long, always good time. But oh man, I like all types of pizza. And I see Lone saying, can always go for a good wood-fired margarita pizza. Absolutely. My buddies have, pizza ovens in their backyard. Always a good time. Nice beers, homemade pizza. And, at the same time, put some Nutella, get some dessert pizza going. You can't go wrong. Definitely cannot go wrong. And what was somebody else said? TBLT may be done for the day. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking too. It's probably gonna dance around and just go down from here. I mean, this was the opportunity. Obviously in hindsight, this is the short opportunity because now we probably go down very slowly. But again, it's like you have to have your expectations managed. It's very, very slow. It's not something that I'm not gonna risk a lot because I'm probably gonna butcher the trade anyways. But if you are in that short from the top. That was solid, good hold there. I was just super excited. I wanted to see it, but yeah, we'll see what happens in the next hour. My guess is we're probably around here, unless they want to go for a savage squeeze out. But I think the offering is what killed the stock, right? The offering and this move is essentially the move that I wanted to see. Did not know that they were going to do that offering. Offering comes through, kind of tanks it lower, and now we're just kind of muted for the rest of the day. It is what it is.
I will guarantee you the market will be higher in 10 years. Well, not if we nuke ourselves, so we never know if that's going to be a problem. Hopefully not. I don't want us to go into that type of territory into the world.
The interesting thing is going with that, the guarantee the market will be higher in 10 years. So I think it took don't quote me on this, but it was 17 years from the high of the dot-com boom, on Amazon stock price, 17 years to get back to the high.
So wait, how many years did it take to come down though?
Well, so basically from the top in 2001, 2002 to then making new highs, which
17 years?
Yeah,
Fudge.
17 years or 14 years or something. So you guys could look at the chart, or maybe it was Microsoft, it was one of them. And just keep this in mind. It's that's a very, very long time. So the person who said, I guarantee the market will be higher in 10 years, like if the odds are right, let me know, because I kind of have another opinion there. But you know what? It's always fun to speculate, and you got your own ideas. I mean, anything's possible, right? We could literally go sideways for 15 years. Like nobody is prepared for what I think, this kind of environment that we're in. It's very, very scary, right? But overall, the market always goes up. But we're having a kind of overall wealth transition where baby boomers are retiring, drawing down on their pensions, right? And is there going to be enough money invested in to keep prices continuing to go up, right? But at the same time, guys, in 10 years, you can come back to this video and watch it and be like, man, that guy was so dumb, because we are triple the price of where we were at. And I know I'm going to watch this. I'm saying it for myself too, because I'm going to watch it and I'm going to be like, that was hilarious. That was hilarious. Look at me. Thank God I continue to average into my ETFs. But yeah, no, overall, markets always go up because, you kind of believe in the future. It makes no sense to continue to hold a short position forever on the broad market. That doesn't make any sense, because if you're correct in your assessment, then who cares about money, right? You got bigger problems on your hands. So yes, continue to average into positions, because things will get better in the future. Things always get better, and I definitely believe in people to continue to get better.
Yeah, viewer asking me what happened to Netflix short. Yeah, sorry, I trade my own book, my friend. I don't trade a stock just because the chat asked. But here's the Apple short that I have been holding for so long now. Only 20 cents in the money, so I took some profits out there. I hear some dump it coming from the back. So Mr. Looks like Siga? SIGA, so it looks like Bogdanov is waking up and he's about to hit the hammer on Siga over here. Let's go check out Siga dump it. Bro, I'm seeing a green candle. But hopefully dump it action does comes into Siga for my boy Dwight Schrute in the back, allowing him to take some profits the same way I just did on Apple just now. Hopefully Apple still keeps coming down, but what I am seeing is NASDAQ and the S&P 500. Hello, can I type? NASDAQ and the S&P 500 on this next 5-minute candle trying to be green. It is trying to be green, so we'll just keep on waiting. I guess you could even draw a trend line over here at the downside for the S&P 500 and for the NASDAQ. A perfect little trend line forming to the upside. Higher lows, higher highs, clearly indicating that the market wants to go up. So maybe for that person asking to short Netflix, you might want to consider that into factor too. But, I'm bearish today, so I'm going to stick to my bearish idea the whole time as I have already. Now in the money is 25 cents on Apple. Looks like I didn't have to worry about my Apple shorts, did I? Swish, swish, baby. That's right. Ring in the cash register. If I had a cash register to ring, I would. But looks like I don't, so we just have to... oh, thank you. Thank you, Sean. Sean has the cash register ring for us.
Yeah, I see people saying dump, NASDAQ, dump. Everybody's got their bets placed, except for me. I'm relaxed. I'm enjoying. I love seeing you guys go back and forth. And, the real question is, will the ES break lows? Will it get to lows? Will the market continue to go lower? Or are we just going to now channel back up and, stay in this range, this channel of whatever we're creating on the overall broad market? Google, that 107 area was good, ran up about 80, 90 cents, solid, and then back down. Very, very clean range trading. Slow, but, it's there, moving a dollar up and down. Will be interesting to see if this bottom holds here, or if we continue to go lower, ahead of earnings, which is interesting. I can't wait for earnings. I can't wait to see how it moves.
Come on. That looked like it was going to... I see a wall of red, then I see a wall of green. Like, what is happening on the ES over here? It's just nonsense one-share moves, though. Not one-share, sorry.
Contracts.
One contract moves. There you go. My brain pooped on itself there. Mohammed, who was talking about the Redbox trade, is apparently... I'm guessing you're a first-time viewer. Because you said, okay, I'm subscribing. I like what you had to say about Roblox or Redbox, sorry. I appreciate that, and thank you for hitting the subscribe. Thank you for being the first. Thank you for coming into our channel over here. Your next question right after that was, do you give out advice for options and so on? So starting off, once again, none of us are financial advisors. We're not giving any advice. We are showing you how we trade the market day to day from 8:30 in the morning up to 4 o'clock. This is Prad. This is Luca. at 2 o'clock, you're going to see the main professional trading group coming on, who are also live at 8:30 till 11 o'clock. So all we do is give you an idea of how we trade and our mentality behind the trade, our setups behind the trade, and then it's up to you what you want to do with that information at the end of the day. And the second part of that question is, no, we don't do options. We only do equities and futures. We do have access to Forex, but nobody really trades Forex as far as I know. At least on this floor, that is. I'm not talking about Day Trade the World. This floor doesn't trade Forex, so we don't have any Forex traders. But we do have futures and we do have equity traders, and that's what we do here on this show. For the most part, just day trading equities, 8:30 till 4 o'clock. And if you want to learn more about the software that we're using, you can head over to daytradetheworld.com. Can I trade on Day Trade the World solo? You can learn more at daytradetheworld.com. I think there's certain rules that they work around with, but honestly, I'm not part of the rule set of Day Trade the World and the logistical part of it, so I wouldn't be able to help you on that side. But Justin or anyone from the DTTW team can help you out. So you can head over to that website that Bears versus Bull just put it in the chat for you. Here's S&P 500 pushing to the downside. Here's NASDAQ pushing to the downside. That means we're 30 cents in the money on Apple, and we're about to be in the money on AMD. So can I hear time to close shorts, Brad? Nope, not time to close the shorts until I say so.
I see, who was it here? Denny, I have one Peloton share short from 2021. That's hilarious. And I was actually quickly wanted to pull up Peloton to see where it was in 2021. See, that's putting your money where your mouth is. Like that right there. It's like you're like, I'm gonna short this. I'm not gonna worry. I'm gonna close the app, and in 5 years I'll come back to when I 2x my money. Oh, they claim bankruptcy. Perfect. This is a perfect cover. Solid trade there if that's actually true. It's kind of funny. And great risk management, like live a stress-free life,
yeah,
right?
I called it, though. I called Peloton short from 180.
One share, yeah.
Still.
Yeah.
Still, man, come on.
It's stress management,
It's better than having no
short
shares and just the call out. It's better than having no shares and just the call out. My guy at least had a share over there, pushed it to the downside with the power of his position, with the weight of his position. Now that position is actually worth quite a bit. Now that the stock's down all the way down to $10. So and we'll see where Peloton goes to. I think a viewer was low battery. Please recharge headset. Okay, thank you, headset. But yeah, the next stock I want to move over here to is Amazon, as apparently Amazon's taking out the low a day. Could be Google might be doing the same thing. Yeah, Google's trying to do the same thing. Looks like Google and Amazon are a lot weaker than Apple, even with the Apple news. And I know you looked up the Apple news. Did you actually get a chance to read it?
For which?
You looked up the Apple news, right? The KOSS and the Apple news?
So apparently there was like patent infringement or whatever for KOSS. Their AirPods look the same as Apple's or something along those lines, but they settled before the court case. So I guess that was positive enough to make KOSS open where it opened, but obviously back down, probably below 10. I haven't looked at it since, but where is this? Oh, 10.50, not bad. I actually thought this would be lower. I thought it would be back at 9. But yeah, obviously opened up here, did a bunch of volume, kind of fell down, next leg down, and now we're sort of in this range. Kind of feels like, 1080 to 11 is acting as a sort of resistance area. And, when you get these sort of events that come out, even though they're doing a lot of volume, and it gets exciting and you really want to like slam the short or take the long, sometimes it's better to just let it play itself out, let it like create these levels on there's still some volume there, but again, spread is 7 cents. It's not something I would get involved in, but it's kind of showing that 1080 to 11 below VWAP area is going to act as a resistance, and then you kind of go for like a 10 bounce maybe, I don't know, but at this point it's kind of sideways, not really doing much, not something I would get involved in. But definitely interested to see kind of how it trades, and I'm just curious, am I going to be right? But it doesn't matter because I'm not going to make any money on it.
I'm so bearish in this market, I shorted SQQQ.
Isn't that the inverse?
My boy's trying to make a joke, I guess, I don't know. I think he was trying to make a joke. Sir? Hey, it's a joke. It's a joke.
You know what? Actually, I get what you're saying there. I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm so
but that's
sure.
Like, that's like scary bearish. That's like scary bearish. I know what you mean there. Yeah. But let's hope it doesn't get there. Let's hope it doesn't get there, because then it doesn't even matter. You're not doing it for the money, you know?
Yeah.
And that's kind of
so
funny,
bearish that I'll even go inverse on the whole thing. No, I love it. Market clearly pushing down, man. Look at this now. We're 40 cents in the money on Apple and absolutely flat on AMD compared to being 40 pennies out of the money on AMD. So we're loving the fact that our positions are reining in. Looks like being bearish on the day is still the right direction, all thanks to just the move in NASDAQ. You know, a lot of the big money is actually waiting for the earnings report to come out. There was actually this video that I remember watching, how big money waits for the earnings day, disseminates the information because the analysts, the junior analysts, and all the interns disseminate the information from the earnings report, type out a essay or whatever as to why they want to go long. And I'm only Luca probably can correct me on this because he's lived that life for a little bit, but I've seen this from a Mike Bellafiore video. The name of the YouTube channel will be unnamed just for, you know, competitive purposes. But Mike Bellafiore in a video mentioned that you know, what they first do is the analysts and the interns take the earnings report, then they create a report off of that report as to what they think about this position. Do we go long on it? Do we go short on it? They present it to the manager or the I guess portfolio manager, whatever. They would then read the report as to why we should buy more Google or why we should buy more AMD or whatever. And then the day after the earnings report, you see the actual move behind it, which is the big money move, the main move of hedge funds and so on. Now, I don't know how much of that theory is actually true, but if this is coming from one of the most famous prop traders, well, not the most famous prop traders, but one of the biggest prop traders out there, I think I'll believe him on that side. What are your opinions on that, Luca?
Yeah, so basically, I think it's just to kind of simplify everything. It's like everybody has their bets, right? This is how I like to look at it. Everybody has their bets. They're long, they're short, and you know, news comes to light, right? News being earnings, and you ask yourself, what is happening? How does the future outlook look? You know, what is management saying? What were the numbers? Are they in line with expectations? If there is significant surprise, right? So for example, I'll give two scenarios. Let's say you're a holder of Apple, right? You're long Apple, you love the company, they have tons of cash, and they're announcing that they're gonna start buying other companies, and they're just kind of making that decision, right? So you love the company, they come out, they report earnings, they beat expectations, they announce more buybacks, you know, like things are good, things are good. Then they say, we are starting to deploy our cash and we're going to buy a bunch of oil fields. And we're going to now move into real estate. And all of a sudden, Warren Buffett says, wait a second, that's not why I'm invested in Apple. And so then you have a day 2, 3 play. But here's the thing. Apple is up because they beat. And so overall, Apple is up. And now there's going to be a lot of volume. And so people who are like, this is no longer what I invested in the company. I didn't. And this is wild. This is just kind of an arbitrary example. But, you know, they're going to then say to themselves the next day, I want out because of this reason, right? And so overall, when earnings kind of come around, when you have these kind of surprise events, that's the main thing, surprise events, then you have like day 2, day 3, day 4 plays where it's like, you know, they missed. It was very bad. There was an extreme surprise. Now the stock's down 10, 15%. And, you know, everybody is offside and they're saying, okay, like, what is our plan? Like, are we exiting? And that's where you get that big money follow through. And so, you know, the main thing that, you know, I preach to everybody, I tell them the same thing. You know, the main thing is it comes down to what is the surprise factor, right? If you know, Microsoft comes out with earnings, they already announced that they're slowing hiring, they already guided lower. When they come out on their earnings day and say, yes, we guided lower, like the market already knows that. That's why the market already sold off. So there's going to be no surprise, right? They're already telling investors in advance. But if they come out tomorrow or whenever they report tomorrow night and they say, oh, you know, like there's we're actually like not guiding lower, we're re-guiding back, like that, which doesn't make sense, obviously. But if they said that, that would be surprise, that would be extra bullish, and people will be like, wait a second, okay, what's going on? Should I buy some? And so then you get that continuation. So basically, it's like, what is the surprise factor? How is that going to kind of influence prices? And then is big money there? And you know, as a day trader, you kind of take advantage of that because there's nothing better than, you know, just big money money moving and you're just kind of riding the wave, sitting back, letting things work for you. And, that's kind of the stress-free trade.
Yeah, they're not gonna like the screenshot I just sent them in our work chat over there. We'll just let them read it and be mad on that side. It's a monkeypox stock. I'm guessing you're talking about TNXP. Yeah, TNXP is a monkeypox stock. I'm thinking he's mentioning to us. Okay, let's go pull him up. TNXP on NASDAQ, moving around, says Neil. Monkeypox stock. Another vaccine stock over here. Look at it actually take out the day high, looks like. A big volume spike coming in as we're pushing into 2 o'clock over here. Only 30 seconds left, sadly, for Luca and I. But that means good news for you guys because you guys get to go on to the closing show over here with Neil, Brendan, and Sean and have a great time over there. As a quick little recap of what's happening with my trades, in the money on both of them. AMD pushing to the downside also, and Apple now 40 cents in the money. It happens when you trade, you lose your hair. Trust me, when I was 25, I had more hair than you, Playboy. I get it. I don't deny those statements at all. Hopefully, by the time I'm your age, I have at least the amount of hair you do. But with my family, that's probably not gonna go out that way, man. Probably gonna be bald very soon. Already have gray hair, but yeah, time to wrap it off, Luca-san. We're gonna be coming back tomorrow, and yeah, same time, same place. Have fun with the closing trade. Ciao.
Ciao, guys.
Hey guys, welcome in. 2 o'clock, couple hours left as we head back to the downside. Unfortunately, back in the red here for the S&P 500 to kick off the final 2 hours, pushing lower even as we speak, through to some support from this morning. Anyways, NASDAQ 0.8 leading to the downside. The Dow remaining positive, but only just there, 0.1 right now for the Dow, trying to hold on to positive territory. It's worth mentioning some of the small caps, the Russell 2000 specifically, still in positive territory as well. TSX here in Toronto benefiting from a move in oil today, back to the upside